12 rules for life, and Beyond Order, 12 more rules for life. I've been asked by the Honourable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility and we copied the first mover, which was essentially Communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims, and we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion, to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. Imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear. Then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the Conservatives who are listening, we failed as Conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
Ms. Jeffrey, can we begin with you stating your full name for the record and then spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Laura Jeffrey. It's spelled Laura Jeffeffery.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Ms. Jeffrey, my understanding is that you were quite a senior embalmer as far as embalmers in Canada go.
I'm the best kept secret in embalming.
You have been working as a funeral director, and that includes embalming, for 27 years now.
Yes.
Which I did the math. That would mean you started roughly in 1996.
I'm an old lady.
I started practicing law in 1995.
Well, then you're an older fellow too.
we share a long career. And for the past 5 years, my understanding is you would average roughly about 170,
yes.
I guess, I don't know what you call it.
I would embalm and care for 170 people that required embalming. I would care for many more that maybe weren't embalming, but I would care for them as well.
Right. Now, right, because if somebody's being cremated, then they don't go through an embalming process.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're buried or cremated. It depends on what you're doing beforehand.
Okay. Now, when COVID came along,
yes,
my understanding is you were working at a place which cared for approximately 600 deceased
yes.
persons a year?
Yes.
And in a year and a half, so COVID hits, so we're in, I guess, March of 2020, and a year and a half goes by.
Yes.
And you're still with this organization that cares with roughly 600 deceased persons a year.
Yes.
How many deaths did you see attributed,
7.
not caused, but attributed to COVID?
7.
And were there other comorbidities involved?
Of course, yes. Routinely, the COVID cases that I would see would be people that had been suffering dementia for probably quite some time and living in a nursing home facility. And that's fairly typical in the winter. We would see that with any virus or any cold maybe that was going around, because those people are very vulnerable.
Now, what did you observe about the death rate when COVID swept through this land?
Nothing. There's nothing to observe. Nothing
Okay.
changed.
So nothing changed?
Oh, well, that's not true, actually. So lockdowns created a situation where suicides and drug overdoses escalated dramatically.
Now, what about the first lockdown?
The first lockdown wasn't as obvious. There may have been the odd, unusual death, but I mean, that also could have just been normal timing, because the first lockdown was the pajama party, right? The second lockdown was the problem. So the second lockdown, the escalation of suicide deaths and drug overdoses was obvious.
Okay,
Young people, middle-aged people.
And as an embalmer, I mean, you're aware of cause of death when you're treating somebody.
I mean, I don't always look, but I mean, sometimes you're very aware. You can't miss it.
Okay, so so the suicides and drug overdoses, they're
Yes.
obviously increasing in number in the second lockdown.
Second lockdown, yeah.
Now, my understanding is that you had a very unique experience with a 9-week period with a specific type of death. Can you share with us slowly
Okay.
what you witnessed and just how unusual that was?
Okay, so in 9 weeks, so 1 a week for 9 weeks, there was middle-aged women that were, you know, well settled in their lives mostly, who didn't want to stay on earth anymore. So they left by their choice and their hand. So they had children, they had spouses, they had homes, but the second lockdown was too much for them, so they left, and we cared for them. And it was awful, to be honest. Like each week one person would do that for no reason. They had children, so that was hard.
So these are mothers with children.
Yeah,
and
average people, yeah. I mean, it could have been me, right? Except I don't have kids. But in a general sense, yes, it was a middle-aged woman that had children ranging, I found, aged like maybe 10 to 20, and then you're looking at that middle-aged woman, right? And she has a home and a husband and children. So that happened.
Had you ever in your career seen a suicide death
No.
from that type of person before?
No. Women don't do that.
So this just stuck out like a sore thumb.
Everybody noticed.
Now, my understanding is that you started seeing changes after the COVID-19 vaccines were
Yes.
introduced.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
It started in January of 2021, and at first I was seeing an anomaly in what we would call return. So you have to understand a little bit about embalming. Embalming, we have a vat, and then there's a hose, and the vat has a pump in it. And what we do is we use the human circulatory system that God gave us. So we go into that circulatory system. Generally, we start at the carotid, right? That's a major artery that goes not to your brain, but also to the top of your heart. And it pumps the fluid through. And then the return would be people's blood that's pumped back out through the venous system. And we open that and let it release. And the concept is to put preservation in and take out what would not preserve a body long term, so that we can present a person that is reasonable to them, their appearance that they should be, right? So when I was seeing the return, I started to notice anomalies in what the return was. So that went on for about 3-4 months. And the return was more viscous. And it's not like I hadn't seen that before, but you didn't see it consistently every single person, right? Now I'm seeing it every single person.
Now, you have to explain to us what more viscous is.
Viscous, thicker, darker, sticky. And that return, I call return, it's return blood, right? So that return blood was stickier, thicker, darker, and then I started seeing that return blood would have little tiny pieces of clot in it, and the clot would be like a currant jelly clot, but it's tiny pieces, like pinhead sized. But it was almost like polka dot coming out, right? So polka dot pattern, sticky viscous, more thicker blood, darker, and then these little pieces of clot that kind of look like a polka dot pattern sticking to the embalming table, and of course that goes down the drain, right? But it was just different. There was something different. I would call it maybe dirty blood, if you want to make a sort of a basic example, right? So the blood was dirtier. And at first, I'm really conscientious, right? So I notice things, and I'm known for that. So at first, I was sort of like, this is weird, right? But you can't, like, I'm an embalmer. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor, right? I'm an embalmer. But I notice things. And a lot of people do, and a lot of people don't. But in retrospect, there's an awful lot of people in my profession that are also saying the same thing. So they won't tell you that in person. They certainly wouldn't go public like this, but that's what they're telling me.
Did you see changes in persons that were dying after the vaccines were introduced?
Yes. So it was kind of horrifying. Well, it is horrifying. So there was an escalation of middle-aged people's deaths, like just average Canadian, came home from work, had dinner with the family, and died suddenly at home. So that was that went on for maybe a good month and a half. And usually an evening call, so what we call a night call, okay? You would send a removal team out, 2 people, because they're going into someone's home, right? So usually a night call or a night removal would be in the middle of the night. Like it might start at 1 o'clock in the morning, you might get one, you might not, right? And then there was a lengthy period of time, like many weeks, where these middle-aged people were dying kind of like right after dinner at their house, with their families present, and they weren't being investigated. They were coming to the funeral home, and I was looking at this, and I'm like, this should be investigated because it's an unusual death. It's an unexpected death. But no, wasn't investigated. It was almost like they dialed it in and brought the person into our care at the funeral home, right? And then didn't worry about them. So
there's a couple of things there. So you were telling us that, excuse me, typically a call is around 1 a.m. or after 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, like middle of the night is when if you're going to have a night call happen, for some reason it always seems to be that 1 o'clock in the morning kind of time frame.
And prior to the vaccines, roughly how many calls would you guys have on a night?
You could get 1 in an evening. You could get 2. You could get none. And then for a while there, it was every night, 1, 2, even maybe 3. Always completed before 11 o'clock at night. So my removal staff were loving that because they weren't getting called out of bed, right? Yeah, they thought that was marvelous. And I was saying, why can't you see the pattern? Like, so everything's a pattern, right? Like, we're not really all that different. None of us are. We think we are, but we're not. So when we die or when we breathe or when we're born, there's patterns. And as soon as you see an anomaly and a pattern, you should be going, why is there an anomaly? But nobody was asking, why is there an anomaly? And then I'm a funeral director, and it's not my job to ask, why is there an anomaly? But I was asking, right? Like, why is there an anomaly in my mind? And so I started asking my coworkers, like, what did you see? Where were you? What was it like, right? Family there, after dinner, average people, average home. It was an anomaly, a big one, obvious one, but it was like everybody had blinders on, right? So I don't know why nobody noticed, but I noticed. I was rather concerned.
Now, my understanding is early on you had an experience with a 47-year-old man that it seemed unusual. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so, okay, so you have someone that's so healthy, like you can't miss it, like healthy. Like if that gentleman walked in the room right now, we would all turn our heads and say, my goodness, what a good-looking man, right? Healthy, strong, fit, tall, like huge, healthy person. Gone, right away, just, and his family told us that now he was his death was investigated, and his family told us point blank he died from clots. That's what they were told.
And had you ever seen a person that age and that fitness that had died of blood clots?
Had I ever seen that before?
Yes.
Heavens, no. No, too healthy. No, not healthy people.
Okay, so that's why that sticks out in your mind, is it was so unusual.
It sticks out in a lot of people's minds, I'm sure.
Now, did you start seeing any basically scarring or anything like that on shoulders?
Yeah, so for a long time, people were coming in with that, like a little Band-Aid, right? And I'd kind of go, okay, Laura, it's just a Band-Aid, like ignore it, even though, like, it was just unusual deaths with a Band-Aid, right? Right? That's how I'm supposed to look at it, because I'm not a doctor, I'm an embalmer. But the reality is I'm looking at this and I'm going, yeah, there's a little tiny Band-Aid on everybody's shoulder. So that tells me, I mean, Band-Aids, they last, 2-3 days if you're lucky, right? So that tells me there is a problem.
And what were the ages of these people coming in?
Oh, full range. Full range. Yeah. Actually, at that point, to be kind of clear, more clear, at that point, people were, I would say it was that retirement age at that point, because I was seeing people that were like maybe 60-something older with the Band-Aid.
Now, earlier you were telling us changes that you saw in the blood.
Yes.
So you were seeing little clots. You were seeing color changes.
Yes.
Was there also something else happening that you were starting to observe?
Yeah, and that's what everybody wants to hear about, right? So first, like you said, the viscosity changed, which means the color is going to be deeper, right? There's a stickiness. It's been termed dirty blood. There's small microclots in the return. And the odd time, there was like a rainbow slick, right? Remember the 80s? They had those rainbow slick dresses, or oil slick dresses, I think they called them. You would see that on the odd occasion, which is really weird. And then, and nobody can put their finger on it. That's the weird thing. So in the spring of 2021, so we're talking April, May, so 4 or 5 months after the rollouts of the gene therapy, right? So you would, the first time I saw it, I thought it was a parasite. So we have something called drainage forceps. I use a pair, generally speaking, that are about this long and then have a handled port, and you can squeeze them, like tweezers, right? So curved tweezers, think of them that way. So I use that to pull anything out of the way on the venous side of the body, so where you're draining the return blood, okay? And all of a sudden, I was having trouble. I couldn't understand, right? And then I pulled it out, and I went, and I kind of, you can turn the drainage forceps, and you can see what's in it, right? And I'm sort of like this, and I see something that I thought was a tapeworm, which was weird, because tapeworms shouldn't be in a circulatory system, right? And then I'm seeing, like, I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking, is this a parasite? Because a tapeworm's a parasite. That looked like a parasite. And it was at that point maybe, like 3-4 inches long, right? That's a small one. But at that point, that was a huge one for me, because I'd never seen this before. This was a whole new anomaly.
So I just want to make sure. So, I mean, at that point, you had been embalming for a quarter of a century, 25 years.
Yeah, with a heavy focus on it, yeah.
You had never seen anything like that in your career?
Absolutely not. So blood clots are sort of in a few categories. There's current jelly blood clots, there's chicken fat blood clots, there's just sludging, which is thicker blood in general, and then there was this anomaly, which I thought was a parasite, but it's not.
In what percentage? So this starts in April, May of 2021.
Yes.
So once you saw your first one, how common was it?
It just happened. It just kept happening. It was everybody. So there was that.
And how much of this would you find?
Over time, it got bigger. So when I first started seeing it, it would be small, right? And then when I started seeing it near the end of my time frame there, if you were to take a small side plate, like a bread plate, and put spaghetti on it and kind of heap it, that could happen, yeah. Yeah, and they're longer and longer. And then the integrated jelly clots at the end, of course, adds to the confusion. Like if you were thinking it was a parasite, right? The integrated jelly clots were always at the end.
So can you explain what you're talking about when
Yes.
you say integrated jelly
Okay, so
Just
if
so
you
that the
think of
commissioners
a
understand.
white, you think of a, have you ever seen those erasers that you push out and they're like a pen, but they're a circle, right? Like they're round, cylindrical. So you think of one of those, right? But then it maybe has a couple little tentacles of eraser coming out the end. And then there's a blood clot that is integrated into the end of those tentacles. It felt like it was a parasite that was feeding off a blood clot that it created in the body. So when you think of a parasite, you think because it feeds off of something, right? So then you see the jelly clots at the end of this parasite, right? You see those and you think, are they feeding off of us as humans, right? Out of our circulatory system. Because they always had the current jelly integrated at the ends. It's something to see, let's put it to you that way. It's horrific.
I'm going to show some photos.
Yep.
Now, just so that nobody believes that you took these photos. These are photos you basically had an embalmer from elsewhere share with you, so that for the purposes of this presentation, you would be able to show us what you're talking about. So, David, could you pull up this computer screen, please?
Yeah, that's it.
So am I correct that this is basically what you would be pulling out of bodies? I appreciate this isn't an embalming that you did, but this is typical of what you would see.
Yeah, so that would be, if you were thinking that I started seeing this anomaly in the spring of 2021, then I would have been seeing that closer to the end of the year, because that's a fairly large amount. And you can see, like, it's unfortunate it's not stretched out, but you can see where the current jelly clots are the darker pieces that are integrated into the white fiber mass. That's what I call them. I call them white fiber masses, because they are fibrous. They are stretchy, kind of, and they're very, you can't break them easily. You need to cut them. The white fiber branches, so it's like an exact duplicate or a cast of the inside of an arterial system.
So just so I'm clear, and it's clear for everyone else, where are these coming out of?
Everywhere.
No, but what part of the body?
Everywhere. But I had to change how I embalm because of these. I have a routine now. Well, I did. I don't have it anymore. I don't have to do it anymore. But I had a routine, right? So I would go into the carotid artery, where we always start embalming on an average case, right? I would go into the carotid artery, and I wouldn't even try to put the cannula in, which is what comes from the pump, right? The vat. There's a hose and there's a cannula. It's a little crooked piece. It goes into the carotid artery. I wouldn't even try to put it in. Why would I bother? It's plugged anyway. So I would open the carotid artery like normal. I would take a small pair of forceps and go in and pull. And I would find what I call the fish. I named everything because that's, I guess, how I function. But yeah, I would pull what I call the fish. And the fish would be an exact cast of the inside of that person's artery. So it usually was approximately this long, and it sits here. So if we go in here, right, it would be half the fish would be towards the head, and half the fish would be towards the heart. So then once you pulled the fish out, you could put the cannula in, you would start the embalming. And what I quit doing, quite often we like to back pressure the human circulatory system to allow more fluid to go into the body and go everywhere, like right to the toes, right to the fingers, right? So I would instead not back pressure. I would open the venous system fairly quickly after starting injection and start pulling return, because I would see what that picture was, right? That's what I would start to see fairly quickly into the embalming. And I would be looking for it because I knew it was coming, right? So when you know something's coming, you have to change how you care for somebody, and you have to change your approach and your perspective, right? So embalmings that normally would take a couple hours were now taking like 3 or 4 hours because there was a lot more work involved.
And I just wanted to clarify, like when I say where are these coming from, it's from the circulatory system.
Yes.
So, okay. So we're looking at this one. I'm just going to pull up another one.
Yeah. That that's small compared to some of them. But you can see there that those have been washed off. So you're seeing what I call the white fiber mass, because I didn't really have a name for it. And if you were to cut those, there's no hole in the middle. They're solid. So they're not, like a lot of people were thinking that they were the lining of the circulatory system. Somehow it was lining. No. It's plugging. I mean, a technical term would be the clot, right? But I hesitate to use that because people assume it's a blood clot. This is not a blood clot. This is something else. This is something new.
And I'm just going to go to the next photo.
Yep. Right. Okay, so those are some skinnier ones because you can see that they were branchy and they were down into smaller parts of the circulatory system, so they were closer to the capillary beds. And you can see that the fellow that took these pictures and was doing the work, right? He has been keeping samples. I didn't do that, but he has. So you can see that the color has changed a little bit in those ones, because if you look, the fluid that they're in may be a bit of it's type of embalming fluid, but it's to maintain, like you can keep them long term, like samples, right?
Right.
So I think that's maybe what he was doing there. But if you look, like if you look closely, you'll see that the ends of those fiber masses are quite small, very tiny. And that's because the branch is going into very tiny vessels in the human body. So they're really small. They're everywhere.
Now, before COVID, I expect that there would be a certain number of autopsies done.
Yes.
And after COVID, that I'm asking if there was a change in the number of autopsies, and can you please tell us about that?
So the concept was autopsies are too dangerous because there's a virus that's going to kill everybody, right? So we have to not worry about these things. We'll do them if we absolutely have to, but they just didn't do them. So I guess it would set the concept in people's minds not to do them, right? So, oh, well, it's pretty obvious why this person passed away. We'll just write that on the paper.
So just so that I understand, because you're describing types of deaths that you hadn't seen before, such as, middle-aged people just dying after supper in front of their family, so a different hour.
Right.
And so these are unusual deaths. And is it your evidence that there were not autopsies being done to explain this change in pattern?
Yes. I felt that they were kind of dialed in, right? We'll just sign this piece of paper and dial it in. But again, it goes back to, it has nothing to do with each individual, right? It does, but I mean, each individual is very important, but there's a broader spectrum, right? It's like, if you see an anomaly in a pattern, whose job is it to call that out? Because it's not my job. It's someone that's got a much higher pay grade and much more power than I would. I'm just an embalmer. Why am I here? There should be other people here.
But you do know if a body's been autopsied or not. What's that? What's the thing on? Welcome to the National Citizens Inquiry as we commence the second day of proceedings in the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario. For those of you that aren't familiar with the National Citizens Inquiry, we are a citizen-organized, a citizen-led, and a citizen-financed group that have just decided to appoint independent commissioners and march them across the country. We had no idea how ambitious that vision was, and soon learned that it was something that we couldn't do. But it's happening, and it's happening because you're participating. You have volunteered, you have encouraged, you have donated, you have allowed this to happen. And if you have been watching the NCI proceedings, I have been saying, and everyone agrees who's done it, that if you watch a single full day of the National Citizens Inquiry, you will never be the same again. It changes you. And yesterday was no exception. The witnesses that we had, some of them will be with us, their testimony for the rest of our lives. So I'd like to start this morning, Commissioners, by stating my name is Buckley, initial S. I'm attending this morning as agent for the inquiry administrator, the Honourable Chess Crosby. Before we move to our first witness, I'd like to just share some opening remarks. And I ask that you bear with me today. We're having to interview witnesses, and we're having to see them testify day after day, and it's frankly emotionally exhausting at times, and all of us that have been following these proceedings are aware of that. And I was particularly touched yesterday by the testimony of Sheila Lewis. And if you recall, Sheila is the one who needs an organ transplant, is under a gag order, so she can't tell us what organ she needs transplanted, nor can she identify the doctors or the hospitals involved. But she was on the stand yesterday literally sobbing. And she was just saying she wants to live. And her life is in the hand of a group of doctors that made a policy, and it's just their policy. They can change it. But they made a policy decision that she could only have the organ transplant that her life depends on if she gets vaccinated for COVID-19. The irony is that she has had COVID, she has had her blood tested, and she is filled with antibodies to the COVID-19 virus. She has strong natural immunity, and we have had doctors explain to this commission how actually someone in her position shouldn't be vaccinated because the vaccine would not be helpful, and it, in fact, could be dangerous for somebody in her position. And any concern that she would get COVID-19 is non-existent, because we've also had witnesses tell us that natural immunity is more robust, and we've seen government data to support that. So she asked, and I asked, how can people do this? How can they basically be making decisions and taking actions that are leading to the deaths and the suffering of a large number of people? We had a gentleman on the stand yesterday who could not find a doctor to admit that it was vaccine injury, and we've had witness after witness basically just giving shameful testimony about how people that are vaccine injured are being treated in our healthcare system. And when I ask the question, how can we do this, I'm asking it as a rhetorical question because I know the answer. And it comes down to personal responsibility and fear. And the fear one is interesting because I've indicated in other openings how fear is a weapon used against us, and that the minute you start to feel fear and you start to have that chemical reaction that you have no control over, you have to start training yourselves to keep that link to your logical mind and understand that you're having a physical reaction, that you can't control it, but you can keep connection to your logical and rational thinking. But what I thought of this morning was actually where we've had doctors explain that their colleagues are, some of them have gotten vaccinated knowing they shouldn't for health reasons, but saying things like, I've got kids in private school, I've got a mortgage, I've got to do it. There's financial fear, and we've had witnesses back out because they're concerned about economic repercussions. And so the thought came to me this morning that we need to understand that our debt model is part of our slavery framework. We live in a society that is self-based and greed-based. The phrase keeping up with the Joneses, we all know what that means. You know, if you drive an old rusty car, you're going to feel self-conscious. Why? Because we're taught to privilege people that display wealth. And we have been encouraged, the system is designed for us to pursue things and to have a lifestyle that we can't afford, so we go into debt. And then we find ourselves in a situation where we actually have no room to move when we're placed in that ethical dilemma, where to do the right thing would actually put our family and our children at risk economically. And so going forward, I think we have to understand that we cannot allow ourselves to be dependent upon not just government, but also institutions like banks for our well-being. And I just want you to understand that our debt-based model is deliberate. And we have participated in it, and we've participated in this drive to look like we have wealth, to fit in, to not be less than. And I've spoken before about personal responsibility, that people will do terrible things to other people. You know, in the Second World War, rounding up Jewish people, locking them in a church and lighting the church on fire, or lining them up in front of a pit and executing them. We will do those things. The authorities know, things that we would never do on our own, if our personal responsibility is taken away. And I spoke about this in Toronto. I first became aware of this idea in the Dostoevsky novel, The Brothers Karamazov. There's a chapter about the Grand Inquisitor, so the Spanish Inquisition, and actually Christ had returned, and so the Grand Inquisitor is having a conversation with Jesus. And the idea comes up that people will do atrocious things if someone else takes the responsibility for their actions. Himmler, who was the head of the SS, understood this. In one of his speeches, and I think it was before the Night of the Long Knives, but it was a speech before they were being sent out to basically murder people. And he literally said, "You're not pulling the trigger, I am." He understood that if he took the personal responsibility from them, that they would follow his orders. And it's why when we got to the Nuremberg trials after the Second World War, when people were saying who did atrocious things, I was just following orders. I was just following orders. We had to, from a legal principle, establish that following orders is not an excuse for harming and murdering people, as if that had to become some new legal principle. In fact, you know, I wonder going forward, when we get our institutions back, if anyone who has committed a heinous crime who says, I was following orders, that if the maximum penalty should be double in that case. Because as a society, our worst problem that we're facing right now, the most harm is being caused by people following orders. And we structure our laws actually to protect ourselves. You know, the doctors in Alberta, I'll take them as an example, it's the province I live in. Well, their college told them, you are not to treat early COVID. I know of one doctor who volunteers with the NCI who voluntarily gave up his license to practice because, for ethical reasons, this person was not willing to be part of an organization that would tell physicians that you cannot treat early COVID because it is unethical and it is going to lead to death and it's going to lead to harm. But it's an example of personal responsibility being taken away from the doctors. They're being told by their college that they can't. So now they're just following orders and, well, I'm helpless. I will lose my license. These are lies. but it explains how we find ourselves in a situation where people that we have entrusted with our very lives and health have turned against us. And it's still happening. I can't think of a single institution in Canada that is now working for the people again. And we've spoken about how, name me one institution in Canada that has stood up during this COVID experience to protect us, to act as a shield between us and the government, to act in the public interest. And it's still happening. Here we are in May 2023, and vaccine-injured people are being treated as lepers and second-class citizens and shamed and humiliated and left to suffer by our medical system. Their existence is being denied. It's like we can't admit they're there. They're an inconvenience to us because we can't admit that the vaccine caused injuries because we're still pushing it on children. We're still murdering children. The attack is still happening. We're still censoring doctors. They're still afraid. Professionals are afraid to follow their ethics and do their job. So we know that this spell that we've been under, it's literally like people are asleep. And language is deliberate. When we use language, the truth sneaks out. I mean, I think of, I've done a lot of criminal law, and I think of statement analysis, where most people lie by omission. And there's simple things that people can't hide. When they're lying, things happen, like they drop personal pronouns, like clockwork. Like we cannot, the word Freudian slip, we can't hide the truth. It comes out in different ways. We can obscure it. But our language speaks volumes. And isn't it interesting that in the freedom movement, we ask each, if you don't know somebody where they're at, but you're starting to think, oh, just wait a second, maybe they do know what's going on, you ask them, oh, are you awake? We ask each other, when we're feeling each other out, are you awake? That's not an accident. It tells us that there are people among us, and we know that are asleep. They're literally asleep. They're having a dream. Their eyes are not open. They do not see what is going on. So that tells us the spell is still in force. And there's two problems that these people who are asleep are having. Is first of all, they still believe. Many of them actually still believe the lie. And the other problem they have, and we need to pity them for this, but many people who are awake still have this problem too. Denial is a great self-protection mechanism. Is they just wanted to get back to normal. Don't hold this inquiry. Don't reveal the truth about what happened. We don't need to figure out how not to do this again. Just stop. We just want to get back to normal. We just want to forget this happened and go back to normal. That is a delusion because there is no normal to get back to. That is a complete failure to understand that this we are in right now, the Great Reset. Now, what the Great Reset looks like at the end depends on us. But when we hear people like Klaus Schwab saying, the Great Reset, the leaders are using the term the Great Reset. It's not something that's going to happen in the future. It's something we are in right now, we are experiencing. There is no going back to the way we were. Our past is done. It's finished. And just on the vaccine alone, from the evidence we've heard, we can predict that there will be more people becoming disabled. I recall Ed Dowd just using the data of the working population in the United States, traditionally the healthiest people, that the number becoming disabled, well, the percentage isn't rising, although it's dramatically higher than it was pre-vaccination and alarmingly high. It's leveled off, but it's still there. We're experiencing more and more people at a very high rate of our most healthy, should be our most healthy population, becoming disabled. And the deaths will follow. So we'll peak with disabilities first, and then we'll peak with deaths. But we're still facing it. These people that we heard of or heard from yesterday, with their lives literally being destroyed, it was hard to believe what it would be like to have their experience. We're going to have more of those. The problem of sterilization caused by the vaccines has not been dealt with much in these proceedings. We were hoping to have Naomi Wolf testify, but she wasn't available for the date of the Ottawa hearings that we had wanted. But it appears that that's another issue going forward that we're going to have to face. And it's interesting, I have a friend in Alberta who is a healthcare practitioner who's been reporting to me that, you know, if a child dies in utero, so while the mother's carrying the child, it used to be that the hospital would take care of that and get the dead fetus out, and then it would be recorded in our statistics. But that the mothers are now being sent to abortion clinics for that to be done, so it will not be included in our statistics. So we're hiding information. And I saw a disturbing billboard about a month ago in Alberta. Basically, so there's this a support line for mothers who have miscarried to phone. So it's now obviously enough of an issue. This is happening in large enough numbers that there are now billboards telling mothers that they can get support for this. I've never seen anything like that in my life, and it tells us that we're still there. And Catherine Austin Fitts testifying yesterday, and we've heard it from other people, basically telling us this isn't an accident. This is planned, what we're going through, this great reset. I mean, the world leaders tell us, Google the term. Well, no, don't Google it, DuckDuckGo it, because you'll get different results because of the censorship. And that in itself should tell you volumes. And this isn't an accident, it's an attack. It came up during her testimony, one of the commissioners said, well, we've had more immigration than, since the Second World War. We're going to have a witness testify today about seeing during the pandemic just tons of immigrants arriving while we were all locked down. It's almost like the population is being replaced as part of the reset. So we have been taken down, we have been judged, and understand that they can't stop. You can't pull that trigger and call the bullet back. You can't stop, because otherwise we will get control of our institutions again and we will hold them accountable. So we have to expect that what we're experiencing will continue. And what we're experiencing is that our government and our institutions have become the weapons against us. Catherine Austin Fitts referred to it yesterday as the great poisoning. She spoke about our food supply and how it's basically become a weapon against us. She spoke about 5G and cell towers, and we've had Dr. Magda Havas speak about that. But understand that our wireless technology, it could be done safely, but it's not done safely. It's done in such a way that reduces our health and reduces our lifespan, and this is deliberate. We are facing economic collapse. We're in it now. It is likely because they're telling us that we're going to have starvation. We've already seen religious prosecution in Canada. We have called some of the pastors who have been jailed as witnesses, and that is not going to stop. We're literally in a situation where you need to prepare both physically and spiritually. Physically, I think you need to get out of debt. You need to have extra food. You need to have currency. I'm not here to give advice on that, but you need to be prepared, because we are entering the next phase of this information war, and you need to act accordingly. We also need to prepare ourselves spiritually, and I'm going to go back to the evidence of Sheila Lewis yesterday. And again, she was the one whose life depends on an organ transplant, and she's going to die. And she's the one that was sobbing and just telling us she just wants to live. She wants to see her grandchildren grow up. That's all she wants. And she told us that this was evil, that what was happening to her was evil. As if evil's a tangible thing. And the thing is evil is a tangible thing. If you open your eyes and look around, you will see it. We've seen it in these proceedings. You can hear it. You can taste it. I've spoken several times about my opinion that the way back for us are what's called the first and second commandments in the Bible. And I've explained that they're not just the basis of our legal system, but it's important for us to understand as we find ourselves in a situation where our government is adversarial to us, where institutions have become adversarial to us, that's because we actually moved away from the principles upon which our society and our legal system is based. And when you move away from your foundations, your society falls. And I've explained to you how the second commandment basically is the foundation of freedom. And both of those commandments are intended for freedom. And I'm going to explain that a little differently. And actually, I think some of you are going to be shocked by how I end this. So there was a deliberate decision to remove God from our society. And we all know that we can't speak about God, it's almost like a conspiracy theory hat, or you're a climate denier, or you're an anti-vaxxer. God needs to be separated from our society, and he needs to be removed from the schools. He needs to be removed from our institutions. And this was deliberate. And we have been taught to put ourselves first. And we live our lives to put ourselves first. We all do it. And we've all been taught to do that. Our society is based on greed. I mean, I have 2 trucks. I have an old truck with like 447,000 kilometers on it that's rusting. And I have a 2012 truck. Well, if I'm going to pick somebody up from the airport, I'm not using my old truck. Why? Oh, because I'm worried about being judged. I'm just using that as an example. And you all know what I'm talking about. Our society is based on greed, which is putting ourselves first. And we also view God's law or following God as restrictive. And that is the greatest lie. And I'm going to explain that to you. And you're going to go, oh my gosh, I see it. It's our greatest lie. So for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about when I say, first and second commandment, I'll just tell the story, but it comes up in different ways. But when Jesus was on the earth, in Israel, it was a rules-based society, and it had become oppressive. And it was a religious rules-based society. They actually referred to it as the law. And it wasn't meant to be restrictive. It was meant to be helpful. So, we're all aware of the 10 Commandments: don't murder, don't steal, don't commit adultery. Well, that was the beginning, but there was just rule after rule, and it actually had been turned against the people. So it was extremely, extremely restrictive. But it gave the religious leaders power over the people. And then you've got this Jesus comes along, and he's talking about the law, but in a way that's freeing, in a way that actually serves the people. And that becomes so popular, he can't move around. He has to, at times, get into a boat and cross a water body just so that he's not surrounded by people. And the religious leaders are going crazy. We got to stamp this guy out. He's a political threat to them. And so they plot several ways to try and get rid of this guy, but one of the ways was they were going to ask him a question. They were going to get him tied up in a legal argument. So they decide, well, let's ask him what the greatest commandment is. And it almost doesn't matter how he answers. Then we can argue with him and just show people he's not as clever as he thinks he is, because, they knew the law. They were the lawyers, so to speak. So they ask him, teacher, what's the greatest commandment? And he gives them an answer, and he says, well, the greatest commandment is to love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your strength, and all your mind. Now, Jesus was out of the trap. He was out of the trap. And that first commandment comes up in other places in the Bible, but basically love God first, not self, right? You see, we're a self-based society now, but you're not supposed to put self first. You're supposed to put God first. Now, understand, Jesus was out of the trap, but he continued, and he didn't have to continue. And he said, and the second commandment is this. The second commandment is to love your neighbor like yourself. Basically, to treat others like you would like to be treated. But further than that, because he used the word love. Now, that is following the second commandment, and the reason why every single Western liberal democracy, which have been the freest societies that we are aware of in history, they're based on the second commandment. Because if you teach your people and base your laws on the principle that you treat others like yourself and you don't put yourself first, God goes first, then you're not murdering each other. You're not stealing from each other. You're not sleeping with your neighbor's wife because you don't want your wife sleeping with, another neighbor. Basically, you have a freer and more civilized society if you are putting other people first. So understand, because remember I told you the greatest lie is that following God is restrictive. Well, if you believe that you have to be first, then, oh, geez, I don't want any restrictions on myself, and you misunderstand completely that actually you are more free. When you love God with all that you are, you're no longer putting yourself first. That's how it works. You're not number one anymore. And then you're forced to realize that you're just one of his children. We are the same. We're together. Do you see how all of a sudden it's not adversarial? So when you're not first and you're just one person following God, we're just all his kids. We're all together. We're all the same. It's not about us anymore. That's why the first commandment serves us. And I've already explained how the second commandment leads to our freedom. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Because one of the kind of popular myths to get people to hate God and think that the first and second commandment are just crazy is well, this is all fire and brimstone and judgment. So I want you to describe how the New Testament refers to judgment. What are we going to be judged on if this is fire and brimstone? Because I probably can't go through this without choking up. It's just so touching. So you would think, if God's real, because in the New Testament it says that at the end of time, Jesus is basically going to separate the sheep from the goats, much like a shepherd would separate the sheep from the goats. And the sheep are the people that lived right, and the goats are the people that lived wrong. And you'd think the touchstone would be, you murdered and you stole and you're totally unethical. Nope. That's not how he's going to judge us. Listen, what he said is he said, well, he's going to turn to the sheep. And he's going to say, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. When I was a stranger, you took me in. When I was naked, you clothed me. And when I was sick, you took care of me. And the Bible says, the sheep are going to say, Lord, we never ever saw you. When did we feed you or clothe you or take care of you? And Jesus will say, when you did it to the least of these, meaning anyone else, when you did it to the least of these, you did it to me. And then he's going to turn to the goats, and he's going to say, when I was hungry, you didn't feed me. When I was thirsty, you didn't give me anything to drink. When I was a stranger, you didn't take me in. When I was naked, you didn't clothe me. And when I was sick, you didn't take care of me. And they're going to say, well, Jesus, we never saw you, so what are you talking about? Obviously, we couldn't have fed you or given you something to drink or clothed you or taken care of you when you were sick. And he's going to say to them, well, when you didn't do it to the least of these, you didn't do it to me. So the whole point of these commandments and our basis of our society is to take care of each other. So when we have Sheila Lewis on the stand sobbing and basically begging the unnamed doctors that she can't name because she's under a gag order, saying, I just want to live. I just want to see my grandchildren grow up. That's all I want. And she doesn't understand why they will not reverse their decision. They're not feeding her when she's hungry. They're not giving her a drink of water when she's thirsty. They're not taking her in. They're not clothing her. And they're definitely not treating her when she's sick. And do you see how this serves us? And we can use these as the basis for understanding how we are to proceed going forward. Because it's all about standing together. You have no choice. We're in this together. You are not alone. You're not alone, and we have a task. You can't avoid it. We're in the Great Reset, and we're going to decide whether those that have pushed us into this get to decide the outcome, or whether the outcome is going to be one based upon the first and second commandments. You have a choice. This is a historical moment. There are times when a generation is asked to define who they're going to be. What is the history books going to write about this generation? I think of Churchill. I remember how he was so stirring in his oratory, and in the darkest days of the Second World War, when he's saying, we'll fight on the beaches, we'll, fight on the streets. He had a phrase, he says, if the British Empire lasts for 1,000 years, basically, they'll look back and say that this generation was their finest hour out of 1,000 years. We're there. It's this hour. It's this hour for Canadians. And so our actions will define whether this will be referred to as our finest hour, or will we be a footnote in history of a civilization that fell to its knees without a whimper. And I'm participating, I'm volunteering, I'm putting my neck on the line. Because I want the history books to say this was our finest hour. So I'd like to call our first witness of the day, who is joining us virtually from Japan. So James, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'll ask our AV person to turn your volume up a little bit. So I'd like to begin today by asking you to state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
My name is James Corbett. That's James, Corbett, Corbett.
And James, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, James, you are an independent journalist. You have the Corbett Report, which is an independent, listener-supported alternative news source, and it operates on the principle of open source intelligence. You've got a different history in your background, and I have to tell you that I've heard from several people comments about you that are just full of respect for the work that you do and the integrity of your research. So you come to us with a very good reputation, and we're pleased to have you join us today. And you are here to discuss with us some kind of global issues like the Global Pandemic Treaty, the International Health Regulations, and One Health. And I'm just going to let you march into the presentation that you've prepared, and then we may have questions along the way and certainly afterwards.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. Thank you for inviting me here to talk about this. I think this is incredibly important, and in fact, in some ways goes to the heart of what all of the craziness of the past few years has really been about. So I hope I can do it justice. I do have a presentation prepared, but obviously please do interrupt and ask for clarification at any point you need to. In order to start in on these subjects, I think we need to establish some ground facts. And so it would help probably to know what is the World Health Organization. And for those who don't know, the World Health Organization was founded as a specialized agency of the United Nations in 1948, specifically to promote, quote, the attainment by all peoples of the highest possible level of health. And it proposes to achieve this task by acting as, quote, the directing and coordinating authority on international health work. All right, excellent. That sounds noble. It sounds like something that people could get behind, but as always, the devil is in the details. So some questions that might arise as we hear these words that come from the founding charter of the World Health Organization. What is health? And who determines the highest possible level of health, let alone how to attain it? And these aren't idle questions. As I know you know from the very impactful, harrowing testimony that you have heard over the course of this inquiry, the answers to those questions really do go to the heart of what we are facing, what we have seen over the past 3 years, certainly, and what we might see again in the future if we allow this to continue. Lockdowns, mandates, travel restrictions, forced medical interventions and procedures, and rule by decree of governmental or presumed health authorities. So this is an extremely important subject, and I just want to lay that out before we start diving into the details, because although the worst of the COVID hysteria may or may not be behind us, I think the real battle is only now beginning, and that battle is a battle over the definition of and the declaration of and the ability to govern over the next, quote unquote, the next pandemic, which we are constantly assured is right around the corner. So this is an incredibly important issue. So today I want to talk about two separate but related processes that are taking place under the auspices of the World Health Organization. One is, well, it's being referred to officially as the WHO Convention, Agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, which is a very, very long roundabout way of not saying global pandemic treaty. but they, I think, specifically do not call this a pandemic treaty because the word treaty brings with it certain legal obligations and would require ratification by legislatures, at least in those states where they have constitutional procedures for governing this signing treaties. But conventions and agreements are covered under the WHO Constitution itself, which grants the governing body of the World Health Organization, the World Health Assembly, the power to, quote, adopt conventions or agreements with respect to any matter within the competence of the organization, which, when ratified, will oblige each member of the WHO, which, for the record, is almost every nation state on Earth, of course, Canada, no exception there, would oblige them to adopt those conventions or to notify the WHO's Director General of rejection of those or reservations to those stipulations within 18 months. So that's kind of the framework for why it is not being called a global pandemic treaty. But at any rate, this treaty, in all but name, is being drafted behind closed doors right now. This process has been going on for the better part of a year now and is expected to be unveiled with an agreement or other instrument at the 77th World Health Assembly, which will be taking place next May. In the meantime, they are having closed-door briefings and sessions that are not open to the public, in which they are negotiating the text of this document. There is an entire bureaucracy that has been set up to handle this process of the drafting of this not a treaty, called the INB, the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body. And that has held, I believe, a couple of hearings now for public input into this process. But all that means is that accredited institutions and organizations that get permission can zoom in and basically make a short presentation about their feelings about what the treaty should include. Very few people given a chance, of course, to speak out against the process itself. And I think that's instructive in and of itself. But the meat of the negotiations of this draft treaty are taking place behind closed doors, and there is very little transparency on this process. So we do have a zero draft of this treaty that was unveiled earlier this year, and that we can at least see the text that they started with from ground zero, which gives us some insight into this process. It includes increased tools for epidemiological genomic surveillance and integrated One Health surveillance systems, which might raise the question, what does any of that mean? And those are good questions, but unfortunately not ones you will find the answers to in this zero draft of the treaty, because in the definitions section of the zero draft, you will note that, for example, it says under definitions, One Health surveillance means ... And then, of course, that's left blank because they have not come up with a definition of One Health surveillance yet, but it is included in the text of this zero draft. They talk about the need for integrated One Health surveillance systems without telling you what One Health surveillance means. Other such things like that abound in this document. There are obligations for member states to, quote, tackle false, misleading, misinformation, or disinformation. And I think given the events of the past few years, we know exactly what that looks like and what form that takes. As someone who had his YouTube channel of nearly 600,000 subscribers scrubbed for daring to talk about such things as the philosophy of science and other things related to the events that are going on, I know firsthand what that legalese text implies. The zero draft also includes verbiage about control over when, where, and how a pandemic is declared within each member state's borders. So it says, quote, the INB is encouraged to conduct discussions on the matter of the declaration of a pandemic by the WHO Director General under the WHOCA+, which is what they're calling this not a treaty, and the modalities and terms for such a declaration, including interactions with the international health regulations and other relevant mechanisms and instruments, end quote. So yes, even the process by which a pandemic will be declared by the World Health Organization under this new treaty, or whatever they're calling it, is left open to negotiation. And again, negotiations which we do not have access to as lowly members of the public, who will simply be subjected to whatever rules end up getting forced into this document. I think that should be concerning in and of itself. But actually, it's in some ways maybe even worse than most people realize, because at least at this point, the World Health Organization does not officially declare a pandemic to have started or over. There is no official declaration of pandemic. There is an official declaration of a public health emergency of international concern, a PHEIC, which is a different declaration altogether. People might have heard recently that the WHO has declared the pandemic over, but that's not quite true, as even the fact checkers will, in this case, correctly tell you, no, they declared the end of the public health emergency of international concern, but they did not say that the pandemic is over. So this document is at least putting on the table the possibility of literally a declaration of pandemic by the WHO Director General in particular, which is interesting for reasons that relate to that PHEIC. But let's delve into the other side of this, because as it says in that text talking about this rule of the WHO Director General declaring a pandemic, and it says including interactions with the international health regulations, and that is the other document that I want to talk about
before you
today.
go there,
so
James,
one is this treaty, which they are not calling a treaty. The other is amendments to the
James,
international health
can I just slow you
regulations.
down for a sec before you go to the international health regulations?
Sure.
It's because some of the people that will be watching your testimony today, this will be brand new. So you're basically saying that we should be calling this a global pandemic treaty, what they're negotiating, but even the title, they're using words to kind of confuse so that we don't understand what it is, and that this is being negotiated behind closed doors, so it's not a public process. Is that right?
That is correct in substance. Obviously, it's my supposition that the unwieldy title contributes to the confusion around this process, but it is not supposition that the word treaty is specifically brings with it certain legal obligations that I think are being obviously avoided in this lengthy appellation.
And then I just want people to understand, so when you're saying definitions are left blank, when laws are drafted or treaties are drafted, they'll actually put a definition in and then start using those words. So the definition is very, very, very important. So when James is saying, well, One Health surveillance, which sounds very Orwellian, or One Health surveillance system, saying these terms are being used. So they have a specific meaning, but the text that's been released, they're not telling us what the meaning is. So I just want people to understand how important that point is that James has brought up, is it makes it impossible for us reviewing the text that has been released to really understand the significance. And I can tell you, having drafted legislation for government, that when you actually already have a term, you have a definition in mind. Like, you know what that term means. You're not throwing it in there for good measure. So to me, that's quite concerning what you've brought up. And just slow this down before you move on, is you're telling us there's actually provisions in there to deal with misinformation. So they're already anticipating censoring information that goes against what they say?
That is certainly the implication. There is no language, at least in the zero draft that's been provided to the public, to specifically say how member states are committing to tackling false, misleading misinformation or disinformation. But I think we've seen exactly how that has been done over the past few years, including direct governmental interference in social media, for example, but actively censoring people who go against the pronouncements of any declared public health authority. So I think that's essentially what is being declared. But specifically, it's from Article 17, Paragraph 1. The parties commit to increase science, public health, and pandemic literacy in the population, as well as access to information on pandemics in their efforts, and tackle false, misleading, misinformation, or disinformation, including through promotion of international cooperation which is an interesting addition. And just to clarify, yes, Chapter 1, the introduction, Article 1, definition and use of terms, they do have in the zero draft 4 of the terms defined, but they leave pathogen with pandemic potential, One Health approach, One Health surveillance, infodemic, interpandemic, current health expenditure, universal health coverage, and recovery are all left undefined at this point.
Interesting. Okay, sorry for interrupting. Please continue.
Valuable things to elaborate on. All right, so let's talk about the other process that is going on. And I think, again, supposition, this is another part of the deliberately confusing nature of this process. In addition to this treaty, or whatever they're calling it, there is a proposal to amend the international health regulations. So what are the international health regulations? Back in 1951, the World Health Assembly, the governing body of the WHO, adopted the International Sanitary Regulations, which was an attempt to consolidate the multiple and overlapping international agreements that then pertained governing quarantine procedures and other international health controls that were at that time a series of bilateral deals between various countries, and that was quite confusing, obviously, for an increasingly globalized society, international trade, etc. So that was consolidated into this international sanitary regulations. And in that was ultimately turned into the International Health Regulations in 1969, and those IHR, International Health Regulations, were amended in 1973 and 1981. At that time, the entirety of the International Health Regulations covered specifically 6 diseases, but specifically focused on 3 of them: cholera, yellow fever, and plague. But after the SARS-1 hysteria of 2003, there was a push for amendment and sweeping reform of these IHR, International Health Regulations, to take into account the new and novel diseases that could appear in the future. So that push led to the adoption of the last round of amendments to the IHR in 2005. So that is the most recent edition of the International Health Regulations, and that was the edition of the International Health Regulations that introduced that aforementioned public health emergency of international concern, which is a specific declaration that is made ultimately by the Director General of the World Health Organization, although supposedly, theoretically, there is an independent advisory board that advises the Director General whether or not to declare a public health emergency of international concern for any emerging virus or pandemic or what have you. And that independent advisory board really, according to what I think the drafters, or at least what was presented to the public, it was the advisory board that's ultimately making this decision, and the Director General just gives the rubber stamp to their recommendation. Of course, that turned out not to be the case with the declaration of the monkeypox public health emergency of international concern last year, in which we, according to reports, apparently the Director General, Tedros, broke the deadlock in the advisory panel by declaring that it was a public health emergency of international concern. And it's interesting that it's even portrayed as a deadlock when, in fact, the majority of the independent advisory board recommended against declaring a PHEIC. But what is a PHEIC? Why is it important? What does it do? It essentially, the Declaration of Public Health Emergency of International Concern opens up a number of powers for the World Health Organization to up to and including, as was reported back in the mid-2000 teens during the Ebola public health emergency of international concern. It was reported even in Newsweek and other places that the powers that are unlocked by such a declaration could even include, conceivably, NATO boots on the ground in order to enforce quarantines or deliver medical aid or intervention or what have you. So this is a significant declaration, and of course it also brings into effect a number of contracts that are signed for various governments that ultimately obligate them to purchase prophylactics, including vaccines or whatever else may be available for the declared health emergency. And that became a significant factor in the first ever declaration of a PHEIC back in 2009 during the swine flu pandemic, which ultimately ended up being a less deadly flu season than regular. But that being what it is, the declaration of PHEIC obligated countries around the world, including, of course, in Canada, to purchase swine flu vaccines that ultimately a lot of them ended up getting destroyed, but unused. But whatever, at any rate, it was there, and an awful lot of money was made on the back of those vaccines. And an independent investigation from the Council of Europe the following year, as well as a British medical journal investigation, found that there were serious conflicts of interest between the independent advisory board that advised then WHO Director General Margaret Chan to declare that PHEIC and the very pharmaceutical manufacturers who ended up benefiting from that declaration. So that's kind of the context of this international health regulations and what's on the table. This current round of negotiations for further amendments to those IHR include a grab bag of proposals of potential amendments. And so some of the ones that pop out immediately include the idea of striking out the words, quote, full respect for the dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms of persons from the IHR principles, giving WHO greater authority over surveillance, monitoring, and control of health threats, including greatly expanding the PHEIC power, with proposals suggesting giving the Director General the authority to declare not a public health emergency of international concern, but an intermediate public health alert, where a public health event does not actually reach the threshold of declaration of PHEIC, but, quote, requires heightened international awareness and preparedness activity. So whatever that means. Granting the WHO the power of a global emergency health legislature, including, quote, proposals to potentially change the currently non-binding and standing recommendations on medical and or non-medical countermeasures to address a PHEIC that the Director General shall issue to WHO member states after consultation into binding recommendations. So they are actually proposing to change that wording from non-binding to binding, which ultimately does make the WHO into a de facto government, at least public health emergency legislature. It includes proposals for working with partners to establish a global digital health certification network, which is intended to enable member states to verify the authenticity of vaccination certificates issued under IHR, as well as other health documents, and proposals to expand the scope of the international health regulations to cover not just demonstrable ongoing public health emergencies, but, quote, all risks with a potential to impact public health. In other words, this is an astounding power grab that is, again, represented in these two parallel processes, the treaty that they're not calling a treaty and the international health regulations amendments that are separate processes that are being run by separate governing bodies, but that, as the WHO states, could overlap. And there are meetings that, again, are going on behind closed doors as to whether or how these two processes should merge, or maybe there should be two separate processes. Maybe they should continue with one of them but not the other. It's all left completely opaque at the moment. So those are the two processes. And in order to understand, I think, what's really on the table, we have to understand the overall idea behind, the concept of public health in general and where it is going in the future. I'll pause for a moment in case you need any further clarification on anything I've presented so far, though.
And actually, that's a perfect time for a pause. It's interesting. We had a witness yesterday, Denis Rancourt. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he's a physicist by training, but had been a full professor for years at University of Ottawa and an interdisciplinary researcher. And he's presented on all-cause mortality using Canadian and U.S. data. And one of the points he brought up a couple of times was in the past when pandemics were declared, be that, avian flu or swine flu or whatever, that there was no indication in all-cause mortality that there was ever a pandemic. So in other words, you couldn't see it. But he says you could see, a heat wave for 3 days. That would show up. Other things would show up. But actually that every single time a pandemic had been declared, that there was no rise in all-cause mortality. And so basically the implication is being that these pandemics are declared when there is no public health emergency. And here you are telling us that basically countries like Canada would lose their sovereignty, so that if a pandemic was declared by the World Health Organization, that we would have no choice but to allow them to basically counter some pandemic. Are we hearing you correctly about that?
Member states are already obligated to do a number of things under the WHO Constitution, including implementing the conventions and agreements that are decided upon by the World Health Assembly. So really, there are already obligations that are in place for Canada, as we've seen, I think, through the course of the past few years, let alone decades, that in fact, for example, there is a stipulation in the existing international health regulations that all countries have to comply and to actively assess their compliance with the international health regulations and pandemic preparedness generally. And so Canada, as you may or may not know, actually, the government of Canada posts on their website occasionally their updates as to their self-assessment of their compliance with the international health regulations. So there are already stipulations in place. I think the proposed amendments just give the potential for these obligations to expand.
It's interesting. So that explains why, it seems that most of the world, certainly the Western world, followed kind of one plan. And what I've always found interesting is and this is just my thinking, but let's say we were facing a serious threat by, a virus. And, we've got to figure out what to do. It would seem to me you'd actually want different countries trying different things so that you could see what works and allow, different theories to be tested. But we basically have entered a world where one organization has the power to decide how we deal with a serious threat, and if they get it wrong, then the whole world will face the consequences of that. Because that's the flip side. If they get it right, well, great, all's well and off we go. But if they get it wrong, it means that the catastrophe is magnified. Do you have any? But basically, that's where we're at legally.
I concur wholeheartedly. I think that gets actually to the real heart of the philosophical issue, let alone the legal issue that we're facing here, which is the question of the centralization of power over public health in fewer and fewer hands. And in fact, that's kind of how I'm planning to end this presentation. But perhaps we should cover One Health before
Sure. Can I just ask one more thing? Because you just went over it quickly. You were saying they were striking out some principles, something. Can you just read that text slower for us? I think it's important for us to understand. So there's principles in the current international health regulations. So it means principles, just so that people hearing your testimony understand, they're supposed to be what guides the interpretation and application of these regulations. So they're kind of fundamental to what our goals are. But please share with us what is being removed or being proposed to be removed as a principle.
Yes. So the text that is being proposed to be struck out from the Article 3, which is the principles of the IHR document, is, quote, with full respect for the dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms of persons. And that the proposed alternate text, again, people can find this on the WHO's own website. They have a post of the proposed amendments. The proposed alternate text, instead of with full respect for the dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms of persons, is based on the principles of equity, inclusivity, coherence, and in accordance with their common but differentiated responsibilities of the states parties, taking into consideration their social and economic development. I will let you parse that for yourself. But anyway,
I
that is what they want to replace.
George Orwell would be proud of that one. So, okay.
I concur. Yeah.
So, please continue this, and I can just share with you that I believe we're all everyone is finding this very interesting, and we haven't had somebody speak to us about these issues. So we certainly appreciate you sharing with us.
All right. So what we have heard so far, I think, is fairly concerning, but actually where I think this is going demonstrably is even more concerning. And what this is raising the specter of is the concept of the One Health approach or One Health agenda, which is being adopted by many different health authorities in many different countries. The CDC in the United States, the World Health Organization is talking about it. In fact, there's an entire institutional framework that's taking shape around it. One Health, that phrase was apparently coined in the wake of the SARS-1 events back in 2003, 2004, to discuss the threat of emerging diseases emerging from animal populations and the contact of animal and human populations, so zoonotic diseases. And that concept started to come on board, that public health is not just about your individual health as a human being. It is about the health of, well, nature, including animals. So the CDC, for example, defines One Health, the One Health approach, as, quote, a collaborative, multi-sectoral and transdisciplinary approach working at the local, regional, national, and global levels with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes, recognizing the interconnection between people, animal, plants, and their shared environment. So again, I think like the founding principles and definitions in the World Health Organization Charter, this is language that is designed to sound very appealing, but I think quite quickly starts to get into some very interesting philosophical areas, shall we say. So I think we have to recognize what is being done here is a rhetorical move to essentially make every corner of the globe, every natural resource, every plant, every animal, every person, including every person, as part of an interconnected web that forms this new definition of public health, One Health. And so embedded within this idea, within this concept, is if we have a centralized, specialized agency of the UN, like the World Health Organization, which is in charge of coordinating international public health, well, we need some sort of centralized control that will have jurisdiction essentially over every one of these constituent elements, every habitat, every resource, every animal, every plant, and every person, in order to coordinate not public health, but international One Health. So I think we see where this is starting to go. And of course, it doesn't just involve the World Health Organization. Again, by its very nature, this is such a broad concept that it applies to every nook and cranny of every bureaucratic infrastructure in at least the UN panoply, as evidenced by the fact that the World Health Organization has just joined a quadripartite coalition consisting of the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, bringing in that food concept that was referred to by Catherine Austin Fitts, the United Nations Environment Program, bringing in the specter of, well, the Rio Summit and UNFCCC and the IPCC, etc. The World Organization for Animal Health and the World Health Organization have now combined forces to tackle this One Health approach idea, and they have set up a new high-level expert panel, quote unquote, to coordinate activities on One Health, which is defined as an integrated unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystems. So again, this sounds laudable, but it is predicated on a devaluing of human life or equity, which I guess we're supposed to assume is always and in every context a wonderful word, equity with nature. So humans have to be devalued to the point where we do not prioritize human health over the health of, say, an animal species or something along those lines. And I think people understand where that concept is going or where it could go. But at any rate, that is the One Health approach that is now being fostered under the auspices of not just the WHO, but a number of international organizations.
So that's how we end up locked down in 15-minute cities and eating crickets.
Unfortunately so, or at least I believe that is part of the plan. So yes, as you indicate there, this is not just about the concept of health as we tend to think of it, as in you feel sick and you go to the doctor and you get some medicine or something along those lines, it has to do with every aspect of your life, where you live, how you live, what you eat, et cetera, et cetera. There's really, it would be difficult to think of any aspect of your life that would not come under the purview of this One Health idea.
That's quite striking, actually. So did you have more to share?
I can talk about the next steps in this process. So with regards specifically to the international health regulations, again, they are being proposed to be adopted at the 77th World Health Assembly next May by a simple majority vote. And so given the scope of the constitution of the WHO, and specifically Article 21, the amendments of the IHR, when and if they are adopted, will come into force within all member states within 12 months of adoption, unless a state proactively files rejections or reservations within a 10-month period after the adoption. So at any rate, this is a very, very short timetable. And I think that's, again, to the momentum is on the side of the bureaucratic meddlers here, shall we say. As regards to the treaty that they're not calling a treaty, that would require, I think there are different interpretations of this, but I have read that it would require a 2/3 majority vote in the World Health Assembly, with each member state being able to sign and ratify the treaty in accordance with their own domestic laws. But as I say, I think the World Health Organization Constitution as it is written is interpretable in ways that would suggest that any World Health Organization member state is obligated to enact whatever convention or agreement is signed. So again, I think that there are different legal opinions of what this is, but I think we have a very narrow window in which to act. And I guess the question for Canadians is, what can be done or what should be done? So I guess on the most basic legal political level, obviously, given the fact that a formal registration of concern is required to at least stop this from being automatically implemented in Canada within 1 year of its adoption, then obviously I think politically people's energies should be directed in that direction, at least at this moment. And there are movements afoot in a number of different countries right now, not only attempting to preventatively get their member states out of this process for the negotiation, but actually to withdraw from the WHO altogether. And I note that there was a press conference on the steps of the U.S. Capitol just this week involving several U.S. congressmen. I heard 21 of them actually were there, demanding a complete withdrawal of the United States from the World Health Organization. So that is, I think, at least a sign of the type of political movement that could be happening if people were engaged and aware on these issues, although obviously the Canadian political context may be a little bit different than the American context. And I think one thing that we could be assured of is that the establishment media would ignore or denigrate such a political movement to the extent that they acknowledged it at all, in the exact same way as they did with the Freedom Convoy. But more to the point, I think, perhaps more hopefully, I see the formation of communities of interest, public and private membership associations, and other organizations forming on the basis of the principle that human beings have natural bodily autonomy, and medical interventions cannot be enforced or forced upon anyone against their will. And so I think the idea of people coming together on that basis, including doctors and other medical professionals and regular people coming together on that basis to form their own sort of splinter medical system, to me seems the more thoroughgoing approach here, not recognizing the diktats of centralized health authorities. However, obviously, nothing is going to change unless and until there is a widespread recognition among Canadians and people all over the world of the fundamental underlying issue. What is health? And who gets to define that word? Who gets to describe what a health crisis is and what states, let alone individuals, must do in the event of a declared health crisis? These are the fundamental questions, and who controls those powers? Which really raises, I think, the fundamental underlying question of all of this. Because what I've been describing with regards to these powers that are coming into view might raise the specter of medical martial law, essentially times of suspension of regular law in which health authorities essentially act as martial authorities, being able to dictate law into law just by saying it, which is exactly what we saw over the past few years. But I think it's even worse than that. What we are seeing is the erection of an infrastructure for a new paradigm of governance, the biosecurity state. And if you are unfamiliar with the writings of Giorgio Agamben, he is a famed and noted Italian philosopher who has been writing about this subject for the past few years. I highly recommend his work, including an article he wrote in March of 2020 called Biosecurity and Politics, where he identified this as the crux of the issue. He wrote, "The total organization of the body of citizens in a way that strengthens maximum adherence to institutions of government, producing a sort of superlative good citizenship in which imposed obligations are presented as evidence of altruism, and the citizen no longer has a right to health safety, but becomes juridically obliged to health, biosecurity." And I think that is the specter of what we are facing, the imposition of medical interventions in the name of health, but essentially it's a new paradigm of governance that we are looking at. And so I think we need to fundamentally question the need for health authorities, centralized control over the medical system, rather than the idea that people can choose for themselves what medical interventions and what medical precautions they are willing to take or not take. And also the acknowledgement that with our fundamental right of bodily autonomy comes with it our right to essentially ignore and to go against the outward imposition of dictates and obligations by any presumed health authority. So any treaty, any convention, any international health regulations that are signed that do not recognize fundamentally informed medical consent.
James, I'm just going to step in if you let me.
Null and void.
Okay. So it's interesting. So you're telling us stuff, and I've just kind of, when I do have time to see non-mainstream media, you hear about international health regulations and that this is going on. But I can tell you personally, I've not heard this type of detail that you're providing. So basically, Canada is, walking into the situation where really our entire sovereignty could be given up in the name of this, One Health initiative, where our everything from our food supply to our complete medical system to our freedoms could be dictated from an outside source. That's basically what's happening, and we're not hearing anything about it.
Yes, I think it is already happening, and yes, we are not hearing about it.
Are you aware of a single, group or anyone that is on this issue in Canada that should be given some support or we could be directed to?
There are a number of individuals and independent media that are talking about these issues, but in terms of actual coordinated political movement on this front, I don't know. As I say, I live in Japan, so I am not in touch with any particular group.
No, I was just asking because if you're not aware of one, then perhaps that there's a need that needs to be filled here, and that's important for us to know. Also, it's interesting. I just as the National Citizens Inquiry has been moving about province to province, I ended up being out for dinner with some of the people involved in the NCI, including local organizers in Vancouver for supper. And, sitting to my left was a person from Quebec that lives on a fairly sizable acreage who is telling me that that his chickens have to be registered and he's only allowed 3 chickens. And then somebody living on a farm in BC is saying, oh, I have to register every cow, every sheep, every chicken, like that, the amount of control. And then I have a personal friend in Alberta who's, being told that, well, any water body, they have to have a fence this size, and that would include their rain barrel. Like, it's just, there's all of a sudden this micromanagement of rural properties and animals being imposed from above, which makes zero sense unless there is a effort to basically have total control over, food supply and animals and rural properties. And it sounds like this would be connected.
I think it is. But on that note, I think that the pushback that we're seeing from Alberta, from Saskatchewan, the Alberta Sovereignty Act, or whatever these things are being called, which I'm not following the passage of these bills closely, but I understand, would essentially be a declaration of the provincial government's right to exclude federal authorities from butting in on their jurisdiction, which, of course, health is actually a provincial jurisdiction, not federal.
Right, okay. I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners to see if the commissioners have questions, and they do.
Good morning, and thank you for coming and providing your testimony. We're completed 22 days of testimony across the country at the NCI right now, and it's like a large jigsaw puzzle that seems to be coming together. And when I was listening to your testimony, it reminded me of some testimony I think we had in Vancouver. And one of the witnesses held up a document that they said was prepared by Theresa Tam, and what it was is that the climate emergency was the biggest threat to human health in Canada. And I kind of wondered about that, but are you aware of that document, and does that kind of fit in with this whole WHO control on pandemics that you're talking about?
I am not familiar with that document in particular, but I am certainly aware of many pronouncements along those lines that have been made over the past few years. And I certainly do see that as absolutely a fundamental part of the One Health agenda. I think the preparation of the public for the idea of a climate crisis, climate emergency, and ultimately lockdowns on the basis of such an emergency has been foreseen, has been talked about, has been openly written about by a number of people and institutions, the World Economic Forum and others, for years now. And so I definitely see that as part of the unfolding One Health agenda.
And I forgot to mention, and I don't know whether she still is, but I know she was, Theresa Tam was the head of one of the WHO health committees. I can't quite recall which one it was, but I believe it just started a few years ago. And again, I don't recall whether she's still the head of that or not. But certainly it goes right along with what you're saying. We had another witness in, I think it was Vancouver, and she was an expert in international law and human rights. And in her testimony, she had demonstrated how Canada, during the pandemic, had violated or allegedly violated a number of the human rights which are guaranteed under the UN treaties, underneath a number of health treaties. And it's just interesting then how these human rights guaranteed under similar documentation by the UN are being trampled on by the health care directives that are being contemplated or being implemented by the WHO through the UN. Are you aware of that contradiction between human rights treaties and what you're talking about here, the proposed WHO?
Yes, in a sense, but I think that the legal documents and constitutions and other things that presumably we are ruled by, or that it constitutes the rule of law, are not really worth the paper that they're written on, generally speaking. And in fact, that's, of course, I would say exactly what we've seen over the evisceration of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms over the past few years. In fact, Giorgio Agamben, who I mentioned earlier, wrote an entire book about states of exception, talking about that issue and exploring it from the philosophical and jurisprudence and historical angle that there is always a moment of aporia in these constitutional documents that essentially allow for the declaration of some sort of emergency that says all the rules are aside. And I would note specifically with regards to the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that it propounds. They all sound wonderful and woolly until you get to Article 29, paragraph 3, which says these rights and freedoms may in no case be exercised contrary to the purposes and principles of the United Nations. So essentially, yes, you can have all these wonderful rights unless and until the United Nations says you can't, and then you can't. So I think those are the types of legal trickery that are played in these documents.
Well, I think that's why you rightly pointed out definitions and the grab bag of words that were in definitions, and Canadians, if they aren't, should be very much aware of how their constitutional rights or their Charter of Rights and Freedoms was completely neutralized by what seemed to be innocuous words, high-minded words. I mean, if we're not aware of those things now and scared to death about these definitions that go on and on and on and could mean anything, I mean, but it seems to me that you're saying that this is a common practice that they put in these kinds of words they can manipulate any way they wish.
I think that is the case. As I say, I would definitely direct you to Agamben on that issue. He has written extensively about this, and it is demonstrable in a number of documents. And there is, generally speaking, some sort of emergency clause or an emergency act, public order emergency, for example, that can be declared that will suspend basic constitutional rights.
The last thing, you know, when I was listening to your presentation and also listening to some comments made by Mr. Buckley, it reminded me of what's happened so many times in the past. I mean, in Soviet Russia, you know, they got a hold of the food production and they murdered or starved to death 20 million Ukrainians. I can't remember what the number is. They argue about what that number is. In China, they did the same thing during the late 1950s and early 1960s, and they took control out of all of the food production. And are we seeing that same thing happening today in Canada and in the Western world, but more importantly, at least to me, in Canada?
I would say anyone who isn't paying attention to the consolidation of the food supply in the hands of fewer and fewer corporate interests, but also governed over by a international institutional infrastructure, the Food and Agricultural Organization and other associated institutions. If you're not concerned by that process, then you're probably not paying attention. And in fact, the consolidation is getting worse and worse as we step forward into the Great Food Reset, which has been declared, and that involves such things as lab-grown meat to try to cut down on the horrible pollution that we know that actual regular farming and ranching are wreaking on our environment, except for a recent report that I may or may not throw any kind of spanner in those works, that apparently the lab-grown meat will be 25 times more energy and resource intensive than regular farming. I wonder if that will in any way derail the plans, but at any rate, this is definitely a part, again, of that One Health agenda and that One Health approach. And the consolidation of the food supply in the hands of a few corporations cannot be ultimately for the benefit of all humanity. There is, at the most basic level, a very obvious financial incentive for corporations to do this. But from the perspective of people who are literally thinking about trying to manage the human population in general, there could be no greater choke point for doing that than by controlling and manipulating and rationing the food supply.
You know, historically speaking, except for a handful of people at the top, some of those names that we know, central planning, state Soviet-style planning has never been successful. I mean, have we not learned our lesson in history? I mean, the 20th century was predicted to be the century of mass control. There were a number of books written in the late 1800s about that. And have we not learned our lesson? We had a witness yesterday who we talked about the definition of fascism, and these are not their words, these are my words. They're talking about us going into fascism on steroids. Because in the past they never had the technological and electronic control and brainwashing that we have today. I mean, will we not learn our lessons from history?
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem so. And actually, history would give us the proper terminology for this, because people are grasping around for historical precedents and political analogs, and they talk about fascism, they talk about communism. What they should be talking about is technocracy. And that was a movement that was quite popular in the United States and in Canada in the 1930s. And in fact, Elon Musk's Canadian grandfather was a prominent member in the Canadian technocratic political movement, who ultimately ended up fleeing Canada and going to South Africa, but that's another story. But technocracy was an idea that was predicated on the idea not of a fascist system, not a communist system, but the control of society, the engineering of society at a scientific and technical level by technical experts who would decide, who would calculate the entire energy inputs and outputs of the entire economy and base the economy around that calculation. And they would issue energy credits to the people who would then use those energy credits to purchase items. And that was a truly bizarre and crazy idea in the 1930s, because it would have required systems for continuously monitoring and surveilling every transaction in the entire economy in real time, which of course didn't exist in the 1930s. That technology exists now, and although the historical technocratic movement in Technocracy Inc., which was one of its products, has, well, not exactly disappeared, but is certainly not a prominent political part. But I think that ideology is still around, and that really starts to explain some of the directions that we're heading. For example, the concept of carbon rationing and the concept of universal basic income and some of these other concepts that are floating around are at base technocratic ideas that have been adapted and adopted for the terminology that appeals to us in the 21st century. But I think if we don't understand that history and where that idea developed from, I think we will basically not truly be able to understand what is happening until it's too late.
Well, yeah, I mean, we now have state-sponsored euthanasia. We have the state holding back life-saving medical procedures from a lady who testified yesterday because she wouldn't comply with something, a procedure that had nothing to do with the transplant. We have state-based racism, where they're pitting every different group of people against each other, regardless of what measure you want to look at. We have unprecedented propaganda 24 hours a day. People are acting like cyborgs, where they carry a device in their pocket and they think because it's not under their skin, they're not a cyborg, but they, even in this room, we hear the phones ringing and beeping and clinking and clanging. I mean, this is from what I understand from you and I understand from some of the other witnesses, this is at an unprecedented level of control, and therefore it's at an unprecedented, we as a race, as a human race, are at an unprecedented risk to their will. Is that not, can you comment on that statement?
Yes, let me underline and underscore exactly what you're saying there. For any of the commissioners who do not know about it, I would wholeheartedly exhort you to look into Policy Horizons Canada, which is an arm of Canadian government that a few years ago produced a document on biodigital convergence, which talks exactly about what you're talking about, ultimately towards the creation of that cyborg intermediate species, that whatever we are becoming with this increasing adoption of technology, where they actually talk about the ways that at the medical level we will be more and more merged with machines. And again, you have to read this document in its own words. Don't take my word for it. But one of the things that they talk about in the document is the breakdown of the philosophy of vitalism, which is the idea that there is actually a real and meaningful distinction between organic life and inorganic matter. And they say that those lines are blurring because now people and animals and plants are engineerable, and we can put various biomechanical devices inside of them, and we can tinker and alter them. So the actual distinction between life and non-life is beginning to break down, and that they, I believe, frame that in a positive context in their document. So yes, these are some very fundamental questions that we're facing. This agenda is really much more than simply public health. I think this is about the real question of the definition of human. What does it mean to be human? What is the value of human life itself? And obviously, it does raise the specter of eugenics and other really terrible ideas from history. And ultimately, I think you could trace it back to Malthus and the fundamental Malthusian idea that there are too many people, and that we must get rid of some portion of the population so that we can continue to live. Those fundamental philosophical wrong turns, I would say, continue to haunt humanity, and that is the direction in which I think all of this institutional momentum is heading.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. It's been a while since I studied international law, a number of decades, I guess, back in law school. But my understanding was always that international law isn't really a set of rules that are imposed on countries, but it's more a set of agreements that countries reach with each other about how they're going to behave both with each other and internally. And so I guess with that framework in mind, and thinking about the treaty that you've talked about today and the international health regulations, should we be thinking about these documents and these amendments to these as things that really Canada is signing up to be binding and to be bound by? Or should we really be looking at these as something that maybe just will give our politicians legal cover for if they want to implement things that maybe aren't in the best interests of Canadians, but that they can then turn to and say, well, but it's the law, we've signed up to this?
There is absolutely an element of that, and I think the underlying principle that we have to understand here is that, exactly right, there is nothing that would stop Canada from tomorrow declaring we are not part of the World Health Organization and making it so by fiat. It can be done, and of course there is actually a process for withdrawing from the World Health Organization, etc. But what would happen if Canada just simply declared themselves to be out of the World Health Organization? Well, then by decree, it could essentially be manifested in reality, because, as you say, there is no international court that could adjudicate this in a way that they could impose rules from the outside. It has to be done to some extent willingly. So, yes, it is important to keep that in mind, because I think that is part of what I'm gesturing towards, not just with the political solution, but the political solution as a manifestation of that change in public perception and public consciousness. That, in fact, actually it is what we are deciding. Now, of course, there could be, and presumably would be, many different knock-on effects in terms of Canada's relation with the United Nations and with various other states, etc., if they were to make such a declaration. But at the end of the day, it is essentially a choice that each member state makes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your root-cut analysis of this very, very complex situation. It actually goes in many different dimensions in terms of the definition, as you mentioned. The One Health, to me, evoke immediately this notion by a lot of technocrats that they really dream of one-size-fits-all solution because they think they know it all, right? And if we just listen, then everything would be fine. It seems to me, as you pointed out, that we are living a paradigm shift in terms of governance, but to some extent, it seems to me that since the dawn of civilization, there's been a kind of a dream by rulers to control everything. It was not possible. Sometimes they had more control by fiat with soldiers and stuff. But nowadays, the main way to control is information and the connection of people across the world. And because we seems to be able to connect in a virtual world with internet and stuff, I think that people in the ruling class, the technocrat, think that it's now possible to actually control the world because they have technology that will allow them to do that. So we are sort of back to the same sort of conflicts between what I would call the subsidiarity principle as a model of governance versus a top-down governance with wise people that know it all and will do it for our own good. The issue I found in terms of fighting that, and you've mentioned a few areas where we could actually be more active and combat it, is that human beings being what they are, no human beings is infallible and can actually fall prey to corruption. And some people are more susceptible to that than others, but in the end, if you have good institution, this will actually keep that under control to some extent. So as you move the control or the regulation or the exercise of power in any area higher and higher, what is going to be the control mechanism to ensure that the wise people on those boards are smart enough and I would say honest enough to do the right thing? And if they don't, then what? Who's going to be the arbiter that say, guys, you're not doing the right thing. We need to change you. We need to take care of your conflict of interest. Who's going to rule that? That's, to me, seems to be the issue. And I don't see of any solution to do that in a really high-level international governance where the people there are not elected. Where's the accountability in this system? And is it possible to do it effectively?
It has always struck me as a kind of a strange conundrum that we can recognize that people are inherently fallible at the very least and corruptible at any rate. And yet those from that very same pool of fallible and corrupt people, we should be able to pick people who will then rule over vast swaths of humanity for the best interest of all. It's always struck me as a strange contradiction in terms. But the question ultimately, I think, answers itself, because as you say, as we get further up that ladder towards more and more centralized control by fewer and fewer people over more and more of the globe's population with less and less accountability, obviously there is less and less mechanism for there to be actual control when people start to act in fallible and corrupt ways. So the obvious answer to that is, well, then we need to decentralize and get down closer to a local level where people have more accountability over what's going wrong. And as was raised earlier in the questioning, I think it's important to understand that the idea isn't that that would somehow solve the problem of corruption or fallibility. Of course, there would still be problems in various places, but there would at the very least be a plethora of different alternatives that people could turn to. Well, if I don't agree or like this particular paradigm of governance, well, there's this other one just over there. And I think the expansion of basically the competing systems of control, at any rate, competition is generally good, and it is, I think, good in the concept of creating positions of power and control. Of course, being myself, I tend to take that to its logical conclusion, which is ultimately power should be decentralized all the way down to the individual. But I know that's seen as a radical idea for many. At any rate, I would be happier if the institutional momentum was going in the opposite direction and less power was being ceded to the centralized authorities rather than more.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, James. Thank you for your testimony. I tend to judge organizations by the mantra that you use, and I noticed that you mentioned DIE. diversity, inclusion, and equity. So when I think of that from the WHO perspective, I think of Taiwan, and I don't want to get into the one China, two states issue, but I think of Taiwan wanting to apply to be a member of WHO since 1971. They've continued to make that request, and they continue to be denied. And then I think of your testimony that there should be a parallel kind of movement for democracies of people who are free. Would it be possible, in just kind of taking all of those thoughts together and make it a possibility for Taiwan and Canada to agree to move forward as a free and democratic society where persons have personal autonomy and continue to work outside of WHO and instead of Taiwan trying to become a member? I know in 2022 they were looking at observer status, but even as an observer status, as you allude, we don't really have input and the opportunity for feedback. So I'm just wondering, would that be a starting point if we could get democracies outside of WHO was rejected to start the movement?
It certainly would be a possibility, and in fact, often I find it interesting that we get so normalized and conditioned into the status quo that we forget that there was a time before the status quo. So thinking, for example, about the international sanitary regulations that became the international health regulations, as I say, there was a vast sea of bilateral and trilateral and other deals between various nations for quarantine regulations and other medical procedures that pertained at that time, and it was seen as just this horribly complex mess, and well, we have to sort out, where is this coming from and what needs to be done with it and blah, 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 rather than just one overall international health regulations that all of these states will agree to, and it'll make it easier. But in fact, the very same technologies and other things that are being talked about now that could make, for example, digital health certificates, i.e. vaccine passports or what have you, feasible, is the very same technology that would make those types of bilateral relations, Canada agreeing to work with Taiwan, and we will set up this particular regime of health regulations and controls and whatever between our two nations. That would actually be, and to imagine if Canada did that bilaterally with every country that they traded with or had relations with, why would that be difficult in this technological age where knowing the process for importing goods or whatever can be obviously put into an app and put on everyone's phone? It wouldn't be a difficult thing to do in this case. But now we've been so trained into the idea that it must be handled in one overarching international health regulations that governs almost every state on the planet. Why? So I think we do need to interrogate that fundamental assumption. And it should be noted that there are alternate organizations to the World Health Organization that are out there, the World Council for Health and other things, which are predicated on the idea of individual human autonomy, bodily autonomy, health freedom, etc., rather than the principles of the World Health Organization. It's just you don't, or most people don't know about the World Council for Health because they don't have the funding of the pharmaceutical industry and others behind them.
And then my last question is just about Taiwan itself and how they managed through the pandemic. When you think of Taiwan being a little bit bigger than Vancouver Island and housing 23 million residents, I'm just wondering, and at the end of, somewhere in the pandemic when I checked on how they were doing, they had 8 deaths. And I just kind of think that maybe we should be following what they were doing. And so when we talk about health and who being mandated to protect our health, and then still rejecting Taiwan as a viable example, I just wonder what your thoughts are there.
Well, as I understand, you did hear testimony from Denis Rancourt, and I have interviewed him about the mortality statistics surrounding the so-called pandemic, et cetera, that, as he testifies, indicates that there was no identifiable wave of deaths that were attributable to some novel virus, et cetera. So at any rate, I think that does show something about just the way that we count and order these statistics could have an effect on how the country managed them. But even if we were to accept at face value just the terms of the World Health Organization and other presumed health authorities about how to measure these statistics, I will note that the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response has an interesting admission on their recommendation report, which is available on their website, namely that they look at the different measures that different countries took for pandemic preparedness before this so-called declared pandemic took place, and they plotted them against at least the reported death rate in each country. And you can look at the graph that they came up with, which shows that there was absolutely no correspondence whatsoever between the compliance with various pandemic preparedness ideas that are being propounded by the World Health Organization and the ultimate outcome in terms of measured death rate from the pandemic. So I don't take those statistics seriously, but those are the official statistics, and you can look at them and see that, for example, Canada, highly compliant, getting a 93 out of 100 score for external evaluation of pandemic preparedness, and yet having one of the top death rates in this graph. So it shows that whatever they are proposing in terms of pandemic preparedness and in terms of how we should position ourselves for the future is demonstrably, quantifiably, according to their own statistics, clearly made up nonsense. So I don't know why we should be putting any faith whatsoever in these proposals from the World Health Organization and others about what to do for pandemic preparedness.
Thank you very much.
James, those are the Commissioner's questions. There being no further Commissioner questions, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I sincerely thank you for joining us today and sharing this information.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Our next witness today is Mr. Rodney Palmer. Now, for those of you that have been following the National Citizens Inquiry, Mr. Palmer testified as a witness at the Toronto hearings. He has come back today to testify about something that's come up since then, but I will introduce him again. Mr. Palmer, can we start by having you state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
My name is Rodney James Palmer, R-O-D-N-E-Y, P-A-L-M-E-R.
And Rodney, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, you've been you're not a journalist now, but you were a journalist for 20 years. You had been a general assignment reporter for the Globe and Mail newspaper. You've worked as a daily news reporter at the Vancouver Sun. You were a CBC producer and investigative reporter. From 1996 to 2004, you were a foreign correspondent and bureau chief for CTV News based in India, Israel, and China. And in fact, in that role, you participated in reporting on the SARS pandemic as it first came out in China, as I understand it.
That's all correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you're here today to add to the testimony that you'd given earlier, so I'll just let you launch in.
Since my first testimony in March, there was quite a big story where Twitter decided, basically at the behest of Elon Musk, to label the CBC's Twitter page as government-funded media. And this, to me, wasn't that surprising. He'd already done it for the BBC, he'd already done it for National Public Radio, and the CBC is government-funded media. It receives its funding from the government. It is media. I wasn't that surprised by it. But on the 16th of April, just the next day, the CBC became very concerned. Sorry, the 16th of April was when it was done. And the next day, the CBC paused its Twitter activity and made quite a big fuss and a public announcement that it didn't like being labeled government-funded media, which I found a little bit surprising. And there was an announcement made on the CBC website which quoted Brodie Fenlon, the CBC's editor-in-chief, the top journalist at the CBC, saying, according to Twitter, government-funded media means outlets where the government provides some or all of the outlets' funding and may have varying degrees of government involvement. over the editorial content. That specifically is what he objected to, and what the CBC brass objected to, was not being called government-funded media, but Twitter's definition of that, meaning the government is involved in the journalism. So the next day, Mr. Brodie Fenlon wrote on his blog explaining why they've paused the CBC News Twitter accounts. Editorial independence is a bedrock principle of CBC journalism. And then he had 3 sentences. We are beholden to no one. We report without fear or favor. We act only in the public interest. It seemed to me that this was right out of a Marvel comic, where somehow the CBC was the Justice League and had this great principles. And I knew all of these to be false when I read it. I was quite concerned about this. He went on to say that while CBC Radio Canada is publicly funded, there is no, and he emphasizes zero, involvement in our editorial content or journalism. No involvement. Zero involvement. I did an entire testimony for an hour and a half here that showed that they're basically carrying out government propaganda. I described the transition of the CBC News and Current Affairs from a news-gathering organization into a propaganda organization on behalf of the Trudeau government during the COVID period. So I knew this not to be true, what Mr. Fenlon was writing, especially because I keep hearing the same experts on the CBC. This is what tweaked me to it initially as a listener and a viewer. They were going to independent experts over and over and over again, and these people did not sound like the scientists I've come to know and work with in the last 10 or 20 years in my business. These were people who had clearly had corporate media training. They're the type of people who begin an interview with, well, that's a very good question. I'm so glad you asked it. This is somebody who's had training. Politicians speak this way. Scientists generally don't. People pushing a product on behalf of a company talk that way when they're in the media. The one at the center, Professor Timothy Caulfield, is a great Canadian. He is a Canadian research chair in law and public policy at the University of Alberta in Calgary. And for people who don't know, the Canadian research chairs are at every university, and they're funded entirely by the Canadian government. Something like $140 million every year pays for these research chairs to be representative as in the greatest in their field in their area, which Mr. Caulfield has held that position for some time. On April 2nd of 2020, however, just a couple of weeks into the emergency, Mr. Caulfield was granted $380,000 of government money to push a government agenda. This came from the government of Alberta and the government of Canada combined. And specifically, what he said he was going to do was focus on misinformation around cures and treatments for COVID-19. Well, 2 weeks into an emergency, there is no misinformation. There is only information, and scientists are looking for any information they can get worldwide. But Mr. Caulfield, a law professor, was going to focus on misinformation about cures and treatments. And he took $380,000 from the government to do it. And this is how he did it. He went on the CBC and talked about the government policy. Whatever the government wanted to say, that's what he was saying. So one of the first appearances was in May of 2020, where he appeared with Nancy Carlson, the CBC TV Edmonton 6 o'clock news host. This is one of the most important people in journalism in all of Alberta. Nancy Carlson brought him on and said, "You have a very impressive resume. Calling you an expert is incredibly valid," as if she was trying to convince herself of this line. She didn't say he'd received $381,000 from the government to push the government COVID response agenda. That was not mentioned. That was suppressed information. That was a lie by concealment. She said, "Everybody watching this is a chance for you to get the facts right from an expert." Now, Mr. Caulfield is not a scientist and doesn't pretend to be one. He wasn't introduced as one. He was introduced as a law professor. And said, "Today we are debunking all of the myths around COVID-19. And I didn't know 3 or 4 months into it that there were myths. I thought there was just lockdown, distancing, getting my groceries at a certain hour, wearing a mask when I didn't want to. And Mr. Caulfield came on and said, "Do not take hydroxychloroquine." I don't know how he knew that this was a drug that people shouldn't take. He also said, "Don't think you can boost your immune system in any way." This is when people were taking vitamin D3, vitamin C, quercetin, zinc. These are the things that were recommended for boosting the immune system. And Mr. Caulfield said, "Don't think you can boost your immune system." And Nancy Carlson didn't tell her viewers on CBC Edmonton that he was speaking on behalf of the government. About a year after that, in April 2021, they upped the ante. So Professor Timothy Caulfield, the Canada Research Chair in Law and Public Policy at the University of Alberta, helped to form an organization of actual scientists called Science Up First, and they had a foundational grant of $1.75 million from the federal government's Immunization Partnership Fund, whose mandate says that it is important that as many Canadians as possible get vaccinated against COVID-19. And this is Science Up First is the organization, a new organization. So Mr. Caulfield appears in October of 2021 when people were starting to realize that ivermectin was preventing COVID, treating early COVID, and helping people get out of the intensive care units much more quickly. There was many studies emerging around the world showing this. And there was a push to suppress ivermectin that I understand from witnesses who have been here at this inquiry was designed so that it would appear there was no medicine, so that it could satisfy an American requirement for the emergency use of a vaccine that was not fully tested. And so he's on this political show called The House with a guy named Chris Hall. And Chris Hall's an amazing CBC reporter, host, anchor. I liken him to Freddie Van Fleet of the Toronto Raptors. He was steady as she goes. Chris could do anything. And he ended his career as the host of The House. And in his last season, he betrayed Canada by allowing Tim Caulfield to lie to them about ivermectin. And Chris actually uttered the words, "Have we heard the end of ivermectin overdoses yet?" Meaning, are Canadians going to stop overdosing on ivermectin? Well, Chris apparently didn't know that nobody ever overdosed on ivermectin. There are more overdoses from aspirin causing death every year in America than there have been in the 50-year history of ivermectin. And he said this. And he didn't tell anyone that his expert on misinformation, as he was introduced to us on the House, was actually part of Science Up First, which received $1.75 million from the Trudeau government to push vaccines. He suppressed that information. He told us he was an expert on something that he wasn't and didn't tell us he was working for the government. Mr. Caulfield showed up on the National with our friend Adrian Arsenault talking about the truth about immune boosters, during which Mr. Caulfield was not introduced as a member of Science Up First, which gets its money from the Canadian government, from the Trudeau government, to promote vaccines. This was not mentioned. He was introduced as a law professor and the Canada Research Chair. So Mr. Caulfield said that immune boosting, this is a quote, is kind of a myth because it's not a muscle. So as a medical person, he made a good lawyer when he said that because he clearly doesn't understand much about the human immune system. He then said, you don't want to boost your immune system. That's anaphylaxis. That's an autoimmune disease. He said a healthy immune system is anaphylaxis, and it's an autoimmune disease. It's neither of those things. That's why we have different language for all of those things. They're not the same. And we didn't get to hear that he's being paid by the Canadian government to say this. We were lied to by omission, by Adrian Arsenault in that story. And she ended it by saying, "You're a wise man as always." Now, Cross Country Checkup, one of my favorite shows on the CBC. I used to work in phone-in shows, and it really brings together Canada on a weekly basis. And it's hosted by Ian Hannah-Mansing, longtime veteran of CBC television. And he had a section called Ask Me Anything. It was all about COVID, Ask the Doctor. And he had Dr. Isaac Bogach on there innumerable times. And on this occasion, on December 2021, he brought him on. He introduced him as an infectious disease specialist at Toronto General Hospital, which he is. But he didn't say he's a scientific advisor for Science Up First, which receives $1.75 million from the Trudeau government to make us take vaccines. Didn't mention that. And during this interview, he declared 2 doses won't be enough, Canada. He said, quote, "This is clearly a 3-dose vaccine." Now, Dr. Bogach showed up on multiple shows after that. In September 2022, he was on CBC Metro Morning in Toronto. This is the morning show in the Toronto area. And he said it was called When to Get Your Fourth Dose. Previously, it was a 3-dose vaccine. In October 2022, he was on CBC News saying, you got to get your next dose every 6 months. And Andrew Chang introduced him as infectious disease specialist, Dr. Isaac Bogoch. Didn't mention Science Up First. Didn't mention he's a spokesman for the Canadian government, or he advises Science Up First, which is paid for by the Canadian government. He also appeared on The Dose with Dr. Brian Goldman. Dr. Brian Goldman has these great shows called White Cloak, Coat, Black Art. He's a great guy. I really like this show. He kind of takes you as a listener, as a patient, which we've all been, into the world of medicine as he sees it. He's just so curious, which is really the greatest attribute of any broadcaster, the curiosity. And he brought on a doctor named Tara Moriarty, an infectious disease researcher at the University of Toronto, which she is, top person, so decorated, so accomplished. Didn't mention an executive of Science Up First, paid for by the Canadian government to promote vaccination. Didn't tell us that. And during this interview in June of 2021, Dr. Tara Moriarty said, anything that states, this was the red flag, how do you recognize misinformation? So this was their lesson to Canada. Anything that states that vaccines cause or may cause something is a red flag for misinformation. We don't have any evidence, said Tara Moriarty, that the vaccines cause anything but immunity against COVID-19. We don't have any evidence. So she said, don't believe anybody. Well, the Canadian government seems to have evidence. They had a list that these numbers of Canadians have been injured or killed by the vaccines. They say it caused Guillain-Barré syndrome 27 times. They say it caused low blood platelets 196 times. Canadian government says that the COVID vaccines caused 55 cardiac arrests, 73 cardiac failures. I'm pretty sure that's death. 145 heart attacks, 1,153 predicted cases of myocarditis and pericarditis, 376 cases of deep vein thrombosis, 524 pulmonary embolisms. I feel like I want to say a partridge in a pear tree here. Blood clots, 324. These numbers are really small. These are the ones that are admitted to on a Canadian government website that the CBC just told us didn't exist. 78 acute kidney injuries, 37 liver injuries, 187 Canadians with Bell palsy, 281 Canadians got a stroke from the COVID vaccine, according to the Government of Canada website. 16 of them had a very rare inflammation of the spinal cord, never heard of it. 776 cases of anaphylaxis, 5 fetal growth restrictions, 87 spontaneous abortions, and independent of all of the above, 427 deaths. Let's just go back up to the slide. We don't have any evidence, said the Science Up First spokesperson for the Canadian government, disguised as an expert on Dr. Brian Goldman's show, misleading Canadians that everything was safe and effective, when in fact, it's a game of Russian roulette. And the CBC suppressed that information and told you to go ahead and do it. They said it's safe. There's no evidence. There's a story this month that we're starting to recognize excess deaths, excess all-cause mortalities in this, and the province of Nova Scotia recently noted 262 excess deaths. And the CBC was quick to report that they're not saying why. And the province has repeatedly declined an interview as to why. So they have no official word on why. So they put the Science Up First scientists and spokespeople, lawyers on the air, or in this story, where they said Tara Moriarty believes the excess mortality is mostly being caused by COVID-19. This is now. This is May 2023. Caused by COVID-19, urging people, and the World Health Organization says it's over. So it's caused by COVID-19, according to her, or she believes it, and she's urging people to wear masks and get vaccinated. This is the solution in May 2023. They didn't mention that she's paid, Science Up First is paid, and she's an executive, $1.75 million to say these things on behalf of the Trudeau government. Tim Caulfield was in the same piece, identified as a misinformation expert now. I agree. Caulfield said the COVID-19 vaccines are safe, despite some claims that they're causing large numbers of people to die. Some claims by the government of Canada, Mr. Caulfield. The Current on CBC Radio used to be one of my favorite things to wake up to in the morning with Matt Galloway, one of the greatest hosts that the CBC has. And one of his stories was that our best shot at getting back to normal is getting everyone a shot in the arm. So we put on this cute little story with a researcher named Samantha Yemen. She's a scientist and she's afraid of needles. And they go through this really cute little conversation about how she overcame her fear of needles. But they never mentioned that she is on the executive of Science Up First, which received $1.75 million from the Trudeau government to promote vaccines. Not a word. He tricked us. If I'm listening to that, I think they found her. Where'd they find this person? Well, they found her because that's all they do. The CBC is using Science Up First and not telling us where the information or where the point of view is coming from. It's coming from the Trudeau government, and they're not telling us that on a daily basis. So now Science Up First has got quite a coup. They've embedded one of their own in the CBC staff. CBC Nature of Things, you know, David Suzuki, at I think 80 years old, finally retired. And he's been replaced with a co-host, Anthony Morgan. And I looked this guy up. He's great. I'd hire him too. He's fantastic. He's engaging. He's a molecular scientist. He one of these, you know, curious fellows who just lets you feel that he really wants to learn. But he's on the executive of Science Up First, paid for by the Trudeau government to promote vaccines. And now he's the host of a CBC, one of the most important science shows we have in Canada, The Nature of Things. He's embedded. Science Up First has its prime directive, stop the spread of misinformation. What is misinformation and who decides? Apparently, it's the Trudeau government that pays them. Otherwise, why would they pay them? So, when Brodie Fenlon says the government has no or zero involvement in our editorial content of journalism, that's not true. And when they got caught, this is the graph they showed from the CBC annual report. Now, you'll notice up the left side, it goes up, basically it's a snapshot. A bar graph is designed to give you a quick visual snapshot of what all the numbers mean. So in the blue is the revenue that CBC earns, and in the burgundy or the purple is the government funding. So it looks as though it's a little bit less than 50%, except if you look it up, it's going up in increments of hundreds of millions until it gets to the very near the top when it goes from 700 million to 1.7 billion. So it jumps from increments of 100 million to increments of 1 billion, partway up, so that the graph visual is actually not accurate. Now, this was pointed out by one of the great Canadian academics, Dr. Jordan Peterson, who then put out what it actually looks like. And it shows you, and it's no big deal. I mean, we know the CBC gets all of its money from the government, or CBC Radio does. CBC Television gets most of its money from the government. So why would they obscure that fact? Why would they give that half-truth? Why would they mislead us into that visual snapshot that they don't? I would put forth to the Commission, because that's how they roll now. The CBC is all about misleading. It's not about news gathering or the dissemination of truth. So Brodie Fenlon oversaw the betrayal of the audience, the betrayal of Canadians, the betrayal of every Canadian who listened to an expert on the CBC and thought they were an expert, not a spokesperson for the Trudeau government. But who he didn't betray was the Liberal government. He was a good soldier there. This is from the Liberal government website today. A re-elected Liberal government will require Canadian travelers on interprovincial trains, commercial flights and cruise ships and other federally regulated vessels to be vaccinated for COVID. A re-elected Liberal government will ensure vaccination across the federal public service. So if you are a public service worker and you dodged the vaccine because you didn't want it, because maybe you figured out it was the same Russian roulette that the Canadian government info base describes, a re-elected Liberal government will ensure you're vaccinated or fired, according to this platform. And they'll work with Crown corporations, federally regulated workplaces to ensure vaccination is prioritized for workers. We know now the thing doesn't work. Your own websites show that people are dying from it. Thousands of people are permanently injured from it. And your platform is more or lose your job. And the CBC is your way to convince us to do that. So a week after, Twitter removed the government-funded media tags. It came after the Global Task Force on Public Media called on Twitter to correct the description of public broadcasters. Now, I mentioned in my previous testimony that the Global Task Force on Public Media is an amalgamate or a conglomeration or a cartel of serious public broadcasters that do real journalism or used to across the world, the CBC, the BBC, ABC Australia, Korean Broadcasting, France Television, Radio New Zealand, ZDF Germany, and SVT Sweden. So they have this global task force that to develop a consensus and speak with a single strong voice. So they came down heavy on Twitter. It is the current president of the global task force is our own CBC president, Catherine Tait, and they noted that Twitter's own policy defines government-funded media as those with varying degrees of government involvement in editorial content, which I've just shown that it has. So Twitter dropped it all, and I think a cheeky little move also dropped it from China's Xinhua news agency and Russia's RT, saying, okay, none of you are government funded now. They're all state broadcasters, including the CBC, in the strictest sense of the phrase. I have a few story ideas that the public will be interested in hearing, because I used to sit in story meetings daily with some of the best journalists I've ever worked with in my life when I worked at CBC. And we used to put out story ideas that were kind of the obvious things to cover that day. Here are a few that would be a good idea for the CBC to cover. Investigate the number of Canadians killed by COVID vaccines. Investigate the number of Canadians disabled by COVID vaccines. Investigate the details of vaccine approval safety standards that were waived in order to get the COVID vaccines into Canadian arms. Investigate the source of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Where did it come from? What are we doing with all this stuff? We don't know where it came from. We know where it came from, but let's admit it. Let's talk about it. Let's investigate it. That's your job. What is the purpose of gain-of-function research and development of pathogens? Who benefits from that? What is Canada's involvement in gain-of-function research and development of pathogens? Why did we fire those 2 Chinese nationals who were running the Canadian Level 4 virus lab in Winnipeg 6 months before COVID broke out? What's that story? We still don't know. Go find out. And investigate the conflicts of interest between Health Canada and the pharmaceutical companies. That one you could do with Google. But you're not going to hear any of those stories on the CBC, because these are the people you're going to hear over and over again as the experts. And these are the shows you're going to hear them on. And these are the broadcasters who are going to tell you they're experts and suppress the fact that they all are affiliated with Science Up First, which gets all of its funding from the Trudeau government, and significant funding. This is the way they're going to explain themselves when they get caught with their hand in the cookie jar. And these are the phrases that they're going to pull off the Marvel comic movies when they're going to say that they report without fear or favor in the public interest. And I changed his name to Chief Propagandist, in case he didn't notice. So I have to tell you that it is with great regret that I'm going to make 6 recommendations to the Commission. I recommend that the CBC President, Catherine Tait, be dismissed from her position. All vice presidents and executives be dismissed from their positions. They can no longer work there, having committed the atrocity on Canada of suppressing the identity of spokesmen for the Trudeau government as experts for years, to trick us into taking this vaccine. Certainly dismiss the editor-in-chief, Brodie Fenlon, although he might become a senator before you get a chance to do that. Dismiss all on-air staff who are evidenced to have participated in the propaganda disguised as journalism since March 2020. Detach from the Trusted News Initiative and all other fact-suppressing organizations which currently determine which experts and which stories Canadians are allowed to hear on the CBC. Replace the position of ombudsman with a board, including journalistic, legal, and scientific expertise, and give them the power to fire journalists who breach the corporation's journalistic standards instead of apologizing. You can go on the CBC's apology page, I call it. It's their correction page. There's half a dozen every month for the last 3 years. Big deal. We're sorry. We got it wrong again. Fire them. We don't need them. And this new board that replaced the ombudsman, I recommend you task it with investigating who in the CBC participated in misleading Canadians by routinely suppressing the identity of government spokespeople for the purpose of promoting ineffective and potentially harmful experimental vaccines during the COVID emergency. The CBC is government-funded news. We know that. And Twitter was right because they're using government-funded experts disguising them as independent to give us government-loyal messaging. I just wanted to thank the Commission for allowing me to come back. As a Canadian citizen with some expertise, I feel compelled to come forward and say what I know to be true. Thank you.
No, we're not done. So I don't have any questions for you, Rodney. I'll ask if the commissioners have questions, and they do.
I'd like to refer to some of your graphs. Can you bring up the graph where you showed the Canadian government counts of the various deaths and vaccine reactions?
This is from Infobase. It was updated on the 7th of March, which seems to me a while ago. This one here.
Right. And my question there is, and you may not know the answer, but under pregnancy outcomes, it says spontaneous abortions, 87. And then it's got deaths, 427. Are the 87 deaths of the babies in the mother's tummies not included in the 427?
I don't know that. And the reason is this is not an easy website to navigate. So the information is there, but it is more than likely intentionally obfuscated by you have to go through link to link to link to link. So there is something under deaths, and it says 427. And more than likely you will be able to find if they are included or if they are an additional. But I don't know what the answer is.
My second question has to do with the slide you have on the Liberal government platform, 3 points that it had on there. And my question to you about that, is that the current Liberal platform?
I downloaded that today.
You don't know if that's the current
That's
platform?
today.
That's today.
Today. That's up there. You can look that up under platform re-election, I think it is, something like that. Yeah.
So today, I just want to make sure I've got this right. So today, the platform that the Liberals are running on is require that travelers must be vaccinated, ensure that vaccines are across the federal public service, and that Crown corporations and federally regulated workplaces will ensure that vaccines are prioritized. That is still their platform today?
A re-elected Liberal government will, is what it says, and then it gives those ones, and I've not augmented them all except to add the highlights from my own notes.
I wanted to make sure I understood that. Could you also now show the graph of the income for the CBC?
Yeah, that is off the CBC's annual report, and the second one on the right was provided by Dr. Jordan Peterson.
My question on that is I'm looking at some of the other, and I'm asking this question because I've seen it from other witnesses. There's various other items there. They've got government funding, revenue, they've got advertising. How much federal government is in their advertising income? Because we see the federal government advertising on CBC constantly. Is Is there additional government funding hidden in some of those other stripes that should be in the government funding?
I don't know the answer to that, but I'll tell you that I certainly suspect that the whole thing's a sham. So then, more than likely, they're hiding other things. But what's very interesting, what you say about the federal government advertising. When I travel to America, I see almost entirely pharmaceutical advertising. And there are very strict rules that they must announce the side effects, and it's almost comedic to listen to the side effects. They list these horrible lists of side effects to their pills, and then they say, but ask your doctor about getting it. In Canada, we don't have pharma advertising on television, but we have a de facto pharma advertising in this Science Up First group that is disguising itself as experts, going on the CBC and denying the side effects, saying they don't exist.
Yes. Also, in your slide, and you don't have to bring it up, but your slide about CBC story ideas, and you listed a few things about investigation. I mean, I ask you, wouldn't a good source of those stories be for some CBC reporter to be sitting here following the National Citizens Inquiry, and why do you think none of them have done that?
I think they would have a hard time wiping the egg off their face once they realize they have blood on their hands. They're not coming. They don't want to hear this.
You know, I believe, I hope I get this right, I believe I saw a story on CBC not that long ago, and I could be wrong, it might have been one of the other stations, but the point is they did an entire investigation. They had an investigative news team out to decide whether or not Starbucks was recycling their paper cups or not, and they put sensors in them and they traced them to the garbage cans, and they did incredible investigation as to whether they were recycling their coffee cups or not. And they can't do any research on this? They don't have the capability? Do they not have the will? Do
won't.
They not
won't. Can't. My dad used to say, can't lives on Won't Street.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Palmer, for this second enlightening presentation. So it seems to me that we are in a very, very hard conundrum with respect to financing this major news institution in Canada. You're making suggestion to reform it, but the business model that they're living on right now seems to be struggling to get, I would say, other source of finance besides the government for whatever reason. And even if you reformed it, if you maintain the finance from the government, what would guarantee that with this current government or a future government that wouldn't want to be as, I would say, intrusive in the agenda of CBC, what would allow to maintain the independence of CBC with the government, because they need money, and the money is coming from the government.
But the money's come from the government since the beginning, and there have been multiple different parties, two, rotating, and the CBC's always been there. To your point, I think there needs to be an investigation about how it happened. Just like we have to have an investigation into where the virus came from. Otherwise, we can't stop it from happening again. But there's a lot of talk about defunding the CBC, which makes me nervous because I think it means dismantling CBC News and Current Affairs. And I think it's foundational to our democracy. Without journalism, we have no democracy, because democracy requires the transparent distribution of facts on a daily basis. And from those same facts, we all make our opinions. And then in an ideal situation, in a democracy, the majority of the opinions are where the decisions are made. But how can we possibly form an opinion when the facts are fake? When we don't agree on what's true, we can't possibly agree on what's right.
Aren't you describing some of the, I would say, political platform for some of the current political party we have in Canada? Are they basing their promise and ruling of society based on true facts, or their representation of reality, which sometimes is, I would say, not aligned with reality, but as long as people believe it, they will be re-elected, as you've shown from the platform, which is a copy-paste from the previous platform that they run on in the previous election.
I think that there's two different things there. One is what the government says and one is what the CBC says, and today they're one and the same. So this is the problem, is that the CBC has let itself become a propagandist in an indefensible cause, which is promoting a vaccine that doesn't work, that hurts people, that doesn't do its job, and continues to promote it. Even in May, this month, are saying, get vaccinated, wear a mask. All those people that died probably from the vaccine, we don't know, in Nova Scotia, it's being denied. It's not being investigated properly. They could find out if they tried, but they don't try. It just goes back to, it's not that they can't do it, it's that they won't do it. They have to get reassigned back to what their job was. I don't know exactly what the mechanism is. It's going to take more people than me to figure it out, but that's an excellent suggestion about putting them back on track in a way they're not going to get off the rails again. We need some new mechanism in place to ensure on a daily basis that the CBC is doing the job.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you for your testimony. The Canada Research Chair selection program used to be very rigorous, and it used to give new researchers who had a PhD that opportunity to build on that body of research. So given the timing of Dr. Timothy Caulfield's Canada Research selection and his research, I'm just wondering at what point he would have been able to build on a body of research when the pandemic is only 3 years old. But taking that thought further, is it not incumbent on CBC journalists and other mainstream journalists to actually investigate the qualifications and not just accept that Canada Research Chair title? And before declaring that the person they're interviewing as an expert, because Canada Research Chair is usually given to a person who is brand new in creating that body of research, and the exception would be if they had a renewed contract under the Canada Research Chair, where they would already have that body of research. But if we're declaring indiscriminately everybody to be an expert, at what point do we consider that maybe they're not as a journalist?
Well, I don't think this is an error that these people have been put on. I think it's by design. There's too many examples that I've only showed a handful of them, and it's just too obvious that in every single case they suppressed the fact that they're with this separate organization that's largely a slush fund for the Trudeau government to promote vaccines and to put experts. So Caulfield is the only one who's not a scientist among them. But he's declared himself, he's self-declared misinformation expert, and the CBC, to my feeling, has never defined what misinformation is. I've written to Brodie Fenlon and to others at the CBC asking to please define misinformation, how you define it, and provide examples outside of the COVID model of where you've applied it and why you feel that you have to correct it. And that's almost the only thing that they do, because they're not correcting misinformation, they're promoting a propagandic message. That's what they're doing. So your question suggests that there's a mistake being made, and there's not. This is intentional.
And I also note he's not a doctor. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't resist, seeing as I have you here. Can you comment on the effect that the latest changes to the Canadian Broadcasting Act will have? I mean, on the CBC and on social media, you talked about changes that we could consider to the CBC, but it sounds like it's going the other way. It sounds like they're making changes to independent broadcasters and bringing them into this model that was created in the 70s or 90s or whenever it came up. Second part to that question. Can you comment on the independence of the members of the CRTC?
I can't comment on that because I'm not familiar with the makeup of the CRTC at the moment. However, in the past, there has been a bit of a revolving door with tech companies and the CRTC. On the first part of the question about the Broadcasting Act, we saw an almost instantaneous reaction where the CRTC was openly discussing eliminating Fox News. I mean, like it or not, one of the biggest networks, news networks in the world, banning it from cable in Canada. On what grounds? On the grounds that they can, it appears. So we should expect more of it. We are seeing censorship on a daily basis on the CBC. We are seeing the elevation of the government agenda for COVID vaccines and the suppression of independent voices. We are seeing the censorship of people who want to speak out. We're seeing the censorship of vaccine-injured people. The entire stories are being censored. And the censors are never the good guys. The censors are the Dr. Evil in Brodie Fenlin's Marvel comic universe that he lives in.
Thank you.
Mr. Palmer, are you aware whether the CBC is under any specific legal duty in its enabling or enacting legislation to report fairly to the public?
Most likely. That's a good question. I'm not intimate with all the language in the Broadcasting Act, but more than likely, it is there, and certainly in their foundational documents, to report the news of the day. I remember when you couldn't have advertising in the newscast, and then they changed it so you could have it after the first, I believe it was 8 or 9 minutes. So the first chunk was advertising free, normally when they do their political reporting of the day. And then you can have an advertisement afterwards. So there are very strict rules about how much commercial voice can get into a newscast. But there's commercial voices daily in the newscast now that I've just demonstrated.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious because you just think as a Canadian citizen that in funding, creating a broadcaster, a state broadcaster, that there would be a duty in the legislation creating it for that broadcaster to actually report fairly to the Canadian public. And where I was going is I'm just going to read to you 2 different sections of our criminal code. And the first one I'm reading with in mind, because you're saying we should, fire the leadership of the CBC. And so this is 217.1 of the Canadian Criminal Code. Everyone who undertakes or has the authority to direct how another person does work or performs a task is under a legal duty to take reasonable steps to prevent bodily harm to that person or any other person arising from that work or task. And I can tell you I read that as including if you're running the CBC or some other news organization and you're directing basically propaganda on health issues, that if that leads to harm in the public, that you could be criminally liable. Now I'll just read you another section of the Criminal Code, and then I'm going to ask your thoughts. But this other section I would think would apply to the leadership of the CBC, the public face, the journalists, and to any experts that would be attending and spreading misinformation with the view to having people vaccinated if it leads to harm or death. And that is Section 219 of the Criminal Code, dealing with criminal negligence. And so listen carefully. Everyone is criminally negligent who, in doing anything, or in omitting to do anything that is his duty to do, shows wanton or reckless disregard for the lives or safety of other persons. And I'm wondering if you're, just because of your familiarity, or if you're familiar with how journalism works, if that section could be applied to journalists and the CBC.
It could be applied to so many people. I think it should be applied to the guy who turns the microphone on and lets somebody lie live to Canada. Every single person, down to the technicians who participate knowingly in this fraud, should be investigated. And I think if there's two sections of the criminal code you mentioned, I mentioned one in my previous testimony about fomenting hatred against an identifiable group, the unvaccinated, who became identifiable based on their absence of proof of vaccination and the social outcasting that the CBC promoted. I think that maybe another recommendation would be to investigate for criminal wrongdoing among the journalists at the CBC, right down to the producers, the writers, the story editors, the technicians, as well as the anchors, the hosts, the editors, and the executives.
Well, it'll be interesting because there's not an example in history of a Western democracy experiencing what we've experienced with a state broadcaster. And so if we can get control of our institutions back, it'll be interesting to see how we deal with that.
The problem here is that they have the full support of the current government, and they're acting on behalf of the current government. And to get back to your point about whether there's an obligation to tell the truth, I can assure you that in the foundational documents of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, it did not say that the purpose is to espouse the views of the government of the day. It did not say that.
And thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Palmer, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I'd like to sincerely thank you for returning and sharing this testimony with us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. And my duty.
So, Commissioners, I'm going to suggest, because of the time, that we take a 10-minute break and then return at 11:30. I would like to call our next witness, Mr. Rick Wall, who is attending virtually. And Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I'll ask if you can state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Yes, sir. My full name is Diedrich Wall, D-I-E-D-R-I-C-H. Last name is W-A-L-L. Most people call me Rick, but that is my full name.
And we'll call you Rick because that's what you're comfortable with. And I'll ask you if you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Now, Rick, you're almost being provocative today because you have a Canadian flag behind you. And I never thought I would, as a Canadian, where my inside voice will say, oh boy, that's kind of an act of rebellion, a Canadian flag. But you have some interesting involvement in what I'll call the trucker movement. So let me just introduce you, and then I'll ask you to explain your story and what happened. But my understanding is that you are the owner of a trucking company in southern Manitoba, and basically your company does a lot of cross-border shipping since 2009, but you've been running the company for 11 years now.
Correct.
And that you became very involved in the trucking protests. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir.
And basically in January 2021, you started getting involved in anti-mask rallies in Winkler.
Yes, sir, correct.
And then for first couple of months of 2022, you became involved in the Freedom Convoy.
Right.
But you were actually involved in what might be the very first cross-border blockade on January 17, 2022. You were one of the organizers of the first blockade. We'll talk about that later, but I'm just introducing you right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
correct.
Okay. But before we get to the trucking part of this, I want you to share with us something that happened with you in outdoor church, because my understanding is in May of 2021, you got involved in an outdoor church. And so can you share with us your experience there and what happened?
Certainly can. I'd just like to take a quick opportunity to just say thank you to the entire team at the NCI. I feel extremely humbled that I was asked to present or to share my story here today, and just thank God for all of you people on that commission that you guys are, donating your time and doing this. I think it's an extremely important part of Canadian history. So I commend each and every one of you for doing that. Again, I'm a God-fearing father of three, and the last couple of years have been rather interesting to say the least. But yes, my journey in the freedom fight, well, I guess I became quite leery early on when the pandemic first started. There wasn't much scientific proof or anything at that point on which way was maybe the right or the wrong approach on this whole thing. But my critical thinking got the best of me early on. But yes, early in 2021, a good friend of mine organized the first Freedom Drive within the Winkler, Manitoba area. And I started helping and participating shortly thereafter. And yes, in early May of 2021, at this point, churches and everything were locked down. And of course, we as Canadians, or I guess like-minded people such as myself, felt extremely violated, that our constitutional rights to worship freely were now officially stripped from us. And so we thought it'd be a good idea to organize outdoor church worship services. What's the harm in that was our thought process during that time. But this was, of course, when the implementation of the outdoor gathering size had decreased to 5, I believe it was. Outrageous to think that only you're only allowed to gather with 5 people outdoors. But yes, it was during that time. So we organized. The first one was on May 5th, correctly. It was just at a public park. We made sure we stayed off. Like there's a big stage in the city of Winkler where we conducted this, but we stayed off public property except for the fact of the actual grounds that we were at. We stayed off the stage. We just kind of set up our own little setup and had somebody come out to bring a message, sang some praise and worship songs. All the meanwhile, we had our chief of police, not in uniform, off duty, with his personal vehicle. He'd park close to the stage and monitor basically our every move and counting how many people attended, and therefore got in trouble for it sometime later.
So can I ask, like, how many people would have come out to this event?
If my memory is correct, I think it was between 70 and 100 people. We did this 2 consecutive Sundays in a row, so both times I think it was probably pretty average, between 50 and 100 people, somewhere in there.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that I understand. So basically you've got 70 to 100 people in an outside park. Am I right about that?
Correct.
And they're singing hymns.
Mm-hmm.
And they're listening to, somebody give a message.
Correct.
So basically they're listening to preaching.
Yes.
And the chief of police, who's known, because this is a small town, is there in his private car photographing who's there.
I understand your question. Like, are you asking? Oh, so you're asking whether he was in his private car taking photographs? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. In fact, that was the reason why he was there. He documented the event. Therefore, I guess justifying them later on finding all 3 of the organizers for these 2 events. We were all ticketed for each event. Ticket amounts were they were for not complying with public health orders, and they were for $1,296 each. I received 2 of them.
Right. So for your participation in outside singing hymns and listening to a sermon, basically over $1,000 in fines.
Correct.
And this is in the town of Winkler, Manitoba.
Yeah, it's actually a small city. It's considered a city, but yeah, in the city of Winkler. It was very saddening to witness this time, and especially when it came to church-related things. I mean, you think we live in a country where we should have the right to worship, And it was, yeah, hardly put it into meaning what those times are like. And again, when you guys play these clips in between of our public health officers and premier, announcing these measures, it's sure those raw feelings come back. And yeah, it's still hard to believe that we went through that time.
So can I ask you how it affected both you and your family and not to be able to attend church? Because my understanding is because of the fines, you guys only did the outdoor church twice.
Correct. Yeah, they made it pretty clear that, anytime going forward, we were going to organize anything like this, that, more tickets could be issued. So, and again, memory doesn't serve me well enough to know exactly if that was one of the only reasons why we stopped. Because at this point, I myself was in the same shoes as Patrick that just testified. You get to a point where you see how unlawful, within the sense of law, all of this was at this point. And where do you just finally, draw that line and say, it doesn't really matter how many fines I'm going to get. I'm going to do what I'm convicted to do, what I feel God's leading me to do, and what I know is true to do. So, I mean, again, I don't recall exactly what the reasons were why we quit doing the outdoor worship services, but at this point, we continued on and had consistent outdoor rallies in the city of Winkler, kind of like they did in the city of Winnipeg as well. And that was ongoing. And again, even at those rallies, we had consistent police presence, again, documenting and so forth. And but as far as for tickets goes, those are the only 2 tickets that I received throughout the entire duration of the last couple of years.
I know that we've been asking witnesses, what could have been done differently, and it seems to me clear that for protesting, the freedom protesters just had to get the Black Lives Matter people there, and they would have been okay. But we live and learn. Now, you got involved in what I'll call the Emerson, Manitoba, the first protest on January 17th, 2022. Can you tell us about how that came about and what that looked like?
Yes, certainly. Sean, you're breaking up a bit there, so I hope.
And you were too, okay? But you're better now. Are we okay on your end?
Wait for there we go. Okay, you're just breaking up there a bit. But yes, so basically, yeah, I run a trucking company, cross-border trucking company. So for our company, it's extremely important that we can cross the border. That is and me and my wife talked about it many times and prayed about the whole situation. If the time would come, I'm sorry, I seem to be breaking up here.
We can hear you fine, so
please continue. Great. Okay, awesome. So we basically said when the time would come for the truckers to take a stand, we were not going to take a back seat. And again, there was talk about the mandates, about the vaccine mandates being imposed on the truck driver, which again, we have to remember, the truck drivers were the heroes throughout the entire duration from when COVID started up to this point. Willing to go where nobody else was going to go. And so they basically went from hero to zero pretty quickly. And now when they had basically imposed the mandates, I think on all industries at this point, it was time drivers as well, for those that had chosen, for whatever reason, some very obvious reasons at this point, to not get the vaccination. And again, like I said, we told ourselves that if that point came, we were going to take a stand. And when it was announced that on January 15th, 2021, the Canadian start to implement drivers needing to be vaccinated or have a negative PCR test upon arrival, or otherwise would need to quarantine for 14 days, and also could likely be ticketed as well. So that said, within literally a couple of days and a bunch of help from a whole lot of people, we called it a slow roll protest at the Emerson, that's the Manitoba-US border on Highway 75, just south of Winnipeg. And that was on January 17th. We arrived there at 3:45 a.m., if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 4:45. It was very strategically planned. We know how busy that port is when it comes to truck traffic, and Monday mornings are always the busiest.
Welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry as we continue our proceedings in Ottawa, Ontario. Our next witness is Marianne Klowak. Marianne, can you please state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
It's Marianne Klowak, M-A-R-I-A-N-N-E, Klowak, K-L-O-W-A-K.
Marianne, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, Marianne, my understanding is, and it might be easier for you to give the highlights, but I'll try and go through some of them, but you have been a veteran senior reporter for the CBC, which for our international participants is the Canadian Broadcast Corporation, for 34 years. And as a journalist, you've been involved in all aspects of news gathering and investigative reporting for radio, television, web live reporting, short and long form documentaries. You have been involved with current affairs as a current affairs news anchor for radio and television. You filed stories nationally for World Report, The World This Weekend, and the Hourlies. You've basically done regional stories published on CBC National's digital platform. And the highlights could go on and on. Are there any other highlights that you'd like to just kind of describe your career? Because you've been at this for 34 years, and there's, I've got a whole, just so people know, a whole list of highlights. I just don't know which ones to touch.
The only other thing I'd want to touch on is the year I left, I was given an award for a series I pitched on pandemic perspectives. And the piece that won the award was a homeless person's perspective of how their life had changed. So that was a national award.
Good. And David, I'll ask if you can turn Marianne up because I'm having trouble hearing her. So, or if you can speak clearly into the microphone, Marianne.
Great. Thank you. Is this better? Is that better?
Thank you. So now you're here basically to share your experiences while you were still at the CBC and working as a reporter and some of the stories you tried to run and what happened. So I'm wondering if you can just start into that, and then if we need any clarifications or that, I'll jump in.
Okay. Before I get into that, I think there's a little bit of background that's required. You know, I know that as a public broadcaster, you expect us to be telling you the truth, and we'd stop doing that. And there was another number of stories that I had put forward that were blocked, but it seemed to me, as a journalist who'd been there 34 years, it's like the rules had changed overnight. And it changed so quickly that it left me just dizzy in disbelief. I was blocked and prevented from doing stories that I'd pitched, that I'd put forward. They never saw the light of day. They never made it to air or print. And some of those stories were protests against vaccine mandates, people's safety concerns about the vaccines, and also the many problems with reporting adverse reactions in Canada. And for me, what was so disorienting about this was that, you know, I had learned from the best of the best at the CBC. This is where I learned to think critically and fearlessly hold power to account, to break stories and uncover information that you, the public, has a right to know. And I also would like to mention that the newsroom I worked in CBC Manitoba, that they were a leader in investigative journalism across the entire network, second only to Toronto. And this was a newsroom that produced award-winning stories that sparked change at the highest level of corporations and government. By the time I left in December of 2021, I no longer recognized the CBC. And I really didn't think my career would end this way, that the skills I learned and honed at the CBC would be used to hold power to account within the corporation.
Can I just slow you down? Because I think it's important for people to understand what you're saying, and especially because you were working as a journalist and then as an investigative reporter for much of the 34 years. So my understanding is that when you're a senior reporter like yourself, you can just follow a story like, okay, I'm going to report on this, and you can do the story, and generally speaking, you're not second-guessed or your story isn't changed. So your experience in learning from true journalists in the past was just to run a story, to be fair, and that was your experience until COVID hit.
Absolutely. I would say, like, prior to COVID, I was expected to come into that editorial meeting. I would have 2 or 3 original stories, what we call enterprising journalism, original stories, and I was able to work on those unless there was big breaking news that day. But normally I would be assigned that story, given the time, and within a day or two I could turn those stories around on all 3 platforms, radio, TV, and web. And I would also like to mention that I had 1 producer vetting for TV and radio, and rarely were there any changes made in my script or the content. And for web, it was another producer, but it was minor things like, let's move this sentence, let's change this word, we'll tighten the lead. That was prior to COVID.
So, and I'll just follow up on that again, because I think it's important for people to understand. So basically your stories were standing as you made them.
Absolutely. And they backed me in doing that. I was supported in doing it. That's what they wanted, original, enterprising journalism.
Okay, and so that ties into when you're saying the Manitoba news desk at the CBC prior to COVID. I mean, that was a hardcore journalistic news desk. They were expecting you to get, truthful, fair stories, and they were not censoring, they were wanting the news.
That's the way it was prior to COVID.
Okay, and so COVID, that was a completely new ball game when COVID hit. So even the swine flu, because we experienced that, during your career.
Yes.
None of this. It just started with COVID.
No, it changed so quick that it left me spinning. And I mean, the way I saw it. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a synopsis, and then I'll get into specifics in terms of what was done with my stories. But that we betrayed the public. We broke their trust. And we had been riding on a reputation of excellence for years, and now we were quickly shutting down one side of the debate. And how were we doing that? We branded the doctors and the experts the CBC chose that we used in our stories. We branded them as competent and trustworthy, and those who questioned and challenged the narrative were portrayed as dangerous and spreading disinformation. And that was regardless of what their specialty was, what their background was, and what their experience was. And I just also want to sort of give you a window into how this affected me personally. As a veteran journalist, I had solid contacts in the community. I had people calling me with stories. So I was seeing and I was hearing and I was absorbing all their stories of suffering and pain, and they were sharing them with me, and these stories weren't being told. Some of those were from the vaccine injured. Some were from people who had lost their job because of their vaccination status, those whose families had been blown apart and they'd been ostracized, university students who were depressed over repeated lockdowns and mandates, and parents who were calling me that were agonizing on whether they should vaccinate their child or not. So all these stories were sitting inside of me, they were left with me, and I felt the crushing burden and the weight of their truth not being given a voice. And it affected my well-being because these people trusted me, and I felt I had failed them and I had let them down.
So can I just interject? So when you're a journalist and people are coming to you with stories that should be reported, you're feeling a responsibility to give voice to those stories, but you're not being allowed to do so for the first time, and that's what was causing the distress internally.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I was losing sleep. It was distressing. It was like I had failed these people as a journalist to give voice to their truth. So I had witnessed in a very short time the collapse of journalism, news gathering, investigative reporting, and the way I saw it is that we were in fact pushing propaganda. And to define propaganda, it's information, ideas, opinions, or images that give one part of an argument, which are broadcast, published, in order to influence a person's opinion. And mental health workers have their own definition of propaganda as manipulative persuasion in the service of an agenda. In a published article written by a former CBC editor-in-chief in 2018, she outlines what's called the journalistic standards and practices. And these are the most fundamental principles that govern who we are as journalists and who we are as a public broadcaster. Basically, these are the pillars, the holy grail for journalists. This is what every story we do can be measured against these. And they are accuracy, fairness, balance, impartiality, and integrity. She goes on to say that the JSP is not merely a guide for the people who work at CBC Radio Canada. It's a key component of our promise to Canadians that the work we do is first and foremost a public service. Then she says, the real test, of course, is ensuring that our journalism is credible, reliable, and worthy of your trust. So in other words, you, the audience, decide if we're trustworthy, if we're telling the truth. It's not up to us to hammer you with what we define, decide, or think that the truth is, because the pillars of balance and fairness require us to present both sides, and after you examine them, you ultimately decide what the truth is. She says you can hold CBC News accountable against the principles that are laid out in the journalistic standards and practices. In my last year and a half at the CBC, we violated all of them. Not only had we shut down one side by silencing and discrediting anyone opposing the narrative, we had elevated and designated ourselves as the gatekeeper of the truth. We no longer believed our audience was capable of critically thinking for themselves. I'm going to give you very specific examples of that, but before that, I'd like to read you a page out of a journal that I wrote a month after I left the CBC. It gives you a sense of the culture and the toxic work environment that led me to leave before I had wanted to. For months prior to my departure in December 2021, the complaints and criticism from listeners and viewers continued to mount from the public. Calls, emails, people stopping me on the street and saying, "What the heck is going on at the CBC?" People telling me they felt betrayed, lied to, a gut feeling that they weren't being told the whole truth. They no longer trusted the CBC to tell them both sides of an issue. What was most troubling for me as a journalist is that they no longer felt safe to tell me their story and have their voice heard by their beloved public broadcaster. Passion for the truth has been my driving force as a journalist, and we become journalists because we see ourselves as truth tellers. The vast disconnect between the stories people were telling me and what we were broadcasting and publishing just tore me apart. So armed with documented examples and specifics, I voiced my dismay about our editorial direction to all levels of management over several months, both locally and at the highest level of power in Toronto. And I did this, I brought in a witness to every scheduled meeting who would document what happened in those meetings. The narrative among mainstream media, including the CBC, emerged early on in the pandemic. By narrative, I mean presenting one side of a complex issue and effectively censoring, canceling, and silencing the other side, only giving voice to experts who control and reinforce the narrative. I'd seen it happen on issues in the past, but never to this degree. For the most part, logic, common sense, and critical thinking are suspended, preventing deep dives on stories holding power to account. Facts may be omitted if they don't fit into the narrow focus of the narrative. Who were we to deliberately withhold information the public needed to know and had a right to know in order to make a decision based on informed consent about their health? Canadians were starting to see this, and they were calling us out on it. So for me, things started to escalate, I would say, in it was early 2021, and I was disturbed and alarmed about the language that was being used in some of our editorial meetings. All of a sudden, the term anti-vaxxer came up. And I said, whoa, let's stop right there. What is an anti-vaxxer? Who is an anti-vaxxer? What do they believe? Because are you saying it's someone who's against all vaccines? Because the people I'm speaking to who are vaccine hesitant have had all their other shots, but they have problems with this particular one. I also brought up those who couldn't get it for health reasons because of allergies. And what about people who just needed more time and information to make a decision? And yet we were lumping them all in the same pot as being an anti-vaxxer. I said using this term is dangerous, it's discriminatory, and why are we talking about these people with such hostility and such contempt?
So, Marianne, can I just stop you there? Because that's a term that's become very sensitive at this hearing, and I'll explain that in a second. So when the term comes up in the newsroom, it's being used in a really negative term, like it's meant to be pejorative?
Almost laughing, ridiculing. It's like these people aren't educated. That was the kind of term that was being used, and that was what was inferred.
And I'll tell you why I stopped you with that. So we've had, and I think it was the Saskatoon hearings where I started to notice it. So we'd have witnesses, like literally vaccine injury witnesses, talking about how their lives were literally destroyed by this particular vaccine. But then they would add during their testimony, just literally out of context, but I'm not an anti-vaxxer. And then we had a lady that really was part of one of the biggest freedom groups in Saskatoon, that arose because of the mandates and things like that. And she made a point, but we're not an anti-vaxxer group. And so that told me, because my understanding, and it's based on a lot of the evidence that was here, but also, prior to me coming here, is that these terms are created basically to ridicule, and basically to close our minds, right? So, because no one wants to be labeled as an anti-vaxxer, so if somebody is labeled as an anti-vaxxer, you'll close your mind to them, right? So it's just interesting. I'm sorry to stop you, but it's interesting to hear, because you basically used, laughter as a description, that these people would be laughed at within a newsroom.
And I think that was the prevailing consensus in the newsroom, that if you were educated and if you were intelligent, you got the shot. To question it meant you weren't intelligent, which really flies in the face of critical thinking, and it's opposite of journalistic practice. In June of 2021, the Manitoba government had carried out its own survey on vaccine hesitancy.
And we'll just pull up your slide for a second. There we go.
Got it? Okay. So in the next slide, you see the reasons for vaccine hesitancy, why you're not in a rush to get it, not sure if you will get it, or you're not going to get it at all. Look at the top three. It found 25% were concerned about long-term effects, 18% were concerned about side effects and reactions, and 15% said the vaccine was experimental and unproven. So more than half, that's 58%, almost 60%, had concerns about safety and that it was experimental. Now notice where religion comes in. It comes in at 4%. So more than half of the people were listening to their gut, and they weren't convinced by the mantra of safe and effective. But instead of critically thinking, doing news gathering and real journalism on safety concerns, scrutinizing the Pfizer data and asking some of the hard questions people were asking me, like, why is the CBC the arm of public health? We chose to focus on that 4%, those who were hesitant for religious reasons. So our mission at the CBC now was to educate these people, or for that matter, educate anyone who was vaccine hesitant and eliminate it, because surely if they were educated, they would have changed their mind. This to me was arrogant, it was condescending, and we were telling people what to think because we didn't trust them to think for themselves. Our tone implied they were a danger to society if their thinking didn't fall in line with the narrative. And to me, this was mind-boggling because I understood our mandate of the CBC was to elevate the voice of Canadians, to tell stories on a local, a regional, and a national level, reflecting Canadians, to promote understanding and unity. And instead, we were fanning the flames of fear, of division, of segregation, and hatred against a particular group, the unvaccinated. So the stereotype we were creating emerged early on. The person who was unvaccinated was uneducated. They were likely a person of faith. They were denying that COVID was real. They probably lived in a rural community, and they were branded a danger to public safety.
So I'm just going to stop you. So these are themes that the CBC in their newsroom came up to actually use to basically denigrate, create a group called the anti-vaxxers and denigrate them. So we actually have our state-funded news organization coming up with themes to basically create a separate group and to make them, look uneducated and basically like Luddites.
That was the image that was portrayed.
And this was a deliberate decision.
It was a deliberate decision because look at the government survey. It showed that almost 60% of people were concerned about safety, and yet we were focusing on religion. And I'll give you a couple examples of the stories.
And if I can just interact a little bit, because it would seem to me the story is here's what people's concerns are. Well, and let's go talk to those people, right?
That would be the common thinking, wouldn't it?
And then see what flows from that as the story develops. Okay.
That would be the common thinking. So here, this is a story we ran in May of 2021. Deathbed denials in southern Manitoba hospital patients, the doctor says. So it was a fact that pockets of southern health in Manitoba did have the lowest uptake of the vaccine. But I challenge this stereotype. I'm saying, I know doctors, I know educated people, I know people in the trades, I know people working in garment factories, social workers, people all over the province that are vaccine hesitant. They do not fit this stereotype. But many of them by now were too afraid to be interviewed because they knew it wasn't safe. They knew what would happen to them, that they would be labeled, stigmatized, and they would likely lose their job. Here was another story we did in targeting people in faith communities that we ran a few months later, and that was in September of 2021. Manitoba health officials were targeting the low vaccination rate in the southern part of the province. I thought the best way to get through to these people is to get the community leaders and the religious leaders on board, and then we can convince people to get the shot. The story says there's no legitimate reason for religious exemptions to get the shot across several major belief systems, the leaders say. That's not what I was hearing from people. People were applying for exemptions and on their deeply held spiritual beliefs, and their applications were consistently being rejected, and they were losing their jobs because of it. And these were gut-wrenching stories of people who were calling me saying, I'm being escorted out of my workplace right now. I can't believe this is happening. I'm being discriminated against because of my faith. And they said, where's the right to religion, freedom of religion, and where's the right to bodily autonomy? And where was the CBC, and why weren't we telling their stories? There was one man that I'd spoken with. He'd been with a company for 25 years, and he was in a management position. And he was working from home, and he applied for an exemption that was rejected. He lost his job, and because he wouldn't get the shot, and he was continuing to work from home. It was ludicrous. It was absolutely ludicrous, and we didn't do these stories. So this was all sort of coming to a head, and on June 3rd, 2021, I called for a meeting with the managing editor of CBC Manitoba, the executive producer, and I asked that a witness be present at all of the meetings to hear my concerns about our editorial direction. Now, that witness was a person who was recently hired as the executive producer of diversity and inclusiveness. So in that meeting, I raised a number of issues. I said, why weren't we investigating the safety of the vaccines when that's what came up at 60% in a government survey? Why were we creating a dangerous stereotype of who we thought a vaccine-hesitant person was? And why were we creating a hate culture against them and demonizing these people as a threat to public safety? Why were we endorsing and promoting an experimental drug that we didn't know much about other than what the government and the manufacturer were telling us? And I'm going to give you an example of how that happened, going back to the journalistic standards about how we're supposed to be impartial. Well, we had reporters posting on their CBC Facebook page at the local and national level with a sticker on their arm and their hand up in the air saying, I'm part of Team Pfizer and Team Moderna, and with their hand up. And I said, how is that being impartial and how is that being objective? And why were we getting behind Pfizer, which paid out huge criminal settlements? And would these images convince people who were not sure to get the shot? I said, clearly this is a journalistic breach. When I flagged this to management, they didn't have an issue with it. They didn't think it was a problem. I also brought up to them...
Let me just stop. The management
Yes.
didn't view those issues as a problem?
No, they said if they want to do that, that's their choice.
You mean who wants to do it?
If a reporter wants to post on Facebook, they've gotten the shot and they've got a sticker and they're part of Team Pfizer or Moderna, they didn't have an issue with that.
Okay.
I also brought up at that meeting what happened with thalidomide. That's a drug that was endorsed in the early 1960s for pregnant women who were nauseated, a drug that caused severe birth defects, and that we shouldn't be getting on this bandwagon. We should be very cautious because this was a brand new vaccine that had just become available. Now I'm going to give you a specific example of a story that I was shut down on. So June 2021 was the time when Israel was starting to see some links between the Pfizer vaccine and heart inflammation. And I was getting calls from parents who were really distressed and just saying, there's the potential risk of heart inflammation in young people. I don't know if I should vaccinate my child. I don't know what to do. How safe is this vaccine? They were in angst about, they wanted more information. And at that time, the Center for Disease Control and the FDA had put a warning on their fact sheet about rare cases of myocarditis. And some parents in Manitoba thought, Manitoba should be doing the same for their fact sheet on Pfizer because that was the only one that was authorized in Canada for those 12 and older. They had sent letters to the province, the health minister, public health officials, and they shared all these documents with me. So I pitched this story on the June 3rd meeting, and I was given the go-ahead, and I interviewed several parents. And I approached this story like I would approach any other story. Is this true? The government and the manufacturer are saying it's safe and effective, and yet we've got parents worried about some evidence that's emerging that there could be some health concerns. So I set out to newsgather, investigate, do the research, and find the answers to the questions people were asking. And for me, this story was reflective of that 60% where people were saying, this is what we're concerned about. So I thought, great, we're going to do a story that public has a right to know. And these were some of the things that parents said to me on the record. They said, giving youth a drug that's still in the trial phase is a terrible idea. It's dangerous. They wanted to know who would be responsible if their child had an adverse reaction. Most troubling in their opinion was that some of these children didn't need to have their parents' consent to get the shot. Why was the state taking control of their children? They were asking me this. This is all credible and legitimate questions. They were fed up with their kids being threatened and bullied in and out of school for not being vaccinated. I'll tell you one story. There was a rural community, and this mother phoned me, and there were two families. One family was vaccinated, one wasn't, and the daughters were best friends. And one of the daughters said, well, if you want to get the shot, you can come over to my house on the weekend, and my mom will take you, and your mother never has to know. So that was the end of that friendship. That was the end of that, and it divided the whole community. And these people were questioning. They were asking me, they were saying, well, if this vaccine is safe, then why does someone who's vaccinated have to be afraid of someone who's unvaccinated? Very logical questions. And they were angry with the CBC. They expressed that to me. They said, why was the CBC and the media cheerleading the government's message that the vaccine was safe and effective? Because they weren't convinced by it. So that's basically what they said to me on the record. And most of them had referenced and voiced their support for a body of scientific research that was put forward by the Canadian COVID Care Alliance, specifically by Byron Bridle, a world-class immunologist from the University of Guelph. And the Alliance had been raising flags about the safety of the vaccine based on scientific studies. And they'd even filed a petition with the federal government, and they were calling the feds to suspend the use of the vaccines in children, in youth, in adults, in women of childbearing age until there would be long-term and short-term safety trials that were completed, and this would be published in peer-reviewed journals. Many of the parents I spoke with had signed this petition. Certainly this was newsworthy and something the public had a right to know. I mean, these were Canadians that were voicing a different or dissenting voice, and up until now, all we were airing and publishing were experts aligned with the government's view. This is a story I thought that would bring some fairness and balance to our one-sided coverage, and it would punch a hole in the narrative. I contacted the Alliance, and I spoke with a scientist by the name of Stephen Pellick. He's a highly reputable scientist. He's a professor of neurology in the Department of Medicine at the University of British Columbia. He had been doing COVID research in his lab for 2.5 years. He also published more than 200 scientific papers over the course of his career. He praised the parents I interviewed, and he said, you know, they're wise. They're wise to question this narrative because he had serious concerns with vaccinating children with this new vaccine. He shared with me the Pfizer data that showed with children there's the least amount of data from testing on whether there's a long-term or short-term side effect. So according to the document I was looking at from Pfizer, it was just over 1,130 adolescents between 12 and 15 in the U.S. were vaccinated in phase 3 trials. And in his opinion, that was problematic. He said the tests were done on a very small number of children, and the test wasn't powered enough. So what that meant is there wasn't enough participants to determine if, let's say, there was a reaction of 1 in 5,000, that wouldn't have been picked up by Pfizer. So I had Pellick on camera, I had these parents all lined up, and I told you what my workflow was like prior to COVID, but it changed with this story. When it came to this story, I never had more hands in the vetting of this story. While it was cleared by the Manitoba managing exec and the director, a local web writer flagged it. And she said, you know, maybe we should get a response from Pfizer. I says, no, I think we've heard more than enough from Pfizer. Then she said, you know, I don't think the vaccine is still in the trial phase. And I produced a document saying it is until 2023. But she sent out an internal email to several people in the newsroom, and she decided that my story should be forwarded to the Toronto Health Unit. Now, this is a special unit within the CBC, and she wanted them to do a final vet of my story. So now the CBC Toronto Health Unit was in charge of my story. It was the end of June, and I was really getting anxious over how long this was taking because, as I mentioned before, I was used to turning stories around in a day or two, but to me it was critical timing because the rollout was ramping up for the vaccination of young people in Manitoba. It was in full swing. Finally, 5 weeks later, on July 8th...
5 weeks?
5 weeks. Remember, I could turn around stories in 2 or 3 days. This was 5 weeks, so I think it was they were sitting on the story. Maybe they were just hoping that I would go away and not persist in doing this story. But 5 weeks after, July 8th, I pitched the story. I was called into a meeting. Well, this was on Zoom because we were all working at home from home by then, and that they had a verdict from Toronto. And, you know, I should mention to you that over 3 decades at the CBC, I'd say 30 to 35% of the stories I did were health stories. Never had I had a story that had to go to the Toronto Health Unit, and never was a story given this level of scrutiny.
So I just want to emphasize this, because you had told us earlier that, you know, basically things changed at COVID. So what you're saying is for your 35 years as a journalist, like 35 to 40% of your stories were health stories. So it was, you knew what you could run, what it took to run a health story, and that never before had it been sent to, you know, this Toronto Health Unit, or no story in your career had ever been put under this much scrutiny.
Never. Like I had mentioned, it was one producer, and the story was put through and it was published. And all of a sudden now there were all these hands in the story. And what I want to mention to you, which is key to know here, is that before I tell you what happened, that none of the facts, none of the data, none of the research, nothing I put forward in that story in terms of any of the information was contested. It was rock-solid journalism, and I knew that I could put my name to that and defend every word I had written. They raised two concerns that was an issue for them. Did I know that the Alliance promoted ivermectin? And did I know that some of the members of the Alliance chose to be anonymous? Those were their two concerns. So my thought was, okay, now the story is being blocked further up the chain. I did know they supported ivermectin, but that was not the focus of the piece. And I had been sending for weeks links to management from medical journals about the success of ivermectin in treating COVID. I got no response. I said we should be having a debate about ivermectin on air and hear from experts who support its use. But that was not the focus of this piece. As for members being anonymous, I was confused by that, because I thought, I interviewed Stephen Pellick. He went full face on camera with his credentials, so there was no anonymity there. And I could only guess that maybe some were choosing to be anonymous because they wanted to be able to continue to practice without fear of being disciplined anyway. But what came next left me just speechless. I was just astonished. They said, well, there's a story to be told about the parents' concerns. The Canadian COVID Care Alliance was problematic. I should drop them out of the story, keep the parents' concerns in, but interview two experts that CBC Toronto was recommending. And of course, I did my research. Well, who are these people? Well, one of them was a pediatric immunologist who told me both of her kids were vaccinated. She had worked with the federal government. She chaired a national committee overseeing the approval process of COVID-19 vaccines in Canada. I was being told to drop Pellick out of the story, who was raising flags about safety concerns, and put this woman in. I was just stunned. I was shocked. I could not believe that they were asking me to do this. I said, this is unethical. This is immoral. You're violating all our principles of fairness and balance and accuracy and being impartial and acting with integrity. And I says, what you're asking me to do is dishonest and it's manipulative. The parents I had on tape, I'd interviewed, they were backing the science of bridal. And to include them in the story but leave the Alliance out, to me, defied logic. It didn't make any sense. We were effectively censoring people in the scientific community with impeccable credentials because they just didn't fall in line with the narrative. I said to the managing editor, I'm standing down. I'm walking away from this story. I'm not going to do what you're asking me to do. I've invested too much in this. I'm not going to sell these people out. And why should I have to include two doctors that Toronto has picked out? And then I think, you know, like, what if this story had made it through and it went national? Wouldn't that have changed the narrative across the country? If parents had been armed with this information, would we have seen fewer vaccine injuries?
Can I just stop you? Because another thing just kind of occurred to me when you were sharing that story, and you mentioned how they were actually critical of the CCCA. And I'm thinking, well, just wait. So people that don't know the term, and so that stands for the Canadian COVID Care Alliance. And my understanding is, I mean, if it's not hundreds, it's thousands of scientists and doctors. Like, we're talking very credentialed people that have formed an organization to basically look into COVID issues objectively and to provide fair and balanced information. And, you know, if that leads them in a direction that goes against the government narrative, but isn't the fact that that group formed and exists itself a story that should be covered? Like, let alone cutting them out of a story, I was just thinking that in itself is somewhat fantastic and likely would be a story.
And they formed specifically because of COVID and to give an alternative perspective. And I had pitched, let's do a story on them, but it was like, they weren't interested in it. They weren't interested in hearing what these people have to say because they figured they supported ivermectin, so they didn't want to do any of those stories.
And just to give perspective, because I know when we had a conversation, and likely you'll get to it, that, you know, you, like a reporter will go to a demonstration on an issue where there's like 12 people and report a story, but like when tens of thousands of people don't, you know, or show up for a demonstration, it might not be covered if it's going against the government narrative now. So just kind of along those veins, like just even the size of the CCCA itself is quite...
The numbers.
Yeah,
and
quite something.
The fact that they had filed this national petition to me was huge. They were saying, no, we need to stop. We need to pause. We need more information before we roll this out across the country for young people. And that story was shut down.
And that was a petition backed by scientists and medical doctors, citing peer-reviewed evidence.
Correct.
Okay.
So the day that happened to me, which was July 8th, it's burned in my memory because for me, that was part of me died that day with that story. And that was the death of journalism for me, July 8th, 2021. Instead, we were clearly pushing propaganda. So I had to call back everyone, and I thought, how am I going to handle this? So I apologized, and I told them the truth, and it was shameful, and it was humiliating, because these people had put themselves on the line to tell me their story. And I said, this is why I can't do it, this is why I won't do it, and it wouldn't see the light of day. And I said, I'm sorry that I have failed you, and I have let you down. I didn't go to work the next day, because I thought, I have to strategize. How am I going to deal with this? Do I quit right now? Do I stay and try to push stories through even harder? The following day, I asked for a conference call with the managing editor, the exec, and the witness. And I said, here's the deal. I says, you know that story was solid journalism. I'm asking you to publish it. You have that power. And I said the timing was key as the province was ramping up the vaccinations of young people. It was urgent that this critical information get out there. And I said, I'm asking you to do this despite what Toronto has said. And if they wouldn't, I could no longer continue to work in this environment. They didn't publish it. It was also at that time I decided I had to start reaching out to other journalists because I felt like I was just losing my mind. Surely other people were seeing what I was seeing. And I did reach out. I reached out locally to a competing network. I also talked to someone south of the border. Through internal email at CBC, I sent out notes saying, this is what I'm seeing. What are you seeing? And I didn't hear back from anybody. So I thought, I'm going to call the CBC Union. I called the CBC Union, and they said, oh, yeah, we're getting all kinds of calls about people concerned about our bias reporting. And I said, well, where are they? Put me in touch with them. And she said, oh, no, they're not. It's staying with the union. They're not going to go past the union. I says, what does that mean? And she says, well, they're not prepared to do what you're doing. They're not prepared to go all up the ladder and call, power to account. So then I reached out to somebody, and I guess, I understand that because I was sort of at the end of my career, but a lot of the journalists that were calling the union were midway in their career, and they were afraid of losing their jobs. I contacted a senior reporter from a competing network, and I said to her, what are you seeing? She says, oh, I'm seeing the same thing. Why has the media become the mouthpiece of public health? Then I managed to contact a reporter who worked for the New York Times, who told me what was happening to me was exactly what was happening to him. His stories were being shut down. He was being blocked. As he saw it, we had two options. One of them was quit and be a whistleblower, or just stay and fight it out and keep trying to push those stories through. He also gave me some advice. He said, document everything that's happened to you as you would cover a news story. Who said what, when, who was president, and the date. I was just reeling from all this because I thought, we have betrayed our audience on a massive scale, massive. And even the CBC acknowledged that erosion of trust in a blog that was written by the editor-in-chief, Brodie Fenlon, in March of 2021. 49% of Canadians think journalists are purposely trying to mislead them. About half of the 1,500 people of the Canadians surveyed felt the CBC was more concerned with supporting an ideology or a political position than informing the public, and that the media was not doing well at being objective. How is the CBC going to rebuild trust in journalism? In 2019, it became a member of the Trusted News Initiative, so that brings together news organizations from all over the world and tech platforms to combat coronavirus disinformation, to identify and stop the spread of it, false claims, half-truths, conspiracy theories. Basically a way to filter news through its own filter system. I saw it basically as a mechanism to call people out who disagreed with the narrative and to label them dangerous and extreme. Why do you need a trust filter system if you're consistently telling the truth? Why are tech platforms involved in combating disinformation? And who are these people in this initiative? Are they journalists? Are they scientists? Is artificial intelligence involved? Who is the Trusted News Initiative? This was an effective way to stop the flow of information, to censor one side, skewed reporting, and labeling opposing opinion and thought as disinformation. Sometime after signing on with the Trusted News Initiative, there was a shift in the lens of how we saw news. It was no longer from the bottom up, it was from the top down. Let me give you a specific example of how this played out in the newsroom and another story that I was blocked in doing. I'd gotten a tip about a peaceful protest in Winnipeg about vaccine mandates, and it was in September of 2021. There was about 2,000 people out on the street. We didn't cover it because it was decided at the editorial level these people were spreading disinformation. This was just unbelievable. I was stunned because I had been sent in, to cover stories and do live hits from protests with 12 people present. But we were going to ignore a group this large and not send a camera and find out what these people had to say. I thought not only is the size of the group newsworthy, it was the fact that it was both vaccinated and unvaccinated people were walking together, and they were united in their opposition to vaccine mandates. I'd gotten a call from someone on the protest line who says, "Where's the CBC? There's people here that are cutting up their vaccine passports as a show of solidarity against the mandates." And I thought, wow, this is a great story. This is great visuals. This is a powerful story of people at the grassroots uniting. Why wasn't the CBC there? It was a decision made at the top level that rather than looking at the news that was unfolding on the ground. When I asked why we weren't there, I didn't get an answer. It wasn't worthy of covering because in the CBC's eyes, these people were disseminating disinformation. How could we say that if we never even spoke to any of them? We ran a few lines of copy that day saying, More than 250 people in Winnipeg held a protest against mandates. That was misleading, and it was a half-truth. There was at least 2,000 people. By saying more than 250, we were trying to minimize, in fact, how large it was. And to me, we missed the story entirely, which was people uniting against a cause. Right? Instead, that day, I was assigned a story about a cricket infestation. No one was sent to cover the protest, and the cricket story went national. But there was nothing about the Manitoba protest.
So, Marianne, just so that we have contrast, because you've told us about, listen, there's this protest, 2,000 people. The real story is that both sides are coming together, that people with the passport are so concerned about the mandate, they're cutting that up. So tell us about the exciting cricket story that became national news in Canada. What was the story, just so we're not left in suspense?
That people's back lanes and garages and houses are being filled with crickets. And I'm thinking, really, we're going to tell that story and we're going to basically ignore 2,000 people walking through the city, uniting in a cause. We are just going to ignore these people. To me, that was just unconscionable.
And was the cricket story urgent?
No, I don't. Well, I guess if you were living in a house full of crickets, it might be, but that was not the story to be told that day, but that was the story they decided should be told that day. Later that month, I pitched another story that was shut down.
Stop, and I'm sorry, okay. I can't resist. So we have literally vaccinated people and non-vaccinated people coming together against the mandate, and we have crickets from the CBC. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
It's shameful.
So that was just too easy. So, okay, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I just truly couldn't resist.
So later that month, I pitched another story that was also shut down. And it was about what vaccine mandates were going to look like at universities in Manitoba. I had a professor lined up, an immunologist lined up from Ontario. They were on a committee there helping to draft the rollout of mandatory vaccines at the University of Guelph and McGill. They talked about students having less freedom on campus, there'd be more security, more policing of students. Those who refused to wear a mask could be hauled off by campus police. I also had an ethicist lined up who was willing to talk about his concerns over mandatory vaccinations for students. And both the experts were saying they were worried about the mental health of students that were going into a second year of restrictions. Both were getting contacted by parents and students who just were not in support of this. And I thought this would be an excellent discussion to have in Manitoba with faculty and parents and students for our audience to hear, because it was already rolling out in Ontario and it was going to be coming into Manitoba. They were ahead of us. And I also said I had spoken with 2 legal firms that were fighting mandatory vaccines on campuses, and they felt the court ruling in Ontario could set a precedent for the rest of the country. There was no response to what I pitched that day. Instead, I was assigned another story about an infestation. This time, it was bed bugs and a local housing complex. And no one else had been assigned to that story that I had pitched. So I interpreted that as I was quickly becoming silenced and canceled for trying to get the other side of the story out. I was battle-weary. I was exhausted from fighting. I never felt more alone in my profession. And as a veteran journalist who is usually fearless and outspoken, I no longer felt it was safe to pitch stories that I knew that we should be telling. And I quickly felt that my existence there was becoming null and void. But I wasn't done yet. In September, I decided I'm going to go directly to Toronto to voice my concerns about our editorial direction, and I was going to tell them what I was experiencing. I started sending emails to Brodie Fenlon, CBC's editor-in-chief, and Paul Hambleton, who was the head of journalistic standards. Now, he's no longer with the CBC. He left a month after I did. I shared with them what I had documented about what was happening with my stories, specific details, what was going on in the newsroom in Winnipeg, the language that was being used, how we had created this culture of hate and division, feeding people's fears, and why were we so hostile to people who had an opinion that was different from ours. And while I applauded the CBC's initiative of diversity and inclusiveness in hiring people of different cultures and ethnic backgrounds, I said, where is our diversity in thought? Where is that? Again, I was hearing the word anti-vaxxer being used in the newsroom, and this is already a year and a half into the pandemic. We'd failed to create a safe environment for people to speak to us on the record so their voices could be heard. I told them we had violated all our journalistic standards. We'd broken the public trust, and we withheld information the public had a right to know, and we were guilty. I asked to have a conversation with them before I left, and Brodie Finlan emailed me back. He said he thanked me for what I sent, said he'd be happy to talk to me, but with the federal election going on, could we schedule a time afterwards in October, and he would invite Paul Hambleton into this discussion as well. I was pleased he was responded. He had responded. At that point, like, I knew I had my end date. I'd spoken to HR. I knew when I was going to be leaving the CBC. But I had one more story in the queue I wanted to get out. And it was about a woman who was vaccine injured. I had several calls and conversations with people who had contacted me about they had been vaccine injured, they knew someone who had been vaccine injured, or there was a family member. One of them was the mother of a teenage boy who was an elite athlete. He had gotten the shots. He had chest pain. He was told he was going to have to spend his summer lying on a sofa recovering, and he could not do any sports that summer. A woman called me who got her first shot, and she was really sick, and she was anxious because she went for medical help, and she was told that she should still get the second shot, but maybe she should be admitted to hospital to get the second shot in case she had a worse reaction. This, to me, was madness. It was madness. The rest were afraid that they wouldn't be believed because of, the media mantra we were putting there, safe and effective. The way I saw it, we were gaslighting these people. Let's say you have a refugee coming into the country, and they've suffered trauma and they've been through hell. How do we treat them? We treat them with mercy and compassion and kindness. And yet these people who were being injured, we were gaslighting them. One man who had an adverse reaction said to me, it had to be him. It's got to be me. There's got to be something wrong with me because it's safe and effective. So getting back to the woman I did the interview with, she had had an adverse reaction after her first shot in May of 2021. It took me weeks to gain her trust for her to go on the record. She was 30 years old. She was an avid runner, and she worked with the federal government. She had no previous heart condition. The very next day after getting the shot, May 27th, she had chest pain. Then she said she was short of breath. She felt like she had this huge weight sitting on her chest. The pain got worse. She had trouble breathing. She described it as the feeling like there was thick smoke in her lungs, but she wasn't a smoker. She knew something was really wrong. She went to emergency at St. Boniface Hospital, where she was diagnosed with pericarditis. And that's inflammation of the tissue around the heart. She shared her written medical report with me from the emergency room doctor. Since her shot in May, within the next month, she'd been to emergency 5 more times with increased chest pain. She could no longer run. She was winded from walking up a flight of stairs, and she said she thought that she was dying. And I had interviewed a cardiologist as well who told me if there's damage to heart cells as an adult, they don't regenerate. The damage is permanent. And yet we were running stories saying, take a couple of Advil, and there shouldn't be any lasting symptoms from heart inflammation. This woman was on anti-inflammatory medication for months. She was battling depression and anxiety because she was no longer the outgoing, active, happy-go-lucky person she used to be. She also told me how difficult it was to get someone to document what happened to her as an adverse reaction. She said the first doctor who diagnosed it was hesitant to put it in writing. Some doctors didn't know how to fill out the form. Finally, a nurse had filed it for her, and that was another story I pitched. The problems with doctors reporting adverse reactions in Canada. They have to download a PDF, takes about 15 minutes to fill it out. The doctor has to sign it. Then it goes to a health authority who has to approve it. And some of the doctors were telling me that their reports were getting rejected, and I was hearing more and more about the problems with reporting these adverse reactions in Canada. And there was even a period during the pandemic that the line that they used to report these adverse reactions was down. The link wasn't working. Surely this was newsworthy. No interest in that story. But getting back to the woman I interviewed, I stayed in touch with her after doing her own research. She connected with 3 other women who were diagnosed with heart inflammation after being vaccinated. I wrote her story. Here was my first line based on what she told me. This was the original before it was edited. A 30-year-old Winnipeg woman says she's not confident the COVID-19 vaccine is safe for everybody and is advising people to do their research. She admits she was hesitant at first to get the shot, but she felt pressure from people posting online that she was selfish if she didn't. 2 words the editors didn't like in there: vaccine and hesitant. Again, several hands were in this story, several. A managing editor, 2 web writers, another producer, and I fought several edits that were made. But now at this point I was sort of afraid because I thought if I pushed them too hard they could pull the story entirely. Okay, here's the story the CBC published on July 12, 2021. This is my story, and this is what they changed. Winnipeg woman shocked by heart lining inflammation after COVID vaccine, but experts say the risk remains low. Look at the first line. A 30-year-old Winnipeg woman says she was shocked to be diagnosed with a condition involving inflammation of the lining around her heart days after she got her COVID-19 vaccination in late May. The changes that they made didn't reflect what she was saying to me about the safety concerns. It was propaganda editing to change the meaning entirely. Any reference to vaccine hesitancy was taken out. I fought the web writer on that first sentence. He says, well, no, we can't say that. We don't want to scare people. I says, that's not journalism. I said, maybe we should be concerned. Look what happened to her. And I said, we can't negate her personal lived experience. Her story is one of caution and to do research. And if you look at the next sentence, which says, but a Winnipeg cardiologist says despite concerns about heart inflammation, vaccines are preventing illness from COVID-19. Why would anyone read any further in my story? Basically, the message was, it happened to her, it's too bad, it's unfortunate, but vaccines are still doing what they're supposed to be doing. But there were medical experts who were disputing this, but they had been counseled by the CBC because according to the CBC, they were spreading disinformation. The fact she was an avid runner was taken out of the story, and I fought to have that put back in. I says, no, I think that's important. You know, she was a runner, and now she can barely walk up the stairs. It shows what happened before and after the shot. And she never got the second one because her reaction was so severe after the first. And I also didn't think there should be experts or stats negating what she was saying, because we'd heard more than enough from all of the experts. It should be just a straight-ahead story about someone who suffered an adverse reaction, and we shouldn't downplay it. Instead, the way I saw it, her story was buried in experts and health officials and stats. It was sanitized. I lost sleep the night before that story was published. I knew we didn't do justice to her story. I spoke with her the next day, and she was so traumatized she couldn't read the story. I should also tell you, I contacted her 5 months after I left the CBC, and she was still suffering from health problems, blood clots. That story was the breaking point for me. I was waiting for that final exit meeting with Fenelon and Hamilton in October. And when I had it, I told them what had happened to my stories, how devastated I was to be leaving the CBC after spending 3 decades in a career that I loved. I asked them, what's the makeup of the CBC Toronto Health Unit? Like, who are these people? Are they journalists? Are they scientists? Like, who are they? I was basically told they were experts who are really good at what they do, but I still don't know who they are. Then I brought up the issue of mandatory training and seminars for journalists that we had to take on what was called conscious and unconscious bias. We had to sign off on this training. It was to identify any bias we may have in doing a story and to be aware of it, to make sure it doesn't impact the story that we're doing and that we are more inclusive. I said, you know what? We, the CBC, have a glaring bias, both conscious and unconscious, when it came to stories involving experts opposing the narrative and with those who were unvaccinated. We had a glaring bias. I said I was worried about the next generation of journalists. They're young, they're inexperienced, and that the editorial meeting is not a safe place to have a different opinion. Why are we so mean and hostile to people with different opinions? And I said, did you know how we were being branded outside the walls, the corporate walls of the CBC? I said, I've seen those protests. I've seen those signs. We were being known as the Canadian Brainwashing Corporation, or in faith circles, the Christian Bashing Corporation. Some of my final words to them, as I saw it, I said the CBC is morally and ethically culpable of the narrative that it pushed to the public, and we are going to be held accountable. We failed to hold power to account, and no one was holding the media to account. We failed to serve the public. We broke their trust. I told them you can silence and cancel scientists with impeccable credentials. You can even cancel me. But I said my solace is that the truth will come out. It will come out. Brody thanked me, and he said he was sorry that it had ended this way and that he didn't think the CBC had done all that bad. He wished me well. Hamilton, who is the head of journalistic standards, he was still on the screen, and he told me that the most heat that he took during COVID was over ivermectin. People calling and writing with letters with no let-up. I said the CBC should have listened on many fronts. The truth will come out. That's what I said in October 2021. So here we are, a year and a half later. The truth has come out. Even though people still do not want to believe the truth. According to Health Canada's own website, up into including March 3rd, a total of 427 deaths were reported following vaccination. 427. Each and every one of those deaths was worthy of a story. Where was the CBC? Where was any media on this? And is that number accurate? The same Health Canada website posted more than 10,000 serious injuries for the same time period. Are those numbers accurate? Are they higher because of all the problems with reporting adverse reactions in Canada? Who are the injured? What are their names? What are their stories? What are they suffering? Lawsuits are going on, and there's a few people of the vaccine injured who are getting settlements. We have one before the courts right now in Manitoba involving a young man from Steinbach. If reporters were doing their jobs, we would not be here today in this forum, funded by citizens, telling our stories. Mainstream media would have done it. Where are they? Where are they? On February 27th of this year, papers with hundreds of profiles of suspected COVID vaccine injuries and deaths were plastered onto the doors and windows of CBC Toronto. I had a really hard time looking at those pictures because that to me was proof and evidence that the public had trusted us and they had listened, and some of them paid dearly for it. I waited to see, is CBC going to cover this? Is any media going to cover this? How could you ignore this? It was just unconscionable and appalling that nobody covered it. I thought, I wonder how employees felt that day when they came to work and they saw those posters on the outside of the building. Did they stop? Did they look? Did they read? Did they look at the names? Or did they just go into the building and carry on with work that day? The same thing happened in Winnipeg on a smaller scale. Again, no media coverage. And as mentioned earlier, CBC decided to pause its Twitter activity after it was labeled government-funded media by Elon Musk. Brodie Fenlon had responded by publishing a piece saying, "Journalistic independence is the cornerstone of who we are as a public broadcaster." Then that tweet was removed. CBC is not impartial. It is not independent. I think what I shared with you gives witness to that. There was some excitement over the fact CBC Manitoba covered the NCI when it stopped in Winnipeg in mid-April. Maybe finally the CBC was going to report the other side. But it was a low-impact piece in that it didn't talk to anyone who was vaccine injured. It didn't delve into any of the Pfizer data. And it didn't talk about safety concerns or side effects.
Can I give you even more shocking information? Can you go back to that slide? So Jay Bhattacharya is on the screen while the CBC is there talking about CBC censoring him. So, and there was no mention about that.
Those stories should have gotten out, and there's so much more that should have gotten out. I mean, basically, it was a story, it was a low ball story in the sense the bar was low. They didn't delve into what they should have dug into there. I don't know if any of you have heard of Naomi Wolf. She's a famous American author and journalist. She posted a video on YouTube last month exposing what is in the Pfizer documents. I think it's something that all critically thinking journalists should have been digging into. The FDA wanted the documents to be hidden for 75 years. A judge said no. So Pfizer was ordered to release 55,000 documents a month. And according to Wolf, around 2,500 experts from all over the world are interpreting this data. They're churning out reports to tell everybody what's in it. And the evidence, in her words, is dark, devastating. One of the many findings is that Pfizer knew the vaccine didn't stop the transmission of COVID 1 month after rollout in November of 2020. But yet public health officials were telling us, were running campaigns to say, get the shot to protect those you love. And the media, including the CBC, was still demonizing the unvaccinated as a danger to public safety. I'm inspired by Wolf and those outside of legacy media who are tenacious and fearless about reporting the truth, and they're truly independent. For me, that would be, on this side of the border, True North, Western Standard, podcast by Trish Wood. I was fortunate that when I left, I was at the end of my career. I still wanted to work for 2 or 3 years, but to leave the way I did was crushing. It was heartbreaking, and it was definitely a journey of grief. I was able to take an early retirement.
And Marianne, I'm going to have to focus you just because we're really running over.
I got 30 seconds.
Okay.
Maybe even less. So my heart goes out to those who are starting out or midway in their careers, and for them the challenge is even more daunting. When I was asked to testify, I said, you know, it's dangerous to tell the truth, but I think it was someone with the Inquiry who said to me, it's even more dangerous to not tell the truth. So getting our institutions back. Will we get the CBC, our public broadcaster, back? I don't know. But I do know that more journalists need to stand up, speak out, and stand firm as a truth teller. Thank you.
And, wait, we're good. We have commissioner questions. So, and the commissioners have questions. So,
thank you very much for your testimony. I'm learning on specific story that you illustrated what I have witnesses from the outside. So it's interesting to have this confirmation. I'd like to ask one question, because I'm not a journalist, so I don't know, but when we, I would say, use or abuse the term expert in journals, shouldn't there be some sort of gold standard that, first of all, you cannot cite experts that are faceless, you don't know who they are, and if you cite them, you give their credentials so everybody can judge by themselves what is their expertise. Secondly, you mentioned that in many stories that was produced over the pandemic, it was one-sided, and it was the official narrative, and every time somebody was trying to come up with a different version, another expert, they were either dismissed or denigrated. So about your story that went to be checked in Toronto, wouldn't that be a good idea to say, okay, you're proposing these other experts, I will accept if you agree that this expert has a public debate with the expert I'm citing in my article. What do you think of that idea?
That would be the ideal, but that was not something they were open to. And I think in Mr. Palmer's presentation earlier, in terms of that term expert, it goes back to, like, when they were giving me the names of those two people, do your research. Who are these people? Are they really experts? Are we just designating them experts? And that was a problem that I saw throughout the pandemic. It was very specific about who their experts were going to be, and they were going to be portrayed as competent and trustworthy. But to have a debate, that's something I challenged them on many topics, like ivermectin in terms of experts on both sides, the vaccine injuries, being concerned about safety. I was constantly putting that before them, but it was like I wasn't being heard. So, and that was coming from the highest level of the CBC. To be fair to CBC Manitoba, they cleared the story except for that one web writer, and then it was shut down in Toronto. And I had no power at that point in terms of, I said I think these people should have a say. For the sake of fairness and balance, they should be heard. And I even challenged them to publish the story without Toronto's consent, but they wouldn't do that.
So just a complementary question. Was that a common practice in the past to do that sort of confrontation of expert with different view, or is it something that was never practiced in journalism? You would do it like a common way of reporting on different opinion. Would you had to really make sure that when two different views were presented, that they were framed in a way that the reader could actually make their own judgment about it? And now it seems that that's completely disappeared from what we're being exposed to. And I can tell you it's not only CBC, we see the same thing in Quebec with all of the journals, we're seeing the same story.
It just happened to this degree, I would say, during COVID. Before, we would do thorough vetting of people we put on the air as experts and thorough checking of their credentials and what their experience was. And usually we'd even check them out with 2 or 3 other sources if they were legitimate and were they in good standing. But that seemed to have all gone by the wayside.
Thank you very much.
I was going to say good morning, but I realize it's now good afternoon. Thank you for your testimony. When I think of the daily PMO news releases that are sent out every day from the PMO's office to which CBC journalists would receive, and how religious holidays are identified, recognized, and celebrated. And I should also add, rightly welcomed in a democratic nation that recognizes freedom of religion and beliefs as a fundamental right in this country, and similarly as a foundational principle in our Constitution under the supremacy of God and rule of law. These PMO releases often offer very lengthy and detailed descriptions of respective religious traditions. And then I think back to a comment made by the PMO prior to his first election, Christians need not apply. And then I combine it with the very short PMO release that came out one year. I believe it was 2017 or 2018. I believe it was one paragraph regarding the Christian holiday, the traditional Christmas. Two things come to mind. It appears CBC is broadcasting the PM's personal opinion publicly, essentially becoming the PM's mouthpiece, but even more so targeting specific faith groups using hatred for these faith groups to which the PM has publicly disagreed. And if this is the case, how can Canadians be confident in a publicly funded broadcaster that deliberately and intentionally ignores entrenched protected grounds under human rights legislation? And two, should we as Canadians be considering CBC in its current mindset a danger to society for not adhering to their own ideology, that is diverse, inclusive, and equitable treatment of all persons, regardless of their faith and personal beliefs to which they subscribe?
Which part of that do you want me to respond to? That was
Whatever you think you should respond
to. Here's the thing. That was an issue I had brought forward a number of times in CBC about the fact of how do we cover different faith groups. And we even had a working group on that, and we invited a number of people in from different faith communities to, say, what are the stories that you think we should be telling? And for a while there we were doing that. We had a forum, and it was a wonderful forum. We had a rabbi in there, we had Muslim people, we had Catholics, we had evangelicals, we had Mennonites, we had Jewish people in there, and there was a consensus working group on how do we move forward stories based that are faith-based, and we were going in the right direction for a while, and then all of a sudden it just swung the other way where we'd become hostile again, and anyone who express their faith in a story. I mean, I look at all the pastors in Manitoba that stood out during the pandemic and defied rules and said, how can you have 300 people in Costco and you're telling us we can only have 25 people in our church at a service on Sunday? We're not going to stand for this. And they didn't. And, they were hammered by the media for expressing their faith and standing up for it. So there's definitely a hostility towards faith in just my experience at the CBC, and I was constantly bringing that to the forefront and trying to do more stories that way, and sometimes I was able to get those stories out, and in some I weren't. I wasn't able to. But clearly, we made a specific decision here in our coverage during the pandemic to hammer those communities in southern Manitoba that were faith-based, that were pushing back against this narrative in the agenda. And that was so wrong.
Thank you.
I'm from Manitoba, and I mourn the loss of the CBC as a fair and unbiased news reporter. I had personal friends who were on the I-team years ago, and I remember the stories they used to bring out. One of the things that we've heard over and over and over again in the testimony is that prior to 2020, things changed. Words changed. Definition of pandemic changed. Definition of vaccine changed. Definition of human rights changed. A lot of things changed. And my question is usually there's an old expression that the leopard can't change its spots. Was there significant changes in the higher management of the CBC prior to 2020, like in 2018, 19? How did they accomplish this complete change of philosophy without changing the management?
Well, I think the management just bought into it. I think, I look at other stories where the language changes in order to make it acceptable to the public, and that's basically what was being done. The whole thing of the mantra of safe and effective, we didn't even investigate that, and yet the people that were in management, these were people that had worked that I team you're talking about. So for me, I was shocked and sort of disoriented about why wasn't there any pushback about the language and the words we were choosing to use that were dangerous and misleading.
We heard testimony from many witnesses about how they were treated specifically by the CBC, and according to those witness testimony, didn't the CBC go beyond just ignoring certain stories? And we heard testimony after testimony of personal character assassinations carried out by the CBC. Were you aware of any of that? Can you corroborate any of that?
I was aware of that. To give the best example would be Byron Bridle. Look what was done to him. This guy is impeccable credentials, immunologist, and the smear campaign against him was just, it was unconscionable. What was done to his career, it was a character assassination to discredit him for all the safety concerns he was raising. And I raised that with management because I wanted to interview him in a story. And actually, what was interesting is I wanted to interview as well Dr. Christensen in Saskatoon. He was the doctor, Dr. Francis Christian. He was the doctor who stood up and said, I haven't met a 12-year-old yet that understands informed consent. And I wanted to interview him. And I was blocked from doing that as well. It was like, oh no, his reputation, he stood up, he's pushing against the narrative. And I'm thinking that's exactly the people we should be talking to have fairness and balance.
There was also something that you said that I just want to make sure I understood properly. When you were doing one of your original stories and you were quoting the doctors from the Canadian COVID Care Alliance, when comments came back from Toronto, I thought you said one of the comments was, well, some of the members are anonymous there. Is that what you said?
That's right. That's what they said to me.
But then didn't you also tell us that when you asked the Toronto people who the members of the Toronto CBC Health Group was, that you were told they were anonymous?
I wasn't told they were anonymous. I was told they were experts at what they did, but I didn't know if that meant they were journalists or were they scientists. I still don't know who they are. But they were not anonymous. But the reference was the Toronto Health Unit was concerned that some members of the Canadian COVID Care Alliance were anonymous. And I said I didn't think that was an issue because the fellow I interviewed had gone on full face on camera. But the reason for their anonymity, they were concerned, like, what did that mean? And I said maybe it meant that the fact that they're trying to continue in their practice without being disciplined. But for them, that was an issue.
But they were.
But it was unrelated to the story.
Can I just break in for a second? Because we've got a couple of hard starts that I just need to inform you of. We have a person online that, basically, if we don't start immediately, should be a short witness. Okay. And then I was hoping, then we have a shorter lunch break to hit another hard start. We could bring Marianne back, like we had done with Rodney, for questions at the end of the day.
It's not necessary.
So, okay. So, yeah, and I'm sorry to cut that short, Marianne. It's just we're trying to manage some other witnesses too.
Thank
so
you.
On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I sincerely thank you for coming and attending. I know that it was a big step, but we really appreciate you sharing with us some insight that we couldn't get unless you came and shared with us. So deeply thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
So, Commissioners, I know it's late, but our counsel, Mr. Wayne Landhart's going to come and lead a lay witness, and then we'll take a lunch break.
Samantha, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and we can hear you. Could you spell your full name for me, and then I'll do an oath with you.
Samantha Monahan, S-A-M-A-N-T-H-A, M-O-N-A-G-H-A-N.
Do you promise that the evidence you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Samantha, this is, to set the stage here, this is about your son who died after he got a blood transfusion. So, and I think the issue for the Commission is this an issue with respect to COVID relating to tainted blood? And to just set that stage for a second, there was a commission years ago by a law professor by the name of Horace Creever relating to tainted blood relating to HIV. So I think this is probably the only time the Commission is going to touch on this issue is with you. So could you give us a quick summary of what happened to your son?
I took my son to the hospital, I think it was back in September 2022. He had a swollen elbow, so we just were coming from his naturopath and getting a panel done.
Could you turn your volume up a tiny bit? I think we're having trouble hearing you. I am, at least, anyway.
I think it's up as high as it'll go. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do we need our volume turned up?
Yeah, it's up as high as it will go.
Okay. I'm sorry. Could you start again?
I took my son into the IWK hospital September, and he had a swollen elbow. So I was getting it checked out, and they ended up doing his blood work. To make a long story short, his hemoglobin came back, and it was very low. It was extremely low, that to the point where he was going to need a blood transfusion. And I said, oh, no problem. I have no problem giving my blood for blood transfusion. Given all my research and studies that I have done with the blood supply and the vaccines and everything, I wanted to make sure that the blood that he was given was safe. So I ended up rallying up about 300 donors to give blood to my child because he was O positive, and myself was O positive. And I was denied by the Nova Scotia blood supply in Nova Scotia that this couldn't be done, and that I couldn't be a donor to my son as well. And it was all denied, and then I ended up having to give him donated blood from the blood bank.
Okay. And at that point, he died relatively shortly after that, correct?
He died November the 21st.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that it was because of tainted blood? Have you looked into that?
No, my son was cremated, and there was an autopsy done, but they said that he died from underlying conditions, which possibly could have happened, but it's the way he died that kind of struck home for me. There was no evidence that he was going to die or that he was sick in any way. He got his blood transfusion. We got out of the hospital. It was around 3 weeks after. I think we were in the hospital for a good couple of weeks.
Great.
And we were getting our blood done. We seen the pediatrician. Everything was good. On November the 21st at 5:24 p.m., he was sitting on my knee, and he just stopped blinking, and he passed away.
Yeah.
There was no indication that he was sick or he was going to pass away, and he didn't have any heart conditions.
He did have some sort of conditions, though, did he not?
He did. He had fumarate deficiency and polymicrogyria, but it doesn't affect the heart. And it wouldn't cause him to have blood clots or anything like that.
Okay. So, and how old was he when this happened?
He was 11 years old.
Okay.
So it happened 12 weeks after the blood transfusion.
Okay. And I understand he died of cardiac arrest. And you tried to...
That's what my doctor thinks he had passed away with. But the autopsy said that he passed away from underlying condition, okay, which possibly could have been because I didn't have anything tested or any means to test his blood after he had the blood to make sure that his blood was okay.
Okay. And you had rallied some people that had the same blood type as he did, and I understand you have the same blood type as he?
I have O positive,
and the hospital either didn't want to or wasn't able to use any of your blood. Is that fair?
Yeah, my parental rights would have been taken away if I hadn't chosen to go the route of the donated blood donation from the blood clinic. I tried to rally them, but there was no way that I could have used my blood or anybody else's blood. And my fear was that he would have gotten vaccinated blood and then he would have died from that.
Okay. I think I'm going to stop and ask the commissioners if they have any questions or any issues they'd like to explore on this.
You made a comment their parental rights would be taken away. Can you add to that and just let us know how?
Well, if I didn't agree to the blood transfusion, the pediatrician on at that point in time said that my parental rights would have been removed and I would have to leave the hospital, and Luke would have ended up getting the transfusion anyways. So I decided to stay and okay the transfusion under duress.
So just make sure I got this right. The pediatrician said that if you didn't agree to a blood transfusion, that...
There wasn't any option. I couldn't use my blood, nor could I use the donors or anybody else that would want to donate to my son. The only option I had was to use blood from the Nova Scotia blood bank. There was no talk. There was nothing. Either I did it this way, or they would have took my parental rights away, and I would have ended up having to do it anyways. He would have ended up getting the blood transfusion.
So did Canadian Blood Services in Halifax inform you that there is an option for putting your blood aside when you're expecting to have some sort of blood transfusion in the future?
I know I wasn't given that option.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Dr. Massey?
I have a question about the underlying condition or the situation that actually led to the necessity of blood transfusion. Are they related, or are they completely two separate medical conditions?
Fumarase deficiency controls the Krebs cycle, so it could have been a factor for his iron getting low, his ferritin getting low, but he never had hemoglobin getting low because of his condition before. His survival rate was infancy, and he was 11 years old. I did all natural treatments with him.
My other question, you had concern about getting blood from the Canadian Blood Bank. What was the kind of information that you gather in order to raise some question about that?
It would have been what was in the vaccine that was killing people or making people sick. My worry is that it was going to be in the blood if it was infused out. Spike for proteins or graphene oxide would have been in the blood that would have harmed him in some way.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? One question that I have is, what was on the documents as to the cause of death of your son?
Underlying conditions, I do believe.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that.
underlying condition, I do believe.
Okay. Okay. Any last questions? No. Okay, I want to thank you very much on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry for giving us your testimony today. And thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So before we adjourn for lunch, I will remind those online that are on Facebook that we are going to reset our Facebook feed over the lunch break, and it's just simply they reset it after 8 hours, and we don't want to worry about that in the middle of the afternoon. So be patient and log back in after we do the reset. Commissioners, I'm going to suggest that we take a lunch to perhaps 5-2. We've got a virtual witness with a hard start at 2, so we'll adjourn till 1:55.
Hello, Dr. Raoult. My name is Jean Dury. I'm a lawyer in the private sector, and I'm the one to ask you questions. To welcome you, I thank you. We're really honored that you're with us, and we honor all the work you've done that we've followed here in Quebec. So as a beginning, we're going to talk about some subjects that you know well. So first of all, you've said on some ways your work was to find some solutions to many diseases. So it is really important to underscore that. So that's really important. That's the way that we're going to walk together, because we were in front of a new disease. I'm not a scientific and a neophyte, so if I make mistake, you can correct me.
Laura Braden, do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Braden. Good morning. Thank you for being here to give your testimony. My pleasure. Now, I know that you've prepared a detailed slideshow, and you're going to start with your qualifications, training, and experience. So I'm going to let you get right into the slideshow. I'm going to try not to interrupt, and if I do from time to time, it will probably just be to explain in simpler terms, because I know you have a complicated slideshow. So it may be just to explain in simpler terms what you're talking about, or to have you do so. So I'm going to go ahead and let you take the floor.
Fantastic.
And
yeah. All right. Well, thank you. And it's a pleasure for me to be here today. Yes, so my name is Dr. Laura Marie Braden. I have a doctorate in molecular biology with a focus in molecular biology, cell biology, and transcriptomics, genomics, functional immunology, proteomics, etc. So my education and experience started with a degree in cellular molecular biology. I then did another one in neuroscience because I just couldn't get enough of school. And that was followed by a doctorate, as I mentioned, at the University of Victoria in BC, which is my home province. In my doctorate, I specialized in molecular immunology with a focus on host-parasite interactions, really understanding the interface between host and pathogens, and these pathogens included virus, bacteria, and parasites. And I used techniques in molecular biology to get a better sense of these interactions, and these techniques included transcriptomics, so learning how RNA expression impacts this, genomics, so the genes, functional immunology, so really getting a sense of how cells in the immune system interact with hosts and parasites, and histopathology, microscopy, etc. I was then recruited to come to PEI, the East Coast. and that is my home province now. I'm a proud Islander. And I did my first postdoctoral fellowship in pathology and microbiology. I did another one, again, in immunology. Again, really focusing on understanding how the host and the parasite or the pathogen interact. I then got my big girl job, you say that after you do your postdoc, with a private biotech firm, but I maintained a tight connection with the academic world because teaching is a passion of mine, communicating science is a passion of mine, and I had an adjunct, there's a spelling mistake there, I apologize, an adjunct professorship in the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine in pathology and microbiology. So getting into what my career was up until 2021 is I was the senior research scientist and program lead in molecular biology and biotechnology. I was in charge of development of novel biotechnology solutions, genomics, transcriptomics, again, histopathology, functional immunology, and a really important piece of this, which is what I'm going to focus on a little bit later in my talk, is that I have an extensive experience in the GLP environment, and what that means is good laboratory practices, which is what regulatory compliance is all about. So I know what it takes to go through a proper, rigorous regulatory compliance approval process with the FDA and the Health Canada. And so I have familiarity with regulatory compliance processes, the approval process of new products, and most importantly, what quality control and quality assurance means.
Wow. Okay, great. So we're in for a science lesson today.
Yes. Okay, so why, number one, I already mentioned it's an extreme pleasure to be here. As we got through the beginning of the COVID crisis, from the very beginning, there were red flags for me. And as someone with the understanding and education of, number one, how to read science. Science is hard to read. Scientific papers are hard to read. It's very exhaustive. But with our training, we learn how to do so. I know how to interpret data. I know how to read data. And so things were popping up that didn't sit quite right. So it was sort of a professional obligation of mine and those in my profession, I feel, to question the quote-unquote science. Because that's what scientists do. We never stop questioning. Until 2020. I'm going to highlight a few things here in this slide and then move on. There's a lot to talk about. With the brevity, in the interest of time, I would like to focus on a few things. The first ones I've highlighted here. So number one, at the very beginning, there were genomic sequences that were published on COVID that contained some very interesting inconsistencies with the whole concept of natural origin. I also want to talk a little bit about masking and the inconsistencies in the scientific data to support indiscriminate masking of healthy people, asymptomatic spread, and also the use of PCR. I use PCR every day of my life in my career. I troubleshot PCR. I was talking with the technical support teams of the major biotech firms who were supporting PCR in my lab. I know how to use PCR. And I have some things to say about that. I'm not going to go too much into it, but there was also this demonization of early treatment strategies to control the virus. Never before have we never treated the virus. You always treat the sick people. You don't send them home. And there was this demonization of early treatment strategies and with safe generic drugs that was very upsetting and inconsistent with science. And finally, I want to point out the last piece here, this whole concept of this novel technology that, in my opinion, which was my initial and very adamant concern, that there was a lack of quality assurance and quality control to ensure there was no contamination in these products. And I fail to this day to see rigorous testing to demonstrably justify its widespread use. So I'll move on. The first thing that I saw was early sequence data in 2020 that indicated there were novel genetic inserts in the sequence. And what that means is we were told from the very beginning that this was a natural-born virus that was a zoonotic, so it transferred from a bat to a human. They published the sequence in January of 2020, and then a paper came out, a preprint. So because there's so much data, we have to get the data out as fast as possible. Preprints are when the authors want to get the information into the realm without going through the exhaustive process of peer review, which can take many months. So a preprint, you have to keep in mind, hasn't gone through the rigorous testing of peer review process, but it's open science. They want comments. They want to get a discussion going, which I will emphasize is the tenet of science, is open discussion and discourse. So they want to get this done. Okay. There was an early sequence analysis indicating there was these interesting novel genetic inserts. And this caught my attention because these inserts showed significant similarity to HIV-1 sequences that were never present before in coronavirus. And that was very interesting to me as a scientist, and I wanted to talk about it, and I was, of course, silenced from my peers saying this was ridiculous. These sequences, I'll show here. This is a 3D generation using bioinformatics tools that you can put in a sequence of a protein and you get a rendition of what this protein looks like. So this was the spike protein from this paper. This is the paper from Pradhan et al. Uncanny similarity of unique inserts in the COVID-19 spike protein to HIV-1, GP120, and GAG. And that's just a lot of talk saying we found similarities in COVID to HIV. That's interesting. Let's talk about it. The really important piece of this, of course, is that these sites that they found are the sites I've highlighted here in red that are the binding sites. These are the binding sites of the protein, meaning those are the pieces of the protein that would interact with human cells. So if those are interesting or different and unexpected, let's talk about it. That might be something to talk about, right? Interestingly enough, those particular proteins that are similar in HIV-1 are GP120 inserts that facilitate or allow interaction with CD4 plus T cells. So this was indicating that SARS, COVID-2, could interact with not just the ACE2 receptors, which we've all heard about, but also T cells. And this is a paper talking about it. Okay, so in addition, they also found the furin cleavage site, and I've highlighted those here in green. These are the furin cleavage sites. They, again, were not present in any other coronaviruses, so this was an interesting finding. And these also facilitate nuclear transport, and we're going to get into that in a little bit later, but they were different. And they also showed that these particular furin cleavage sites were key to pathogenesis. This is what made COVID-19 pathological to humans. So instead of discussing this and engaging in discourse, which is typical of science, this paper was withdrawn over a weekend, and it sort of disappeared into the ether, and we never saw it again. And this was very concerning to me because this contradicts the typical process for discourse after publication. If there's a paper that's published and there's other authors that have an issue with that, generally what happens is that there's interactions, there's comments, there's letters to the editor, etc. But instead of any of that, it was just mysteriously withdrawn.
Okay. And so if I understand what you're saying, Dr. Braden, there's early evidence that the signatures on the virus were man-made or synthetic.
That's correct. There was evidence for this, yes.
And that did not support the theory that it came from bat to human.
No. And that evidence continues to accrue. Many papers in the last couple of years have shown that, including a paper by a group of authors that have shown other endonuclease signatures that are recombinant in nature. And so let's talk about that. And also there's evidence coming out, of course, in the US about this whole concept of lab-made origin. So instead of discussing these potentials in 2020 as a group of peers, people who brought that up were censored. They were taken down off social media sites, and of course the papers were withdrawn, which is completely antithetical to science. I'll move on. So the other thing, the next thing that really bugged me was how they figured we would stop a mosquito with a chain link fence. And that's tongue-in-cheek, of course. But it was the indiscriminate masking of healthy people that never made sense, and it didn't make sense to a lot of people. But those of us who worked in level 3 biolabs, worked with viruses, know how these things work. It didn't make sense even more. Yet we saw our colleagues go along with this narrative, which was especially concerning. So we heard about the masking and how it doesn't make sense in a number of ways. It wasn't supported by science. Public health said you need to follow the experts and trust the science, and masking is the best way to stop the spread. If you're working with virus, you need to have negative pressure rooms, you need to have flow hoods, you need to have full body suits, proper respirators, not a bedazzled cloth mask. That does not work. And even then, you know, we know from previous scientific research this doesn't stop the flu, which is droplets. How could they imagine that masking would stop aerosols, which is COVID? So it didn't make sense. But then it didn't make sense intuitively. And then large randomized control studies were then published, one of them being the Denmark or the famous Dan mask study, and then the Bangladesh study. They showed no impact on risk reduction. This is the one from Denmark. And then we finally have, over the last couple of years, despite the evidence that they don't stop spread, the meta-analysis by the Cochrane collaboration showing no impact. And I'll quote from the lead author, "The pooled results of the studies did not show a clear reduction in respiratory viral infection with the use of medical or surgical masks." So I'll move on from that.
Just to summarize, it sounds as though the medical professionals who were indicating we needed to wear masks were ignoring this science.
They were.
Yeah.
So the next point, moving the goalposts, as they did constantly. This one, that there's sick, perfectly healthy people. And what I mean by that is asymptomatic people were told that they were sick because they tested positive using a PCR test. And it is my professional opinion that this was used by the media and health bureaucrats to perpetuate the fear in people. Public health, again, did not support this assumption with evidence of any kind. It was never proven that asymptomatic shedding resulted in infectious spread. And even the WHO, the World Health Organization, admitted it was rare. One of the biggest studies to sort of conclude that asymptomatic spread wasn't a thing was a Chinese study, this is published in Nature, that out of the 10 million PCR tests they conducted in Wuhan, 300 of those, 10 million, were asymptomatic. And out of those 300, 190 people already contained antibodies. So they had already been infected. And out of the 300, none, not one person, produced a live virus in the lab setting, demonstrating high cycling of PCR was generating false positives.
Okay, so the false positives were used to support the asymptomatic spread narrative.
Correct. And I'll go through that a little bit more detail here. I will be clear, PCR detects nucleic acid, it does not detect disease. Never before in my training have we used PCR to show that an animal was sick. PCR is a good diagnostic tool that is always followed up with a confirmatory test of some kind. In a virus setting, if you test an animal and it is positive for PCR, and I will also mention here within the realms and the linearity of the test itself, which is an important part, you always confirm with either a bacterial culture or a virus culture of some kind. That was not done in this case. Diagnostic tests need to be interpreted in the context of the patient. So whether or not this person already had COVID, if there was a presence of antibodies already in their blood, meaning they've already went through the infection and they just have residual DNA, because again, PCR tests for nucleic acid. Do they have symptoms? Are they sick? It has been shown conclusively over and over again that high cycles over 30 is detecting such low levels of viral RNA, it does not indicate infectivity. And that's what they showed with the China study from the slide before. Viral shedding occurs after recovery. DNA is sometimes sequestered, and RNA is sometimes sequestered by our immune system cells weeks after the virus is gone. Is that what is being detected here? We don't know, because they never conducted culture-based methods to confirm the person actually had infectious viral particles. They used PCR cycled at ridiculously high levels. And what I mean by that is the test is only designed to confirm the presence of nucleic acid within a certain range. And that range really shouldn't be considered past 30, 35 cycles. Yet across Canada, provinces were cycling routinely 40, 45 cycles. That is inconsistent with the science based on the test.
And so that's where the false positives come
Correct.
from. These are healthy people that may have had the virus at one point. The signature, if you will, is still in their system, and so because they're cycling it so high, it's magnifying, revealing that signature.
Precisely.
Yep.
And I've mentioned this point up previously. PCR detection of viruses is helpful, but it does not detect infectious virus. And this has been shown exhaustively in the literature with many other viruses that viral RNA can be detected long after the disappearance of the actual infectious virus. And actually in Portugal, there was a Lisbon Court of Appeal that concluded the PCR test is unable to determine beyond reasonable doubt that a positive result corresponds, in fact, to the infection of a person by the virus. And that's very important. This precedent was being set across the world, yet Canada was not following the contemporary science. And the next slide is an example of a FOIP request kindly given to me by Dr. Jessica Rose from the Newfoundland Public Health, showing the threshold is 45 cycles, and that, to me, in my professional opinion, is abhorrent. And it's hard to find every single province across Canada, but I know that PEI was cycling to 40. I know that Ontario was cycling to 40. So we can assume the rest of the provinces followed the same trend.
And that would not be the standard, to be cycling at that level.
No. All right. So those are the pieces that I wanted to talk about in terms of the mandates. Now I want to get into the quality control and quality assurance, or lack thereof, in my opinion. For an experimental product, we would expect rigorous quality control and assurance that the product we are receiving is consistent, it is transparent, we know what is in it. The necessary steps to approve this gene therapy, which is what it is, were rushed, incomplete, or simply ignored. The precautionary principle was thrown to the wayside. For example, there was no genotoxicity studies conducted because they felt it wasn't needed. And I'm assuming that by the end of my presentation you will disagree with that statement. The biodistribution studies that had to be FOIP'd because they didn't want us to know where it went were extremely underpowered and lacked relevance. There was no quality assurance from sponsors, and when I say sponsors, in the regulatory realm, that means the pharmaceutical companies of Pfizer and Moderna. They are the sponsors. There was none from them on very important considerations, including the potential for contamination. This would include the RNA in quality. They're injecting RNA, so we expect the quality to be consistent and high. Batch composition, protein identification, any of those things. There was no quality assurance about the fragmentation of RNA. RNA can be fragmented. What does that mean? You will learn. And Pfizer knowingly allowed contaminants a potential danger, and you will see why. Finally, the production process lacks fidelity and transparency. What is an injection? How do we know it's consistent from person to person lining up? How do they know that every single injection contains the exact same thing in each lot? We don't know that. So before I go on, I want to get us all on the same page because there's going to be some technical discussions that I'm going to bring up, and I want to make sure everybody is up here. So I apologize if this is technical. I'm going to try my best to explain this. The first thing I want to talk about is the process of reading DNA. DNA, so this is a cell. DNA lives in the nucleus. This is the brains. This is the double-stranded DNA. All the red bits here are genes. These are the pieces that make our proteins. When your body or your cells want to express a protein, the DNA is transcribed into RNA. At this point, there's many different processes to snip the RNA pieces, and there's to make it high quality. There's all these little checks and balances in your nucleus. It is then shuttled outside of the brains into the body, right? This is the cytoplasm of the cell. The mRNA is then translated into protein. The protein is then, so proteins are not single-stranded, they're globular. There's many domains, primary, secondary, tertiary domains. All that happens, folding, and then you have your protein.
Can I just summarize what you said
Please.
to see if
Yes.
we've got that? So you basically explained the process of converting the DNA into mRNA, which happens in the nucleus, the brain of the cell. Then the mRNA is converted into protein. And I know you use different words for that,
Yes.
but that's essentially what's happening
And a very
within the cell.
simplified version, but yes,
Right.
correct. All right, the next lesson, what is a plasmid? A plasmid, you may have heard about a plasmid. What is a plasmid? What is a vector? It's a piece of DNA that can be used to transfer foreign genetic material into cells. So in molecular biology, if we want to express or we want to produce a protein, we can take the piece of DNA that we want. In this case, let's say it's a virus DNA we want to express, the spike protein. We use molecular scissors to cut that gene out of the DNA, and then we insert it into this plasmid or vector, the red part. And so you can see here, we can insert the gene of interest into the plasmid and use molecular glue. That's a simplification, but it's literally how it works. To glue those pieces together, then we have this plasmid that is a circular DNA, and we can transfer that into bacteria. Plasmids live in bacteria ubiquitously in nature. That's where they're from, bacteria and archaea. And there's some very important characteristics of plasmids. Number one, they can replicate on their own. They often contain genes of interest that will help bacteria survive. So if you've heard of methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, that's because they've obtained antibiotic resistance from a plasmid and know those bacteria are resistant to those antibiotics. This is a very important characteristic. Also very important, the double-stranded nature, so these are double-stranded, makes them stable. They do not degrade easily, and they replicate easy. Okay, so just to recap, you want to express a protein of interest, you cut it up, you put it in a plasmid, and you put the plasmid into bacteria, and you grow the bacteria up rapidly, and you get many, many copies of that plasmid.
And that's how you're making the spike mRNA.
That's right. So now, how did they make the spike injectables? So we've got our plasmid that has our piece of spike in it. They're transferred to E. coli here. So these are the little plasmids. They're transferred to the E. coli. They're then fermented or grown rapidly in bats. Hundreds of liters of bacteria growing in media that they like. They have all their nutrients. They're growing rapidly. With them, their plasmids are growing. Then we can harvest. This is from Pfizer, I should mention. This is the process detailed from Pfizer itself on how they made these injectables. So then they harvested the plasmids. You break apart the bacteria and you harvest the millions and trillions of plasmid. Then you need to cut up the plasmid because you need to get the DNA out, the red piece, the spike protein DNA. So they cut them, they linearize the plasmid. That's an important piece. They then use something called in vitro transcription. So if you recall what I said, transcription is when you go from DNA to mRNA. So in vitro meaning it's in a tube. This is not in a cell. They add the DNA that they've now taken out of the plasmid. They add a bunch of enzymes and things, and they are looking for this mRNA. This is what is going in the injections. They then purify. All of these pieces, I should mention, by Pfizer's own lips, this is intense, rigorous testing to ensure there's no contamination at every one of these steps, that they've linearized all the plasmids, that they've turned all the DNA into mRNA, and if there's any that's left, under their words, they digest it, they get rid of it, they purify the mRNA so that all they have is that mRNA for spike protein that they then add to the lipids to make our delivery mechanism, the lipid nanoparticles with mRNA.
Okay, can I summarize that?
Please.
I'll try. I regret skipping science class now. So the bacteria or the plasmid is used for replicating the DNA.
Correct.
Okay. And once it's replicated, that is supposed to be filtered out.
Correct.
The plasmid or the bacteria is filtered out, leaving pure DNA. Then the DNA is converted into the mRNA using the process that you showed us earlier happening in the cell.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so now that we're all up to speed on that, what did they tell us? They being the sponsors, Pfizer and Moderna, would happen during injection. So they told us, okay, so here's the lipid nanoparticle. You can just blow this up, please. And they injected it into the deltoid, and it stays in the deltoid. That's what they told us. And at that point, in cells of the muscle in your deltoid, this is a cellular rendition of what is happening. So I'm just going to use my laser pointer here to show you. This is the lipid nanoparticle with mRNA. It is taken into the cell here. This is a cell. You recognize the brains. Here's the nucleus. The delivery of these mRNAs are turned into spike protein. Some of the spike protein is cleaved, proteolytically cut up into tiny little bits. Some of it is taken to the outside of the cell. The end result is spike and spike peptides, or tiny bits of spike protein, are exposed to the immune system of the person to induce production of antibodies specific to those peptides or protein fragments, thus inducing immunity. This is what they told us would happen. And based on data that has accumulated over the last few years, data that has been the result of FOIPs or court-ordered discovery of documents that were otherwise going to be hidden from the public for 75 years, what we can say is happening is, number one, the injections do not stay in the deltoid. And this is based on data that was under a Freedom of Information request by Dr. Byron Bridle from a study that was conducted in Japan. The distribution of these LMPs go throughout the body. That is clear. They go into very sensitive organs. They do not stay in the deltoid. And not only do they go in throughout the body, that they accumulate. What do I mean by that? That means that I'm going to just highlight here some tissues that are sensitive. Liver, adrenal glands, your spleen, ovaries. Over time...
One moment. I just want to make sure we're still streaming and everyone can see, so we'll just pause for a moment. Okay.
Yeah. Over time, in these sensitive organs that I've highlighted in red, the LMPs, so this is a distribution study where they radioactively labeled LMPs, and over time, were able to quantify where they went. and they show accumulation over time in these sensitive organs. In addition, this study was based on a single dose injection. So based on this study, Pfizer concluded that it stayed in the arm. It is not relevant to the true vaccine regime because there's only one injection. It is not biologically relevant. They didn't do a second injection and see if that was further accumulation. They just looked at a single injection, and I'll tell you the number of rats in this study was 3. For every time point, they looked at 3 rats. Now, one of the most concerning pieces from this data set is with respect to the ovaries. So Dr. Jessica Rose took this data and plotted it. And you can see here that after 48 hours, it continues to go up. This is the LMPs over time. The x-axis here is time. The y-axis here is concentration. Over time, it accumulates in the ovaries of rats. Why did they stop at 48 hours? Why wouldn't they continue until it plateaued, like what would be scientifically rigorous and ethical? They stopped at 48 hours, so we aren't able to see what would happen. But if you were to take this and extrapolate based on the degree of increase from the data to 48 hours, this is what might be happening. But we don't know, so we have to just base this on our own integrity. Again, why was this data only shown at 48 hours? Sample size of 3. And importantly, this study was done in a non-GLP environment. The only study from the Pfizer dossiers that were not done in accordance with regulatory compliance, which is necessary for this type of approval process. They did it in a non-GLP, meaning none of the processes were vetted. They weren't under strict operating procedures. That's a huge concern for someone who came out of that environment.
Is that a quality assurance issue?
A huge quality assurance issue, in my opinion, yes. So that was the first thing that we know is happening. The second, spike peptides share significant similarities to human proteins. Now, what do I mean by that? Remember this picture here, how the spike protein in the cells of the body is either cut up with tiny little scissors and taken to the outside of the cell, or full proteins are taken to the outside of the cell. When proteins are cleaved or cut up, the results are peptides. All proteins have peptides that make up the larger protein, and they all share similar peptides when you cut them. This is a very simplified explanation, but the point I'm trying to make is there is a huge concern for the development of autoimmune conditions when the body is instructed to create antibodies against a peptide, in this case spike, that shares very, very strong similarity to human proteins. There is a huge concern for autoimmune development in that case.
And so the concern is that the spike peptide will be attacking human protein because it's so similar?
The concern, very close, okay? The concern is the antibodies produced by the recipient, by the human, will be against peptides that are also in spike, but also in endogenous, also in the human.
Okay.
They share similarity to human proteins. And 27 of those share similarity with proteins involved in fertility and development of the fetus.
And so what might that mean?
That would mean that the body will be producing, potentially, antibodies against proteins that are critical for human development. And that is a concern that should have been addressed, in my opinion.
So development of the fetus might be seen as a foreign body.
Placental development, deciduization, all of those things that are critical components.
And that could lead to miscarriages? Or?
It could lead to a lot of things that I wouldn't be able to speculate on. But that should have been done. That is part of the quality assurance that wouldn't have happened. Those are studies that needed to be done. So I'll recap. Not only are the LMPs going to important tissues such as ovaries, and we're seeing data in real time right now that they also cross the placenta. That's a big concern. But then the proteins that are being expressed share significant similarity with human proteins.
Is it possible the manufacturer may not have known that?
In my opinion, there is no way that they wouldn't have known that. This is part of rigorous primary research that would have happened in a room full of very, very well-paid scientists over many months. Anybody in first-year biology can put in the sequence of the spike protein and find out what similarities peptides would share.
Thank you.
What else do we know? We now know that unlike what Pfizer and Moderna have said, the spike protein and the mRNA enter the nucleus or the brains of our cells. There was assurances that this wouldn't happen, but recent reports show the nuclear presence, so again, where the DNA in our cells live, that spike protein and spike mRNA localize to the nucleus. And my question is, why is this research being done 3 years after the rollout of these injectables? And this is the paper. So one of the conclusions from this paper, and if you recall, one of the pathological characteristics of spike protein is the presence of the furin cleavage site. It's one of the things that make it so pathogenic to humans. It is also a nuclear localization site, meaning that that particular sequence helps the mRNA go to the nucleus. And that was a surprise to these researchers that this publication was from January of 2023.
That's not supposed to happen.
Not what they told us would happen, no.
Yeah, okay, all right. So the spike protein that's contained in the injection is landing in the nucleus, which is the brains of the cell.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'll just bring up this, which was on the CDC website. You can go back to the way back when machine and find this yourself. Of course, this has been taken down. One of the things that they say is that these injections do not impact or interact with our DNA. And that is no longer what they claim. And this is a paper showing that. And I want you to impress on you what this means is that the spike protein and mRNA go to the brains. This is the brains, right, where our DNA lives. And this is showing you a picture of that data. What you're seeing here are cells under fluorescence microscopy. The blue staining is the nuclei. The green staining is the protein, and the spike protein, and the red staining is the spike mRNA. And you can clearly see, and this has been replicated, clear association with the nuclear envelope, so what wraps our DNA in the nucleus, as well as inside the nucleus of the cell. I'll move on. What else do we know? The spike mRNA is reverse transcribed in human cells, and I will explain what that means. This is happening. So this paper here was published last year, and it was conducted in liver cells. So this is not in humans, this is in vitro, and it shows that there's intracellular reverse transcription of the COVID injectable mRNA vaccine in vitro in a human cell line. And this is happening as quickly as 6 hours.
Is in vitro in a petri dish?
That's correct. Yeah. And you know, this is not happening in a human, but this type of information is critical, and these are the original experiments that needed to happen, because if you see some kind of trend like this, that begs more questions. That's a huge red flag. Wait, it's reverse transcribing, and in addition to that, so reverse transcription for everybody who is listening is when mRNA is turned into DNA. We are going the other direction now, and this is facilitated by very important enzymes called retrotransposases. And the one that in humans that they found to be associated with this is something called line 1. This particular enzyme is really important, and you'll notice a trend, to embryogenesis and development of the fetus, development of people, okay? And it is being exacerbated, it is going up in expression after injection, after exposure to these Pfizer products.
So just, I think I'm going to try to simplify that. So does this mean that the spike mRNA that we said is landing in the cell is then being converted to DNA, back to DNA?
This is saying that is potentially happening.
Yeah, what's happening in that petri dish, which would be good quality assurance, I would think, to do that sort of research when you're developing the product. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Furthermore, in another study, they found that that enzyme, line 1, mediates, so it facilitates, reverse transcription of the SARS-CoV-2 virus into the genome. This is in cells of humans. This is in a petri dish. These are cells, human cells. This paper is where this could be found. So the virus is being turned into DNA and going into the genome of the people's cells. Sorry, that sounded quite... So not only is it being reverse transcribed into DNA, but with the virus, it's being reverse transcribed and then inserted into the genome. So I just want to quickly go back to this picture because I don't want to lose people. This is very important that everybody understands. Reverse transcription is when you go from the RNA back to the nucleus. Line 1 is the enzyme that is very that facilitates this. There's others, but this is the main one. And so the concern is not only is it going to the nucleus as we've shown, but the potential for it to be reverse transcribed into DNA and then furthermore integrated into the genome is there. This is a concern. What else do we know? The products do not contain what we were told they contain. What you are seeing here is from a dossier. This is Pfizer's data showing the RNA integrity of what was being produced commercially. There was some documents that were leaked, so to speak, after the European Medical Association met with Pfizer. They had major objections because they found inconsistencies in the quality of RNA that was being produced for their clinical studies versus the quality of RNA that was being commercially produced and therefore used for widespread inoculations. There was inconsistencies. And what does that mean? That means that the length of the RNA, the integrity of those messengers that were being injected varied. It was inconsistent. It varied from batch to batch. And that is unacceptable quality control or quality assurance when you're considering what those things actually do. And this picture shows that. So what we should see here is just a single, very strong peak. This is showing the volume or the quantity of RNA, and it should be a beautiful peak. There shouldn't be any other peaks. There shouldn't be shoulders. There shouldn't be anything like that.
So the shorter peak is the shorter
is an
RNA.
impurity.
Yeah. And that's a truncated piece, like that's part of the message is missing, as you said. Yeah.
That's correct. So the percent RNA integrity is not even close to 100%. And it was closer to 55% in some commercial batches. So if this is true, we do not know what is being made in the cells after they have been injected. And the physiological impacts of this is unknown. There is no way to predict. And every single vial has a different concentration of RNA that's in complete RNA. In addition to that, so I mentioned this was leaked from the EMA. This was raised as a major objection. And the level that was set originally was 70%, which is still interesting that 30% impurity is somehow acceptable. The original level was set at 70%. Because Pfizer couldn't meet that, instead of increasing their quality assurance, they just reduced the acceptable background to 55%. So they are okay with 45% of the injections containing who knows what.
Okay.
And I'll quote from the objection. The possibility of translated proteins other than intended spike protein resulted from truncated and or modified mRNA species should be addressed. And I mentioned this, 55% intact RNA is the new acceptable limit. So that's a concern. Truncated mRNA species is known, they are known to be potentially pathogenic. They could have unknown physiological impacts. Our cells have checks and balances to make sure that that message from the DNA to the RNA to the protein is has high fidelity, is translated, there's no mistakes, there's no mutations. If this truncated mRNA is then allowed to reproduce in our cells, what is the protein impact of that? What impact does that have on the cell? Are there misfolded proteins? Misfolded proteins are a huge concern. And that's what this is talking about. If the RNA is not intact, what is the protein that's being produced? And that was the objection raised to Pfizer, and Pfizer submitted some very interesting digitally sort of mastered proof that nothing nefarious is going on, or the proteins are what they say they are, and that was just unacceptable because it was digital protein verification. They didn't give actual data to show what those proteins are. There's never been sequencing done on the proteins. There's never been crystallography done on the proteins or any of that confirmatory steps necessary to show people, to show the public and assure them that those truncated mRNAs are not going to be a problem.
So the truncated RNAs then, they have a partial message. So that's confusing the body, or the body is we don't know what the body's going to pick up from that in terms of messaging.
Well, the message could be read, but as I mentioned, so recall, the proteins are translated, and then there's all this protein modification, and they're globular on all these domains. If it's a partial message, that protein could just be partially there. Who knows what it interacts with? There's the potential for interactions that we don't know about is very, very high.
Okay. And so it's a matter of waiting to see how that evolves in the body. Yeah.
Yes. Finally, there has been data in the last month that has been rigorously, in my opinion, confirmed to show the injections contain double-stranded DNA contamination from the plasmids. So if you recall in the process map, and I will bring it up again, the plasmids were linearized. The DNA is then translated, or is transcribed into mRNA into the injections. That entire process appears to be contaminated. The researchers, Dr. Kevin McKernan et al. And his team, have taken
Welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry. Next, my name is Wayne Lenhart, and our next person to testify is David Speaker. David, can you hear me?
Yes.
And I can hear you.
Cool.
Okay. I believe you have some slides set up with AV here. So I'll just quickly introduce you, and then you can launch into your presentation.
Sure.
You did your university, I believe, in Ontario. You have a PhD from McMaster.
No, I do not.
Okay. You have a doctorate from somewhere. Can you tell me where that is, please?
I will launch into my slides if you can see them.
Okay. Okay, we've got your first slide, but before we do that, could you spell your full name for me? And then I'll do an oath with you.
Dr. David Jeremiah. It's DAVIDSEICHER.
And do you promise that the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Absolutely.
I see from your slide there, you're a visiting professor of health science at Redeemer University in Ontario, and I believe you have a position at McMaster as well.
I used to. So if I can go to slide 2. My undergrad is in biology at.
Yeah, there it is.
Remember, I have just studied my whole life. It's worse when I'm testifying, and that is okay. I know my things well. I am master's in diagnostics of coronavirus, a PhD in viral diagnostics, and both of which are from Griffith University in Australia. I have worked in Kenya, India, Australia, Asia, and then here, Rio, here. I've done 2 postdoc fellowship at Mac in molecular microbiology and in FT. I have run as the lab director of 2 COVID testing labs during the pandemic, doing between 5 and 15,000 PCR tests per week, all on asymptomatic transmission. I have taught at Redeemer University since last fall in courses of microbiology, genetics, and PCR testing. I am now a visiting prof here out of a paid job, and to disclaim, I am a co-applicant on a new shirk grant a few months ago. All of these are all scientific observations which I've made during the pandemic, and that I have 34 cases, most, if not all, use PCR, and that I have so also heard a method paper with the Wuhan Institute of Virology on the sequencing of
I think.
Would you like me to keep going and dive into my thing, or this is my background?
Okay. I think you're very well equipped to deal in this area, Dr. Speaker. I wonder if perhaps you could go to your slide relating to PCR testing, and maybe we'll have a look at that. Or
sure. I'd like to say too. I worked on the team which first isolated the virus. I was removed off the team before I could see things. Except a FOIA has shown that MAC records have found no responsive record about isolation of this virus apart from paper. So it begs to question either there's scientific misinformation going on, or something isn't right in Mac's on the FOIA. There's been millions in Gates funding poured into Mac, in millions, including their new Nexus endemic hub for infectious diseases. Here's a $12 million grant given to Mac by Bill Gates to look into COVID related issues. There is also a potential conflict of interest here. One of their rocks in the field of ethics and policy for innovation on their Nexus hub before the pandemic was paid $278,000. 2021, this jumped up to $623,000, and last year $461,000, and she has ties with Bill Gates and WHO. So are these people funding our Canadian institutions? Absolutely, they are. I work on PCR. I love it. It's a very elegant, super test. However, this here cannot tell us if we are sick. It can just tell us, is this DNA or RNA sample sequence in my sample? And that's it. Is this viral RNA in my sample? And so a lot of people on our side, I've heard things have said, PCR assays are 97% false positives and should not be used. Well, let's not throw the baby with the bath water. So all of this occurred in the first paper to look to get SARS to by PCR. It was poorly designed and proper validated and made. Well, the team put out this and said the main point is the bottom line here. If someone tested positive by PCR at a threshold above 35 cycles, the probability that said person is actually infected is about 3%. Why is it 35 cycles? If we go beyond that, it does not work. And this is because this is the limit of detection of the on the left is right out of C gene package in the third. These are 4. E genes are ERP and the N. These are highly conserved, great. Or you guess, yeah. It says below on the a positive is anything before 40 cycles. If we look on the right, this is all my own data, and it shows the cutoff limit of the 37 cycles, and therefore we can't tell the cycles or CTs and not be compared between that. It's all dependent on when is the sample tested, which swab, how are things extracted, amplified, looked at, and so a cycle between instruments vary by 2 or 3, so sometimes 5 cycles, and this is why we as a clinical lab never report these to a physician. So a CT value you might change except and one that should be a positive in another lab. So public health and care Rio put out a report in September of 20 money, and said on the left, any amplification curve before 37 cycles is a true positive additive if it's between 38 and 40. It needs to be retested. In my lab on the right hand side, this is what we did. If it's 2 or 3 before 30, 7 things are positive, and CT values are never given out to a clinician. We need a better link up between a physician and the clinical lab. And to a PCR assay, most times, if it is a true positive with symptoms, amplifies before 30 cycles. And therefore, I think we sort of had 2 cutoffs. One between 35 and 30 7, which is the assay limit of detection. Is this virus in my sample or not? And then at about 30, which is this individual infectious or not? So if we look at PCR versus a rat test versus is this thing actually replication and competent? PCR is very, very sensitive. Although it doesn't tell, is this replication competent or is it replication incompetent and therefore is not infectious? And so we needed it to not run things basically off of a single PCR test. Now, how were our samples worked out? Well, most people drove in a big line up to a election facility that the nasopharyngeal swab rammed right to the back of their nose. Is this the best test? Sure, it's the gold standard. But if you are sick with symptoms, a simple midterm right in here works just as well. If you look at the lower right, if you're going a nasopharyngeal, going right to the back is it is 97, 98% consensus. It gives a mid swabs about 87, which is just as good as a oral swab of the mouth. And so why didn't we swab people's mouths, swab inside their nose, and not ranting right to the back, and then in some instances cause harm. This is a pandemic. It's not a pandemic of all sick individuals. We need to work out, is this individual infected at a low level and have no symptoms, or are they have a high enough viral load to infect other people? And if you are infectious, most times you have symptoms. These are all numbers of people with COVID. COVID is a disease, and therefore you must have symptoms. Except most of these and all of these case counts are off of a PCR positive test, where the individual is either asymptomatic or with symptoms. Those things were not differentiated at all. And so this is not just sick folks. These are sick people carrying the virus, and those who are sick. We've all heard of HPV, which is the cause of cervical cancer. HPV is found easily on your forehead, on your hands, on your skin, unless it infects your cervical cells. It will not cause harm, and therefore I don't take care if you are infected, or if you have it and don't have symptoms. You need to be sick with a high enough load to pass on to things to make other people sick. And this brought out the whole thing of asymptomatic transmission. And if you were asymptomatic, you could pass on things and make other people sick and kill your grandma. And this is highly unlikely. An infectious dose is between 500 and 2,000 replications in virion, which is around a CT of 24 to 1C7, and therefore we must have two cutoffs. One at 35, which is as a limit of detection, and one at 30 is this high enough to cause someone else to get sick. And So the viral loads always jump up within 2 days before the symptoms. They come back down around the day 6 to 8, and an individual can be PCR positive 90 days post symptoms, and this is all non-infectious, non-replication, and virion being shed out of the system, and therefore asymptomatic transmission is rare. And if you are sick, you don't lock down an entire city. If you are sick, stay home. It's that simple. Last point, rapid antigen tests. We've all seen them. We've all done them. You stuff things in. You add the buffer to it. Wait 15 minutes. If you don't do it right, if you don't add enough buffer, if you add too much sample, if you don't add any buffer, these here we will give a false positive test. And else knew this. We're all informed. These are a cheap, quick screening tool. They are about $16 per test. A PCR test is between 50 and $100 per sample. However, for a rapid antigen test has a limit of detection of about 1 million viral possibilities, and that's it. One million, which is around a PCR cycle between 25 and 21. Therefore, you will develop symptoms before these here turn positive, except for Delta, and therefore a rat test should never have been used on people which are asymptomatic, and only in people with symptoms. A rat is a resumptive test, and any positive test must be confirmed by PCR. Now, last point, we have wasted millions on PCR testing of people which were asymptomatic, and these here should only have been used on people with symptoms. There's been 5 or 6 non-healthcare that labs open them up, and most of those are now shut after PCR has been told that they did between 5 and 15,000 tests per week and charge between $50 and $100 per test. You can work out the math on how much they made. And so they are now folded. Most of those said, "Oh, we'll do asymptomatic testing, take things off of our main hospital." That's made millions. As soon as PCR ended, they were told that there were 5 thermal amplitude systems set up across Ontario in our government labs. They were about 500,000 per system, and can just run a full rate of 384 samples per wait, $10,000 per run. And if someone messed something up and you had to repeat the whole thing, you've just wasted $10,000 of taxpayers. Most of these systems have not been used since April of last year, April 1 and there are thousands of expired reagents sitting on shelves, all purchased by taxpayer funding. Therefore, Bill Gates has instituted most of our institutions to push these vaccines. PCR is an elegant sense of is used right and not to inflate numbers of asymptomatic folks with COVID when they are actually we don't need a nasal pharyngeal swab of a mid or a oral swab will suffice, and it's not a high cycle count thing, which I've heard some folks say any sample beyond 35 cycles should not be called as a positive test ever, and we need more relations between a clinical lab and bedside to work out if they are infected or if they are infectious, and not rely just on PCR for our numbers to make that a pandemic, and a PCR and a rat should only have been used ever in people with symptoms. That is all I have, and I am more than happy to answer any questions from anyone ever.
Okay. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Yeah, Dr. Massey.
Dr. Massey.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker, for your presentation. I have a couple of quick questions. First one is about the comparison between the rapid antigenic test and the PCR. It was argued by some people doing, I would say, monitoring of the epidemiology that although the PCR test was more sensitive than the rapid antigenic test, the advantage of the rapid antigenic test is that you would get the answer immediately instead of waiting for whatever, depending, sometimes it was days, depending on the system you were relying on. And it would give you the answer, am I infectious now, versus am I potentially infectious, and I would get the answer by the time I don't know, I'm kind of isolated, or I risk contaminating other people. So for the management of this kind of, if one assumed that any contamination has to be avoided at all costs, which is a different topic altogether, having a rapid response to tell the people, okay, you have symptoms, you seems to have the virus because we can detect the antibody. You can self-isolate for a couple of days and wait until you're no longer infectious. So why is it that this has not been more readily implemented? Because I don't think that the delay between the time the PCR was available and the rapid antigenic test was made public to people was that significant in terms. So why is it that we have not proposed this approach instead of the massive PCR testing?
Well, what is your question simplified, Dr. Matthews?
What I'm asking you is that were we technically limited in the deployment of the rapid antigenic tests, and that would explain why it took so long before we had them available. And to my knowledge in Canada, I don't think we've seen cases where the monitoring of the waves of infection was relying on this method versus the PCR. The PCR had always been the gold standard to monitor the number of cases.
It is the gold standard, and you are right there. A PCR test is made faster. It's much more easily to make and to use. Our first test were deployed around late March. Most of which are lab developed tests. I think though that if we are looking at infectious loads, a rapid test is actually better, because if you are sick and they are a kind of load, you will get a positive test. But if you are before symptoms, when it's low, and you're post symptoms, you're not going to get a positive test. And so there's a very short window of about 5 days when they are actually useful, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. My other question has to do with the following of the different wave that we always focus on cases based on PCR positivity. And if we're not arguing at this point about the threshold that has been established and not well, I would say, at least communicated. Sometime it was higher, sometime it was lower, we didn't know. But my point is, if you want to look at historical data since the beginning of the pandemic up to now, Why is it that we don't see more frequently what I would call positivity rate, which is how many positive cases you get per number of people you've tested? Because if you want to compare whether you are in a very big wave or small wave, you could be misled by the number of tests you're doing. So why is it that this was not implemented from the get-go?
It's sort of speed. I talked early on with a colleague, and I'm like, why are we calling all of these COVID positive tests and not a SARS-2 positive test? One has symptoms and one doesn't, and it was all because COVID would make things easier, and I'm sure it also inflated the counts. Also, from a lab end, all we receive is a tube with a name, date of and birth date, and that's it. There's no vaccine status, there's no and all we give back is a positive or a negative result, and that's it. And so it could be a positive with symptoms or without. On a lab end, we have no idea at all.
Thank you very much.
That is all the physicians.
Thank you for your answer.
Job.
I have more of a comment. I just want to applaud you in speaking or confronting the stereotypes that go along with stuttering. You did a great job, and you're certainly a prime example of someone who pursued education and stands as an equal. Thank you for your testimony.
And just for the record, I thank you for that. I have now lost 5 jobs during the pandemic because of my stance on things. So you just have to keep fighting and keep the scientific facts. That's it.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? No. Okay. Dr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for your testimony today on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry. So thank you for coming. Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Caput. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Jean -PHILIPPE, Chabot, CHABOT.
I apologize for my mispronunciation.
That's fine.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth regarding your testimony to us this afternoon?
Yes.
Very good. Now, I understand that you were employed by the CBC and that you were subsequently suspended because you refused to disclose your vaccination status. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, before you tell us a little bit more about that experience, can you just start by telling us a little bit more about yourself? I understand that you're married, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm married. I have 4 children, 3 girls, age 7, 5, 3, and a 7-month-old boy. And yeah, I'm French-Canadian. I was born in Montreal in 1982. I've worked as an analyst most of my career, including 10 years in mainstream media. And yeah, software quality analyst mostly.
Very good. And were you trained for this line of work, or how did you come to have this profession?
Yeah, I had a little bit of training, did a little bit of computer science in CEGEP, but mostly I'm self-taught. I mostly learned on the job.
Very good. And when did you first start working for the CBC?
So I joined the CBC in 2018, specifically Radio-Canada's Média Numérique. And by the way, I'm going to be saying CBC a lot, but most of the time I mean CBC Radio-Canada. So I joined the Média Numérique, which is where they do most digital projects for the French-speaking audience. So yeah, websites, mobile apps, all the infrastructure underneath, the streaming services. And myself, I worked mostly on TV when I was there. So it's the equivalent of CBC Gem. It's the streaming service, the French streaming service.
Okay. So I understand from your description that this was a largely digital role, or something that you largely performed with computers. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And where were you required to perform these duties?
Well, when I joined, we were at the office in Montreal. But when the pandemic started, I was on parental leave. And when I came back from parental leave, everyone was already working 100% from home, everyone at Média Numérique.
And when you returned to work after the pandemic had started, were you able to fulfill all of your duties from home, or only most of them? Sorry, all of them?
Yeah, all of them we could fulfill from home. I mean, there was no use case that required me to go on the premises, and it was, I mean, the same for almost everyone.
And so most employees at that point in your division were working from home at that point, is that correct?
To my knowledge, all of us were working from home.
So prior to having left for parental leave and the onset of COVID, what was your relationship like with the CBC, your employer?
Well, I really enjoyed working there. I would describe it as an extremely positive experience. I mean, professionally, it was an ideal place for someone in my field, because there were many issues to tackle and a lot of freedom to use our creativity, our problem solving, and yeah, I mean, it was just incredibly positive. And it was also, like, for me, it was a source of motivation that it's a public entity. I felt like a kind of civic responsibility working there, so that was important. And overall, I felt it was an important institution, and the work we did there, even though it's just it's not life or death deciding services that we worked on, but it's it's every Canadians. We all co-owners of the CBC and what they produce there. So that felt good working on that kind of thing, and. Overall, like the culture there, the attitudes of my colleagues, they were a good fit. The 3 years and a half there that I was there, I met a substantial amount of people that I really enjoyed working with and being around. And yeah, it's basically where I wanted to be for the rest of my career. I just loved it there. I made plans to keep working there, and didn't happen.
Right. So you are no longer working for the CBC at this point in time, correct?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Well, they implemented mandatory vaccination, and I didn't disclose my vaccination status, so I was put on indefinite leave without pay for a while, but I mean, overall, all the measures they took for that policy, it just led to me not being able to continue working there or, to work there ever again, I feel.
So when was the idea or the suggestion of a vaccination policy first raised or introduced by your employer?
Well, we'd have to go back to spring or summer of 2021. And during that time, mandatory vaccination or just vaccination in general was a heavily discussed topic. And I think it's June or July, the CBC felt compelled to, at one point, state its position on mandatory vaccination on the internal employee website. So they posted a statement that basically said that vaccination was a personal choice and that they couldn't impose it unless a law was requiring it. So that's the first time we started hearing about it internally. And so that's the first time.
So obviously at some point that policy changed. When did that policy change?
Well, I mean, not long after that, I think it was the early fall or the end of August or September, I was hearing the federal government talking about mandating the vaccines for federal workers. And, so I was concerned. So even though the CBC stated that it was a personal choice and that they couldn't impose it, I wasn't really reassured by that. But at one point, the CBC announced that they would ask us to disclose our vaccination status. And I think that was, I think they announced it at the end of September, and on October 1st, we got the form that we needed to fill to disclose our status.
Did you complete the form?
No, I didn't complete it because I didn't want to disclose. I didn't think at that point it was even in their right to ask for our vaccination status, which I consider to be personal medical information. So I didn't disclose, and on the form, there was not even an option to, something like I opt out. I prefer not to disclose. There wasn't that on there. But I sort of screenshotted the form and photoshopped in an additional option that said, I prefer not to disclose, and that's what I sent in, just because I didn't want them to, to accuse me of just not replying. So I did reply in that way.
And what response did you receive when you submitted this altered form?
They acknowledged my response, and they basically just said thank you. But at that point, they had already, they had given us a deadline up until October 31st to do it. But yeah, they acknowledged it.
Now, I understand you did some research in coming to the decision of whether or not you would complete the form. Can you just tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so the reason I didn't want to disclose, like I mentioned earlier, I didn't think they were in their right, and that's because I'd found out on the CRHA website, which is the l'Ordre des conseillers en ressources humaines agréés, which is a professional association in Quebec. And well, I guess these HR directors, there's a few of them, but those that were communicating this stuff to us at the CBC, I guess they were part of this association because they have this title in their signature, CRHA. So this order, they put out a statement. Well, not a statement, but more like a dossier, like a web page with information on vaccine status disclosure. And in there, it said very clearly that disclosure had to be voluntary and that no reprisals could be brought upon an employee who refused to disclose. And they cited different laws. They cited the Charter. They cited the Code Civil du Québec and other laws. So I felt pretty confident that I was right, that I didn't need to disclose. And like I said, I was working remotely, so it didn't even matter whether I was vaccinated or not for me at this point.
Right. So if I understand correctly, the form was due October 1st, is that correct? The disclosure form?
Yeah, they sent it to us October 1st, but we had a month to reply to it, complete it.
And then when was the mandatory vaccination policy brought into effect?
Well, the federal government brought its directive for mandatory vaccination of the federal, well, not all federal workers, but it was like central administration workers and the RCMP. So that came down on October 6th. I don't know when it was announced, but like they had been talking about it for a couple months earlier. And not long after, October 21st, the CBC announced its own mandatory vaccination policy. So so even though, I mean, most people had disclosed their status at this point, but like this new policy was announced, and we had until December 1st to show proof of having had 2 doses. And this applied to every employee. Okay. Pretty much like it was announced by the federal government. I mean, there were also people working remotely at in the central administration, but probably the RCMP as well. And it affected even people who worked 100% from home. So the CBC pretty much copied the federal government in that sense.
Now you've said that the policy required you to show all employees, to show that they had received 2 doses by December 1st, or that they would be put on indefinite leave without pay. Was there any option to test instead of receiving the vaccination?
Nope.
And I think you've already answered this, but just to be very clear, was there any exemption offered to those employees who were working 100% remotely?
Yes, there were exemptions offered to everyone, even people working on premises. So you could request a medical exemption or a religious exemption. But what bothered me is that when they announced that, right from the start, they said that, well, medical exemptions, like probably they would honor that, but it's rare that people like have medical condition that prevents them from getting those vaccines. But the religious exemptions, a lot of people applied for them. But right from the start, the CBC told us that very few would be granted. So, I don't know, that just didn't resonate well with me. And so that I didn't apply for one myself. That's not the path I chose to defend my case. And I spoke to many people who applied for one, and every single one was rejected. Like even those who seemed bulletproof, basically, like who were signed by their bishop, and I don't know, they were all turned down. So that was kind of disappointing, but the way they had announced it, I kind of expected that. And some people, and it was supposed to be based on your sincere belief. So if you hold a sincere belief, you'll be able to get an exemption. But I think there was something else going on with the process, and it panned out to really. It seemed like something that was it was based on something other than the person's sincere belief. The decision to grant the exemption or not. And some people even received their letter informing them that they were being put on leave without pay. So, around November, just before the deadline of December 1st hit, some people even received confirmation that, yes, you're being put on leave without pay for not complying to the policy, while they were still waiting for a decision on their religious exemption. So, yeah, something's not right there.
So what did you do in those few weeks between when the policy was said, when it was announced rather, and when it was actually going to be implemented?
Well, at one point I, because I wanted to resolve this, so I wrote to to HR. Well, they had set up this like generic email for all of these issues, like that had to do with the policy. So I wrote to that email, and I asked them, if it was legal, what they were doing, if it was constitutional. And the answer I got back was that it was mandated by the government. So one of those HR directors told me that it had been mandated and that the mandate applied to Crown. Well, it was mandated through a directive that applied to federal workers, including Crown corporations. And I also brought that to, like, all these arguments that the CRHA, the L'Ordre des conseillers en ressources humaines agréés, put out. I also sent that to my union. So I was in discussion with both the CBC and my union at that time. And that's also what my union told me, that it had been mandated by the federal government. And after that, I asked them, because I had read the directive. So when they mentioned that, I read it, and I'd already read it, and I knew that it, well, at least from what it seemed, and I had other people read it as well, just to make sure it didn't apply to Crown corporations. So it didn't apply to us. It was limited to the central administration and RCMP, and there was no mention of Crown corporations in there.
And did you specifically point that out to your employer and to the unions, that it appeared from your reading that it did not apply to Crown corporations?
I did.
And what was their reply?
Well, I pointed it out to the union. I sent them the text. I told them, I basically walked them through it, and my union ignored it. What I asked the CBC is, when they mentioned that directive, I just asked them very simply, which directive is that? And can you tell me where it says who it applies to, just to verify that it applies to Crown corporations? And they basically shut the door to any further discussion when I mentioned that.
I understand that the CBC also has an appointed ethics commissioner. Did you attempt to raise this issue with the commissioner?
Not myself, but because we were able to form a little group of people who were in the same situation. Like, we reached out to each other via different means, and I know that one person in the group wrote the ethics commissioner at the CBC and basically showed her that the mandatory vaccination policy violated many, many points in the CBC's own code of conduct. And I don't remember her reply exactly, but it was something like, she just basically stated that it was out of her purview. So she didn't seem to want to get involved with us at all.
Okay. And what did you do when the deadline came along, finally?
So I'm just checking just to see if we missed anything.
You mentioned to me at one point that you've referred to the CBC Code of Conduct. I believe that you've mentioned certain criteria that you believed they would be required to meet in order to implement a mandatory vaccination policy. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. That's a very important point. One thing I want to mention before that is those statements that the L'Ordre des conseillers en ressources humaines agréés put out on their website. I found out later that the CBC, Radio-Canada in French, put out an article where Manon Poirier, which was the head, I don't know if she's still the head of that order, but she basically stated in the article exactly those points, that vaccine disclosure had to be voluntary, and that no reprisals could come to employees who refused to do it. And so basically regarding these other points that I brought to the attention of my union, because the CBC had refused to discuss this with me, but and since my collective agreement and my contract didn't allow me to represent myself, I had to go through my union. So at this point, I was basically trying to convince my union. And one way I attempted to do this is using charter law. And because I read that, for example, well, to me, basically, mandatory vaccination was pretty clear that it was by itself a violation of your charter rights. So there were like limited circumstances under which charter rights could be suspended, I guess. But from what I'd read, the law really seemed to be on my side, because I'd read, for example, that it had to be demonstrably justified. It had to be the least infringing measure available. And it had to be proportional. And this principle of proportionality, it has to do with the means of attaining an end being no more than what's necessary, basically. And you know, when I read those things and I considered the CBC's policy and my context, I'm being remote, working from home all this time, I didn't think the policy met those criteria. So I felt pretty confident that if I demonstrated that and showed all that to my union, that they would have to, even though I knew that they were reluctant, it was obvious that they didn't want to represent me. I thought that if I did the work, that's supposed to be their work, if I did that, like in a well put out manner, that they would have to represent me. But that's not what happened.
So did your union ever end up filing a grievance on your behalf?
No, they refused to do it, and I did multiple demands for a grievance because initially I argued on that front using charter case law that it was just that the CBC couldn't meet that threshold of implementing mandatory vaccination.
Okay.
But they rejected that demand for a grievance based on that. And I also asked them to grieve the fact that the CBC was using leave without pay as a disciplinary measure, which is not something that's in the collective agreement. It's not something that's in my contract either, but my union basically just said that the CBC was fully in their right in doing those things, and they cited like there's a kind of clause, I don't remember exactly, but there's a clause in the collective agreement that says something like, for every point that's not stated explicitly in the collective agreement, well, the employer has pretty much carte blanche to do whatever it wants.
So when the mandatory policy took effect on December 1st, what happened to you on that date?
Well, you know, I'd been working from home all this time, so that morning, just like usual, I knew this was coming, and at that point I was pretty sure that they would enforce it. But I went on the computer, tried to log in to do my work and meet my team, and all my access were revoked. So even basic things like email, access to the employee portal, and like email and employee portal, I don't think because usually a leave without pay, the employee has to ask for it. I mean, it's something that the employee requests. And when they do in the normal circumstances, I don't think their email access is cut off. I don't think their access to like employee services, like the portal we have, is cut off either. So seeing all that was kind of a shock. I mean, to me, it just meant that they really didn't want us even communicating using amongst ourselves, or communicating easily, at least with each other, using our work email. So yeah, that was a shock on December 1st.
What impact did the suspension have on you and your family financially?
Well, I mean, I lost my income, and we didn't have access to EI. I say we because that's basically the experience of everyone I've spoken to. That was my situation. We didn't have access to EI because it was considered misconduct to not comply to these policies. Having to find work. So this was December. So having to find work or other sources of income during the holiday season, that's not ideal.
Were you the sole earner of the family?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, my salary was my family's only income. So that was stressful, not only for me, but for my wife as well. And I mean, when two parents are stressed out or anxious about something like that, about a financial strain like that, it has an impact it had an impact on my children as well. And they're young, so they're sensitive to this kind of stuff. They can't understand yet what was going on.
Now, something you mentioned to me earlier that I would just like to talk about a little bit. So you were not dismissed or terminated, but instead you were suspended without pay. And I understand that you were also required to maintain your insurance and benefits. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. As part of the policy, the CBC told us that, well, they didn't leave us a choice, really. They said, you will be keeping your insurance and benefits, and the cost will effectively double because we won't be covering half of it like they normally do. So that was like an extra financial burden that they were putting on us. And I guess what bothered me about that is that the union didn't bat an eye at that. They seemed to endorse that kind of stuff as well.
Were you aware of other employees who were similarly suspended as you were on December 1st?
Yeah, like I mentioned, we were able to organize a small group. So that was, that was incredibly beneficial because none of us had to go through this alone. I can't imagine having gone through this. I wouldn't be here. If I had gone through this alone, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be here testifying because it would have made things much worse. So I heard their stories as well because I was one of the lucky ones. I found work pretty quickly. I mean, there's the kind of work I do, there's a ton of demand for it right now. So even during the holidays, I was able to, use my remaining vacation time, use just a little bit of my savings to keep everything going, basically feed my family, and then I could work again pretty quickly. Even though I had no EI, it was, it went pretty smoothly. So I'm one of the lucky ones. But some of the stories I've heard, people were put in very vulnerable positions by these measures, okay? Because some of them, like for example, I'll give you an example or two. I know this woman who's 58, and she was employed at the CBC, and she has kind of a specialized skill set in broadcasting, like TV broadcasting. So there wasn't any work for her in her field, when she was put on leave without pay. And she's a single mom. She has a house. She has a daughter in university. So just to keep things together, keep her house, keep her daughter in school, she had to look for a job. She found a minimum wage job, and she had to burn through all her retirement savings, or RRSPs, just to keep things going. And she's not seeing that money again. Yeah. So that's one example. And other examples, just in general, there were other measures affecting the unvaccinated at this time. So people couldn't travel. I had a colleague who had family overseas who wanted him to come over because a family member was dying. They were sick, they were dying, they wanted to see their family one last time. And this person, on top of being put on leave without pay, they couldn't travel. So that's like compounded pressure on these people. That's just horrific.
Now, we're nearly out of time, so I don't want to rush you, but there's just a couple of more quick points that I would like to talk about. Now, the vaccine policy was actually suspended at some point. I believe you told me it was June of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to return to work at that point?
Yeah, I was asked to come back to work after being on leave for 7+ months, receiving no communication from the CBC, I considered personally myself constructively dismissed at that point. So I told them, no, I can come, I won't come back to work. And one of the other reasons is that because since they had basically mirrored what the federal government was doing, and the federal the directive that applied to federal workers also ended just before the CBC ended theirs, and it was clear in one of the documents that the Treasury Board put out, that they called the Manager's Toolkit, that talked about people coming back from leave without pay, that they were only suspending the policy. They weren't revoking it. So I couldn't see myself going back there and having like this Damocles sword above my head, that this could just happen all over again. It was just too much pressure. And people in my group, some of them wanted to go back, some of them considered it, but they engaged with the CBC. They asked questions, okay, well, if I come back, what will happen? If you decide to bring the mandate, all that stuff. And, well, first of all, like the delay that they gave us to come back was very short. So in those short few days or weeks, the people asking questions weren't really getting the answers that they were expecting. The CBC was putting pressure on them, and some of them were resigned. Like, without even resigning themselves, the CBC just stopped talking to them, stopped answering to them, and they learned, like through employee services, that they had been effectively resigned.
And so my final question, subject to any questions that the commissioners, of course, may have, is why did you want to testify today?
Yeah, so the main reason I wanted to testify was because I want people to be able to, have an informed opinion on the CBC and what it stands for. It's an important institution, like I said, and I think you can learn a lot about an organization by the way it treats its employees. And we haven't really talked about this, but the stated goal of the CBC by implementing mandatory vaccination was to ensure the safety and the security of its employees in the workplace. So I don't understand why that would apply to people working remotely. It's not even logical. So it looks like they put aside even the most basic logic in favor of this all-vaccine ideology. Everyone had to be vaccinated. And I was supposed to continue working from home. During those 7+ months, almost everyone in my department was working from home. Here and there, people who wanted to could go to the office, but it was allowed to work. They were allowed to work from home during all this time. Even today, remote work continues. But this had been communicated to us that the remote work would continue, by the way, even before the policy began. So everything pointed to remote work, and this is what the union should even have pushed for. There's no better measure to ensure the safety and security of people in the workplace than remote work. So I don't know why they coerced me. But when you have a stated goal that there's no logic with the measures you're taking, like this has to do with also being demonstrably justified and the least infringing and all that stuff. If they followed the law, they would just have kept the status quo and allowed me to continue working from home. But they didn't. So that really bothers me, and to me it feels like that's not the real goal. That the official one that they stated is not the real goal, and it bothers me that the CBC seemingly tried to use one ostensible purpose, safety in the workplace, to make this policy appear acceptable while they don't disclose the real reasons behind it. So I want people to think about that and to reflect on the fact that, yes, you can learn about an institution or any organization as a whole by the way it treats its employees. So there was no justification to treat us this way, to prevent us from keeping working from home. And I wonder, and I want people to ask themselves, if the CBC can't be trusted to be ethical in the way it treats its employees, people should ask themselves if it can be trusted to be ethical in its other activities, including news reporting and all that stuff. So that's the main reason I wanted to come and tell this story. And the other reason is because I don't know how many people the CBC coerced into getting these vaccines. I know some people didn't want them, and some people had to betray their own conscience and to comply to the CBC's policy. So those people, I want to acknowledge that they exist. I know that some of them have been harmed physically by the vaccines, and I wish I could have reached out to them just for mutual support and to tell them that they were not alone. So those are the reasons.
Thank you. Are there any, okay, there's one question, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chabot, for your testimony. Do you consider yourself as an informed citizen?
Yes, I do. I mean, I'm an analyst by trade, so I'm used to dealing with information in general, and I'm someone who grew up basically with the internet at their fingertips. So, yeah, I do consider myself pretty informed.
So, what kind of research would you have done to raise doubt about the vaccination to the point that you were willing to put everything on the line not to get vaccinated?
Very simply, I just thought that the risk-benefit ratio was not in favor of the vaccines at all. The risks were scary, and the benefits, I didn't see any evidence of that. And like the CBC, when they tell you, well, we have this objective of ensuring safety and security in the workplace, I would assume that they would show evidence that it has an effect on safety and security in the workplace. And I haven't seen that evidence myself, and the CBC certainly hasn't produced any to show to its employees. So from the research I did, like the benefits just didn't seem to be there, and the risks seemed huge. I have 4 young children, so I can't afford to be injured or killed by these injections and leave them without a father. So for me, it was out of the questions, mostly because I'm a father and they want to put that risk.
Did you have the opportunity to discuss your analysis or your questioning with some of your colleagues within your environment?
Yes, I did. I discussed it. It's something I talked about openly with my colleagues. But you know, my environment, it was, we were not news people, you know. We were analysts, programmers, project leaders, and like our world, it's digital. And most people there already had gone and gotten like 2 doses of their own volition. So, and people were scared at that time. They weren't really open to, I mean, even though I thought my arguments were good, like now is a much better time to use reason. People are much more open to those kinds of arguments. So I was able to have a huge impact, even though I tried. But yeah, it's sad because, you know, even though I discussed it, and I discussed not only the reasons for not getting vaccinated, the risk, benefits, and all that stuff, I also discussed like the ethical implications, and people at the CBC, not just people close to me, but people in general at the CBC, from what I heard from my other colleagues who went through this, there was a very much a lack of empathy and indifference over there. And I had like 10, 15 years friends that I'd been friends with for 10, 15 years. I mean, people who actually got me to join the CBC that I was very close with, who just willfully looked the other way while this was going on. And that's the same experience. And I lost those friendships. That's the same experience my other colleagues have gone through. So, Yeah, at that time, most people over there were really in the narrative, and I wondered a lot about why that is. Like, why did people stick to that narrative and had this very narrow, this very narrow way of navigating through it.
So what is your current condition with respect to your family or people around you? How do you feel about the decision? And even though it was somewhat hurtful, how do you feel about the whole situation right now?
Yeah, it went good for me. I mean, I found work. I found a consulting firm that hired me, and they gave me a contract for a big bank. And while the CBC had mandatory vaccination in place at that bank, even though it was mostly remote work, I could go meet my team, and I did. And there was testing that was offered to people who weren't vaccinated, and we could meet in the office. You wore your mask when in the corridors, and when you're in the meeting room with your team, you can take off the mask. And really quickly, even that requirement of testing went away. I don't know if it's because public health guidance changed, but the experience I had in that bank was so refreshing because they were it was a good example basically of proportionality. They didn't go beyond what was absolutely necessary and what made sense. So really quickly, even though I was unvaccinated, I couldn't go in the CBC, I could go meet my team there at the bank and work remotely. And people had such a different culture, it didn't really matter to anyone. They hadn't been subjected to this very strong pro-vaccine bias that was present at the CBC. So it was an incredible experience, to get out of the CBC and feel like in a normal work environment again, where it's just not a concern. So that was good. And I don't work for that bank anymore, but because I went on parental leave again, but I'm still with that consulting firm and very happy now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I'd like to thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
So we're just waiting for a witness to be set up technically. I will give you an update, Commissioners. We are farther behind than usual, and so we're going to be asking Council to try and keep witnesses more on time, and if it's not essential questioning, we'll ask you guys to also try and help a little bit with that today. We're just going to have one of those days. I think we might go over 5 today. For anyone listening, that's a joke. We usually finish around 6:30 or 7, because we're just it's just we have people attend. You don't know how long it's going to take for somebody to tell their stories and what issues are going to come up, and we want the commissioners to explore all issues because they have an important task at hand. So actually we're very thankful that the commissioners are willing to do that and privilege the witnesses that we call. So we're just having an unusual day today because it was a pretty ambitious schedule, that's all. So I think our next witness is almost ready. And so our next witness is Dr. Edward Layton. And Dr. Layton, I thank you for your patience. You were scheduled this morning and we kept bumping you back. So
I think I can get in to my doctor sooner than that. I've had to wait.
I'm sorry?
That's a joke.
Yeah. So can I ask you to start by stating your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Edward Layton, Edward Leyton.
And Dr. Layton, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now, I just want to introduce you a little bit, and then I'm going to let you tell the evidence that you've come to share with us today. But you had practiced for a full 40 years as a complementary and alternative medicine physician. You graduated from medical school in 1975, You practiced medicine, you focused on chronic illness and psychotherapy, or practiced in those areas also. You actually retired just before COVID hit back in 2018, and then when this global pandemic starts, you thought, okay, I better renew my license and go and help because we're facing a crisis, and so you renewed your license. And I want you to start from there and share with us then what was your experience like going back and where did that lead you?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Commissioners, and thank you for doing this. And good afternoon to the audience. Yes, I decided to go back in 2020, and it was mainly to help out with COVID stress-related illness, and I did that for about the first 8 months. I was treating people with psychotherapy, which was my focus, and that went on for that length of time. I do want to make a little disclaimer before I start, that this is my personal experience that I'm talking about today, and it doesn't in any way represent an official corporate response of the Canadian COVID telehealth group, of which I was a part. I was a director for a number of months. So I just want to make sure that that's the case. So I guess I'm ready with slides.
Yes, please start your slideshow.
Yeah.
They'll show up on your computer screen, and that will tell you they're on the screen behind you also.
Yeah, the screen is up. Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about why I treated COVID-19 and long COVID, and what was the response to treatment, and also how did the media and the CPSO, which is the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario, which is the regulating body of physicians that acts under the RHPA, which is the Regulated Health Practitioners Act. So I'm going to be talking about all of those things. So you've got most of my resume already outlined. So I want to take you back for a moment to before the college even started. And the reason I'm doing this is some people might think that the college and the way they've behaved towards practitioners who are trying to treat COVID is something that started with COVID. But in fact, physicians have been operating under the shroud of a college which is extremely detrimental towards physicians who are practicing alternative kinds of medicine. And this has been going on for a long time. So this quote here from 1859 will show you that. It's from the York County Medical Practitioners Meeting minutes, and it says that the members of the medical profession, considering themselves the best, as the only true judges of the requisite qualifications of the art of medicine, claim the power of regulating the amount of those to be possessed by candidates for practice and granting of licenses, and of granting licenses accordingly. So that paragraph, I think, demonstrates the arrogance, I guess, of the medical profession, thinking that they're the best and that nobody else can come close to them. And that was prevalent even in the 1850s, when, in fact, medical treatments were pretty primitive. Blistering and arsenicals and all kinds of things were being used. The germ theory hadn't even been introduced into medicine at that point. And it was clear also that when the college was eventually formed, that even legally qualified physicians who wanted to practice what was called heterodox medicine or alternative kinds of practices, that would be, chiropractic manual therapies, naturopathy, homeopathy, that kind of thing. They were actually denounced by their colleagues and regulating bodies as violating the terms of their license. So this is the shroud of secrecy and under which we practice. All doctors practice under this, and many people don't realize that. The college has been investigated on a couple of occasions, 2 or 3 occasions actually, and I'm going to quote now from an investigation that was done, that was initiated by patients and physicians back in around 1998, finished in 2001, and became known as the Glasnost Report, referring to transparency is needed in medicine. And this investigation was headed by a lawyer, now Justice Michael Code, who was a former Attorney General, and he investigated the practice of 6 physicians who had been treated for chronic pain and other difficult situations. And he came to the following conclusion, that these are college-driven fishing expeditions, which are initiated under Section 75, that's the Regulated Health Practitioners Act, Section 75, and they can be misused in such a way that they do not serve the public or the evolution of medicine. They can ruin the life of the doctor involved and have done so in several cases. It is highly unusual that even people under criminal investigation in prison attempt suicide. Yet we know of 4 doctors who committed suicide while under CPSO investigation, and none had patient complaints against them. These are all college-driven issues. He refers to a particular case, Mr. Code refers to a particular case, saying that in this case that allowed Mr. Code to assert that it provides prima facie evidence that CPSO officials may have committed the criminal offense of obstructing justice by repeatedly misleading the executive committee as to the true state of the evidence in this case. This is our college, the college that is supposed to regulate practitioners involved possibly in criminal offenses, a very serious charge. It's almost impossible to launch a complaint against the College of Physicians and Surgeons. I tried to do that in 1998, around the time of this investigation, and was told that I couldn't really launch a complaint against them unless I launched it with the actual prosecution. So there's no recourse, there's no way of launching a complaint against the college at all. So given that, it wouldn't perhaps surprise us to see the edict that came out in 2021, May 2021. And I'll just read it because it's probably not terribly clear. The college is aware and concerned about the increase of misinformation circulating on social media and other platforms regarding physicians who are publicly contradicting public health orders and recommendations. Physicians hold a unique position of trust with the public and have a professional responsibility to not communicate anti-vaccine, anti-masking, anti-distancing, and anti-lockdown statements and or promoting unsupported, unproven treatments for COVID-19. Physicians must not make comments or provide advice that encourages the public to act contrary to public health orders and recommendations. Physicians who put the public at risk may face an investigation by the CPSO and disciplinary action when warranted. When offering opinions, physicians must be guided by the law, regulatory standards, and the Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. The information shared must not be misleading or deceptive and must be reported by available evidence and science. It's an interesting wording because they use that a position of trust. We have a position of trust with the public and a responsibility not to communicate these things. Do we have trust in the CPSO, who are supposed to protect the public and guide physicians? No, we don't. There have been at least 2 demonstrations by physicians and patients outside of the college in this pandemic, maybe 3. And those demonstrations have been met with silence by the college. In fact, the college has vacated the premises for a number of months during the pandemic because they were afraid that their safety was in danger. So that's the position that we were working under during the pandemic. And this is the position of the CPSO on vaccine anxiety. It's an interesting concept that having anxiety about a new drug, or in this case, quotes, vaccine, can be considered an illness. But in this case, it is. Here's one of their statements from their website. It's important that physicians work with their patients to manage anxieties related to the vaccine and not enable avoidance behavior. In cases of serious concern, responsible use of prescription medications and/or referral to psychotherapy are available options. So, if I offer you a high blood pressure medication in my office and I say, I want you to take this, I would obviously go through whatever is important about the side effects, the positive effects, the negative effects of this medication. And if the patient said, well, I'm anxious about that, according to this, and a vaccine is kind of like that, I would have to say, well, take 5 milligrams of Valium and come and see me tomorrow, and you'll feel better about the whole thing. That's what they're suggesting. In November 2022, they added, for some reason, I'm not sure why, the extreme fear of needles, trypanophobia it's called, or other areas of concern. I don't know what that means. And that we should be treating that with medication or with psychotherapy. Well, first of all, you can't get a psychotherapist for love nor money. And second of all, the prescription medications that would be used for that, I'm not sure how I would treat trypanophobia other than by giving a sedative of some kind so that you are kind of half asleep when you have your vaccination. It's really an outrageous suggestion. And then is the circumstances of the pandemic which support physicians declining to write notes or complete forms when the patient is making a request. Usually that's a natural thing that we would do if a patient came with a request to have medical forms completed. And they're saying, in this case, you don't have to do that. So you don't have to write prescriptions for exemptions and so on. You have to sensitively explain to your patient that you can't provide them with that.
Dr. Layton, can I just ask, because you practice psychotherapy, I mean, I imagine that some patients will legitimately, not just for a vaccine like this, but legitimately have anxiety that reaches a medical condition, mental health condition, and that it would be reasonable in some situations to exempt people. Is that a fair comment?
To accept people?
No, to exempt somebody if they legitimately are anxious about it, that could be a valid ground for an exemption, actually having undue anxiety about a treatment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course,
So,
yeah.
but physicians are basically being told no, not for this one.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So we weren't allowed to write exemptions unless there was anaphylactic shock. I wrote a couple of exemptions during the period, first year or two, and it was because of very significant side effects that I figured might happen as a result of genetic thromboembolic disorders and so on. But I wasn't supposed to do that. So the other thing about the RHPA in Section 75 that's important to know is that Section 75 allows the college to investigate our practice completely and to remove files, that is, to remove patient files. And this has been challenged in the last 6 months by a couple of challenges. If you refer to the second paragraph, second bullet point, about 100 patients of Dr. Sonia Kusta under investigation for writing 2 mask exemptions. That's apparently enough for an investigation. During COVID, unsuccessfully filed their motion to stop CPSO investigators from gaining access to their private medical records. And I want you to go down to the 4th paragraph, which says, and this kind of reflects the attitude of the college, which I brought up at the beginning, which says, this was the lead counsel for the college. She stated that patients should not have any say about their own medical records or how the CPSO wishes to use them when a physician is under investigation for potentially putting a patient at risk of harm. So to come back to my story, after 2020, when I was practicing mainly psychotherapy, I joined a Facebook group in February of 2021, and that was just when the vaccines were starting to come in. And the Facebook group was a professional group with, I think, nurse practitioners and physicians. And I noticed 2 things happening. I noticed that physicians and nurses who were actually starting to give vaccines were starting to see side effects even at that early stage. They would come back with reports of aches and pains, orthopedic issues, arthritic issues, swelling of joints, brain fog, musculoskeletal system symptoms, and so on. And also at that time, ivermectin was being touted as a useful tool in the treatment of COVID because there was no treatment given. Doctors were told to send their patients home with Tylenol and that they should go to the hospital if they couldn't breathe anymore. That was the only treatment that was on. So I started to bring up questions on this Facebook page about ivermectin and also about the fact that vaccines seem to be detrimental in some cases. And I was immediately pounced upon by a number of people in that group saying, you cannot talk about this because this is a public health recommendation and they are our colleagues and we shouldn't be criticizing them. So naturally, I went on to criticize them, and eventually I was ousted from the group. I was removed. So then I joined the Canadian COVID telehealth organization. I came to know about it, and because I started to look into what was going on. And I found a group that was definitely on my side and was open to different opinions about things. And I also started looking into ivermectin, and several people in the CCCA talked to me about the possibility of prescribing ivermectin. And so I looked at that, and I thought there's a lot of evidence to show that ivermectin is very useful. And one of the people in the group said, well, why don't you prescribe it? So I said, well, I'm not really, I'm a psychotherapist, that's my focus, but I was a family physician at one time, and so I thought about it a lot, and I researched it. And so in the summer of 2021, I decided to start prescribing ivermectin. And I was fortunate at that time to be able to be in touch with Dr. Ira Bernstein, who some of you may know was a prominent physician who had been treating COVID quite successfully for some period of time with ivermectin and other treatments. And in fact, he attended the first international conference in Rome and was very up to date on COVID treatment. So I began to use ivermectin in my private practice and found excellent results. I used it for prevention, for simple COVID, which is COVID which we treat in the first few days or 1 week, and then for more complex COVID, which lasts longer than a week. Eventually, we decided that it would be good to form a clinic. So a number of us got together and we formed Canadian COVID Telehealth. This was a telehealth group. We had at that time about half a dozen physicians and an equal number of nurse practitioners and nurses. We operated throughout Canada, and we saw patients in every province except Manitoba, which didn't allow us to do telemedicine without a license, but we could in other provinces. That went on, well, it still goes on. I'm still prescribing ivermectin, but it went on at a fairly good clip because that was right in the middle, if you'll recall, of the Delta variant, which was probably the worst variant that we've seen. And people were getting really quite sick with that. And one of the things that was very noticeable about our patient population is that people were terrified of COVID. They had been completely propagandized, if you like, to believe that COVID was a terrible disease. And a lot of people wanted prevention. Most of our patients called up wanting ivermectin prevention. And we had, at that time, about half a dozen pharmacies in Ontario and a few out west that were dispensing ivermectin freely. They were compounding pharmacies. They weren't using the Merck product. Merck didn't want us to use their product, so they pretty much stopped making it. But the raw materials were available to pharmacies, and pharmacies were dispensing it freely. And so we were very busy at that time, and we saw a lot of patients. I myself personally prescribed, I think, around 800, 900 prescriptions for ivermectin over that period of time and on into 2022. But there was a problem. We had a hit piece in the Global News and also in the Toronto Star. The reporter from the Toronto Star had impersonated a patient and called our clinic asking for ivermectin. And of course, our physician responded appropriately. And she then proceeded to write about us in the Toronto Star and denigrate us as a clinic, saying it was all misinformation and we shouldn't be doing that. As a result of that, or maybe it was happening anyway, the college decided to raid the office of Dr. Ira Bernstein, and that contained the electronic medical records of our clinic. The CPSO went in without asking, without Dr. Bernstein being there, being present. They took all the information that they had no business taking, and they used that information to target all of our physicians. And they did that over a period of time, so that we lost all of our physicians, except myself, over a period of about 6 months. We also lost nurse practitioners and nurses. And I have to tell you, we had an amazing team of people. We did full assessments on everybody. We did full histories. We couldn't do physicals, of course. But we made every attempt to follow up. And nurses spent hours on the phone, often with patients who were anxious and either sick and anxious or anxious about getting sick. And we treated them all. It wasn't just ivermectin. I'll come in a moment to how we treated them. But we treated them all. And then in 2022, of course, Omicron came along, and we actually had a decrease in the number of patients because Omicron was much less. Although it was more infectious, it was much less serious. And so people started to sort of accept that they had COVID and they would get over it on their own. So, I don't know if there are any questions up until this point and how much time I have, but I'd like to go into some of the treatments that we did and how those worked and didn't work.
I just wanted to ask, how did you guys lose the doctors and nurses after the CPSO? So the CPSO raided, and you said you've lost all of the doctors except yourself. What was the cause of losing the doctors? Like, how did that happen?
Some of the doctors had privileges at hospitals and worked at hospitals, and often the hospitals made complaints that to the CPSO that the doctors were either unvaccinated and shouldn't be working, or they were prescribing ivermectin, and the college took it from there, and they either delicensed them completely or they restricted their license. Dr. Bernstein, for example, had his license restricted. He wasn't able to treat COVID anymore. He wasn't able to use ivermectin, and he had to put a notice up in his office saying, "I do not treat COVID."
So these are medical doctors that
Yes.
were fully licensed.
Yes.
There are not complaints against them by patients.
No.
And basically their right to practice is either fully or largely restricted.
Correct.
Just because they are they're treating COVID patients in this clinic.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing, for example, I don't know if Dr. Patrick Phillips testified. I think he did. But for example, he and Dr. Hoff out west both reported side effects from vaccines because they were both emergency physicians. Reported that to public health, and as a result of that, they lost their jobs and couldn't work. So it was either the hospitals complaining or it was the CPSO saying that they couldn't prescribe ivermectin.
Now, just so that it's clear, especially for people that are participating online to watch your evidence, my understanding, though, is that it's federal law that a physician is to report a suspected vaccine injury.
That's correct.
So you just cited the names of two physicians that were disciplined for following the law.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And who should really be disciplined is the CPSO for not following the law. So, we treated COVID using the Frontline COVID Care, Critical Care Alliance protocols. Now, the Frontline Critical COVID Care, you've heard from Peter McCullough, and you're probably aware of Dr. Pierre Corey and Dr. Paul Merrick. These physicians were ICU physicians, intensivists, boots on the ground people who saw that something was wrong and wanted a primary treatment for COVID, found out about ivermectin and did very thorough research into that. We're extremely grateful to them for putting together protocols that we could use These protocols came from physicians all over the world who were communicating with Dr. Corey and Dr. Merrick. And they were very thorough, and they worked well. So you can see that we divided treatments into prevention, early treatment, and complex COVID. I'm not going to go over those treatments, and I don't expect you to read the protocols, but we used to send the protocol to the patient after each consultation so they knew exactly what to do and how to manage it. We treated viral entry points because there was some research that showed that this was very important because the virus starts in the nasal passages, and that's where you need to treat it first of all. So we used simple things like proviadine sprays and cetylpyridinium chloride, which is in things like Scope and ACT and so on. We also had a cocktail of immune modulators. I don't like to use the word booster because you don't always need to boost your immune system, but what you do is you give the body the orthomolecular ability to correct whatever's wrong with the immune system by using these kinds of things. And they would include, of course, vitamin D, zinc, quercetin, sometimes melatonin. We also sent patients home. I think I'm seeing them in my office. We also gave patients over the internet things like this. This was a home treatment put out by the World Council for Health, which was a really good home treatment that people could follow. So we made sure that not only they got the treatments, they knew how to take care of themselves, and that we followed up with them. Some of the nurses were on the phone with them 2-3 times a week, reassuring them that they were doing okay. And of course, in the more advanced cases, we had to measure oxygen uptake, and sometimes we even had to give IV fluids. And this was all through home care and so on that we had to arrange for them because we weren't physically present in the same city as them. So as I mentioned, the patient volume dropped with Omicron, and that was a good thing in some ways. And now we don't even actually give ivermectin for prevention anymore because the virus is pretty mild. So in October of 2022, I got the dreaded Section 75 from the College of Physicians and Surgeons. So they started an investigation into my practice. There was no patient complaint. I practiced for 40 years without a complaint. There was no patient complaint in this case. They sent me 400 pages of documents to read, most of which were propaganda from Health Canada about ivermectin. Didn't really send me anything substantial in terms of research. And the complaint was that I was prescribing hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. That was it. They were correct. That's what I was doing. But it's not illegal to do that. It's what's called off-label prescribing. Happens all the time. Example. Metoprolol is a blood pressure medication. It's often used for stage fright. Doctors do that all the time. They prescribe off-label because there are indications that it might help other conditions. And that is exactly what ivermectin is. Ivermectin is a safe, widely used drug, has been used for many, many years, particularly in the tropics for river blindness and sometimes here in the West for scabies. Very safe and very available. So when Omicron came along, we also started to see a number of patients who were vaccine injured. And the Frontline COVID Care Alliance, once again, started to put out protocols. Now you have to remember that vaccine injury is something we knew nothing about until the vaccine came along. It didn't exist. So here we are faced with an illness that nobody knows anything about. It has extraordinary breadth of spread in terms of what it does to the body. And we didn't know really how to treat it. So again, we sort of relied on the frontline COVID care people to gather information again from the rest of the world about vaccine injury. And they put together some protocols. It turns out that ivermectin also binds spike protein, which is, the spike protein is the protein that the body is, that makes as a result of the vaccine. Of course, we were told that the spike protein was short-lived. It lived in the, didn't live in the body. It just stimulated the immune system, stayed in the shoulder, as did the mRNA. Neither of those things were true. The spike protein goes into every tissue in the body, including the brain. It's been found there in pathology and histology slides. You can stain for it. We know it does that. And that's why we see so many symptoms throughout the whole body. We get brain fog, we get things like POTS, which is orthostatic hypertension. It affects the autonomic nervous system. The spike protein can affect the neurological system, and so on. It's all over the place. So these are some of the things that we used for treating that. So I want to give you a couple of case histories just to finish up here. I don't want you to get the impression that this is easy to treat. I mean, acute COVID was relatively easy to treat because it worked really quickly and you knew when you were over it. Vaccine injury is completely different. It's a complex illness about which we knew very little. I would say that in my experience, treating vaccine injury, probably 50% of people respond to treatments. It often takes a long time and a lot of work on the part of the patient as well as the practitioner. This is the case of a 40-year-old mother breastfeeding a 19-month-old child. She had an immediate reaction to a mandated Pfizer vaccine in January 2022. These are some of the symptoms. You can see them there. The main ones were chest pressure and facial rash, cold extremities, twitching all over the body. These are symptoms that we generally don't see as physicians. If you saw this as a physician and you had no knowledge of the fact that they had a vaccine, you would say, what kind of illness is this that does this? It's completely new. And a lot of those symptoms are neurological. They affect the nervous system, shooting pains, paresis, weakness of the limbs, difficulty getting up and moving around. And the tests are often normal. This lady's vitamin D was low, and her nutrition wasn't that great. So she says after 3.5 months, she was left with intermittent pressure, tightness and numbness in face, head, neck, and soft tissues inside the mouth. Chest pressure feels like a squeezing and a push. Gave me a dry cough. Can you imagine having chest pressure and going to the emergency, thinking you're having a heart attack, and being told, no, it's not a heart attack, we don't know what it is, but just go home, take some Advil? Now, it could be myocarditis. It's possible. Sometimes it's not. But it would terrify you. And especially it would terrify you not knowing what that is. So this patient had some changes in her extremities. I'll just demonstrate for you. Normally when you hold your hand, for example, at heart level, your veins are not filled because your heart isn't, that's the blood going back to your heart. When you drop your hand down below heart level, your veins will fill up. But you'll watch this video, you'll see that her veins and her skin and the swelling in her hands develops as she drops her hand. If I go the right way here. So there you see the normal hand, and now you'll see the veins filling. Some of this is normal, veins will fill up, but you see how engorged they become, and then the swelling and the redness of the knuckles and so on. Very bizarre symptoms that you might not see, that don't fit any disease category at all. So we treated her with ivermectin. Now, some people respond to ivermectin very well, and she happened to be one of the fortunate ones. We increased her vitamin D to 5,000 units a day, put her on an anti-inflammatory diet, and started her on some gentle exercise. And she had 30% improvement within 2 weeks and 60% in 3 months. How do we know this? We do a very careful, what's called functional inquiry. We question people about every organ system in the body. So you can see them all there: head, eyes, ears, nose, mouth, throat, and so on. And we score them, the patient scores them as to how much of a symptom is, how much problem a symptom is within that particular group. You can see that she scored 154 at the beginning. And then after her treatment, a couple of months later, she was scoring 65. So we're measuring change. We're trying to be objective about it and measure how much improvement people are getting. And it's helpful for the patient to see this, that they are improving. Another case of Vax injury was a 51-year-old female former athlete, actually, a very athletic person. She, after the second vaccine, had significant symptoms that developed less than a month later. You might say, well, how do you know it's the vaccine that's doing this? You know, skeptics will say that, and, you know, you can ask that question. It's important. I mean, from a temporal point of view, I mean, if I'm working in my workshop and I hit a nail, and then I hit my finger, I can be pretty sure the pain is due to the fact that I hit my finger with a hammer. So the closer the temporal relationship, the closer the cause is likely to be something. If somebody has a vaccine in a pharmacy and drops dead, which has happened, you can be pretty sure it was probably the vaccine, not a coincidence. The longer between the vaccine and when you have symptoms, the more difficult it is to kind of assess. But you can tell, in a sense, because the symptoms are so unusual and they're so varied. Now, her D-dimer was elevated, and she had blood clots. So she knew that something was wrong, and she had chest pain as well. Again, an MRI and colonoscopy and stress test, they were all normal. By the time we see these patients, sometimes they'd had a lot of tests. So I said she gave some very typical symptoms of post-vax inflammation and injury within onset within a month, probably the vaccine, given the kinds of symptoms that she was having. Headaches, too. Helmet-like headaches that can last for hours. Shooting nerve pain. Extreme fatigue, that's a very common symptom. Increased brain fog. You know, when the spike protein gets into the brain, it creates inflammation. And then, of course, increased anxiety as a result of all of this. So again, we treated her with ivermectin. And we started her on an antihistamine. Sometimes these people get what's called mast cell activation. So their mast cells are producing a lot of histamine, which produce symptoms. So we give an antihistamine, and that helps. That it's a non-drowsy antihistamine. And she, after this treatment, could actually bike 5 kilometers without being short of breath. So she was very pleased about that. Again, looking at the scores, you can see the scores going down over a period of time. So we know we're having an impact with our treatments. Now, she had a drooping of the face, sometimes known as Bell's palsy. She's given us permission to show this. Next slide. So on the left, you can see that the right side of her face, she's trying to smile, and she can't smile because the facial muscle is paralyzed on the right side. But she can smile on the left. You can see the crease. Does mouse work? No. You can see the crease, facial crease on the right side is almost non-existent. But then after treatment, her facial smile is almost normal. You might say, well, Bell's palsy is self-limiting. True. But she'd had this for, I think, over a year. And then suddenly it gets better. Well, could be a coincidence, but... So, in summary, we've had a disease with a 99.5% survival rate. We've had poor testing. Last speaker showed a diagnosis of PCR with false positives, rushed vaccine development, absence of treatment until hospitalized, lack of recognition of vaccine injury, and persecution of doctors and other healthcare practitioners by regulating bodies with their loss of licenses. I'll stop there.
Before I turn you over to the commissioners, I just wanted to clarify. You had practiced a full 40 years, longer now, right? Because you got your license back in 2020. So how many years have you practiced medicine in total?
Well, I started I graduated in 75, so 78 to 2018, so that's 40 years.
Right, and then now for a couple more years.
2 years off, and I'm now into my 3rd year.
Right, so 42 and a half years. You have never had a patient complaint in that 42 and a half years. And am I right that, in the next month or so, you might lose your license to practice because of the activities that you've just shared where you're trying to help people with vaccine injuries and in preventing and treating COVID?
Possibly. It's ironic that the college, when I renewed my license in 2020, the college gave me a free license for a year because they wanted doctors to come back. And I've been rewarded with an investigation. So I might lose my license. I might be restricted. I have no idea. I might retire too. I think it's a race.
Right. Well, I think I can speak for pretty well everyone that we're thankful for people like you that are willing to do what you think is ethically correct in actually being a doctor and using your discretion to help your patients. I'll turn you over to the commissioners for questions.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I have a couple of questions. This is not a medical consultation, but close. I'd like to know, given that we've heard from many other doctors and patients that during COVID, the people that were more likely to be affected by the disease were in general people affected by other conditions that would somewhat compromise their ability to build a strong immune reaction to the infection. So it could be because their hold and their immune system is not as active, or it could be because they have other immune suppression of some sort. So these so-called frail people or more fragile people were initially targeted to be vaccinated. To protect, they were targeted to be vaccinated to protect them from the disease.
Right.
So it's my understanding, based on my research, that the vaccination should work by triggering the immune response in order to protect against the infection. But if the reason why you're mainly susceptible to the infection is because your immune system is not properly functioning, how come vaccination will solve that? I'm asking that to a practicing doctor.
Well, vaccination doesn't solve it. First of all, this isn't a vaccine in the true sense of the word. We think that it actually makes the immune system worse. And in fact, you're more likely to get COVID the more vaccines you have. That's a Cleveland Clinic study that was, I think, has already been reported on in the inquiry. The more people are vaccinated, the more likely they are to get COVID, which is kind of weird. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, it does. My other question has to do with the CPSO, which we have the equivalent in Quebec. We've heard from other doctor that testified recently in Quebec that they went to interrogate the Collège des Médecins and asked them a number of questions about the scientific rationale to promote vaccination of children and pregnant women. And these doctors had several questions that were never answered ultimately by the Collège. And the Collège des Médecins said, we're not a society that generate new knowledge. This is not our role. You should consult with the official society and SPQ and the other society. So I'm just wondering, would that be, if such a question would be addressed to the CPSO, would they come up with a similar explanation that it's not their role to generate new knowledge and to ask those very specific questions that arose from the deployment of the vaccine with respect to the risk-benefit balance for children and pregnant women and so on? What would be their position, in your opinion?
The college doesn't answer questions like that. The college is a regulatory body. It investigates people on a whim. And I don't know what goes on inside the college, to be honest with you. But it's something pretty nefarious. So in terms of asking the college to explain something like that, they don't do that. Their motto is protect the public, which they don't do, and guide physicians, which they don't do.
My last question is about the, I would say, state of the art in terms of practice of medicine. Did the practice of medicine evolve, in your experience, through, I would say, the practice of science, observation, and medical treatment that any given physician can actually do in their normal activity, or does it evolve solely when some new treatment or protocol has been checked very rigorously through these randomized controlled trial that is the only way to come up with new solution for treatments?
Well, it should be a combination of those things, in my opinion. The problem is, well, it's a complicated question. The problem is that when somebody comes up with a solution for something that's unusual. For example, I'm thinking of, I think it was Barry Marshall, who was an Australian physician who came up with the idea that an ulcer was caused by a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. This was many, many years ago. And he couldn't convince anybody in the scientific community that this was valid, despite publishing. So it's very difficult to convince the medical community of new things. And eventually he had to give himself an ulcer and then take the treatment and cure himself. And now antibacterials are used for ulcer treatment with success, killing H. pylori. But that was a hard fight. There's multiple examples of people who've come up with innovative solutions who have been put down and not recognized throughout the history of medicine. I'm not a philosopher, so I can't answer why that might be. What has happened also is that in a regular doctor's office, you get visits from a pharmaceutical company with the latest and greatest medication for something. And physicians are heavily influenced by that. And as we know, the only way to get grants for research is through money from pharmaceutical companies. So there's a built-in bias that is quite extraordinary. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. There being no further Commissioner questions, Dr. Layton, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for coming and sharing this information, and sincerely thank you for the service you've given as a physician.
Thank you for the inquiry. Appreciate all you guys are doing.
So I'll just state for the online audience that cannot participate that there was a standing ovation for Dr. Layton. He's very well respected for the service that he has given. So I'm just being signaled by our AV staff that we should take a short break or stand out for 5 minutes. So we're going to go off air for 5 minutes and then be back. So we're not... I would like to call our next witness, Mr. Rick Wall, who is attending virtually. And Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I'll ask if you can state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Yes, sir. My full name is Diedrich Wall, D-I-E-D-R-I-C-H. Last name is W-A-L-L. Most people call me Rick, but that is my full name.
And we'll call you Rick because that's what you're comfortable with. And I'll ask you if you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Now, Rick, you're almost being provocative today because you have a Canadian flag behind you. And I never thought I would, as a Canadian, where my inside voice will say, oh boy, that's kind of an act of rebellion, a Canadian flag. But You have some interesting involvement in what I'll call the trucker movement. So let me just introduce you, and then I'll ask you to explain your story and what happened. But my understanding is that you are the owner of a trucking company in southern Manitoba, and basically your company does a lot of cross-border shipping since 2009, but you've been running the company for 11 years now.
Correct.
And that you became very involved in the trucking protests. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir.
And basically in January 2021, you started getting involved in anti-mask rallies in Winkler.
Yes, sir, correct.
And then for first couple of months of 2022, you became involved in the Freedom Convoy.
Right.
But you were actually involved in what might be the very first cross-border blockade on January 17, 2022. You were one of the organizers of the first blockade. We'll talk about that later, but I'm just introducing you right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
correct.
Okay. But before we get to the trucking part of this, I want you to share with us something that happened with you in outdoor church, because my understanding is in May of 2021, you got involved in an outdoor church. And so can you share with us your experience there and what happened?
Certainly can. I'd just like to take a quick opportunity to just say thank you to the entire team at the NCI. I feel extremely humbled that I was asked to present or to share my story here today, and just thank God for all of you people on that commission that you guys are, donating your time and doing this. I think it's an extremely important part of Canadian history. So I commend each and every one of you for doing that. Again, I'm a God-fearing father of three, and the last couple of years have been rather interesting to say the least. But yes, my journey in the freedom fight. Well, I guess I became quite leery early on when the pandemic first started. There wasn't much scientific proof or anything at that point on which way was maybe the right or the wrong approach on this whole thing. But my critical thinking got the best of me early on. But yes, early in 2021, a good friend of mine organized the first Freedom Drive within the Winkler, Manitoba area. And I started helping and participating shortly thereafter. And yes, in early May of 2021, at this point, churches and everything were locked down. And of course, we as Canadians, or I guess like-minded people such as myself, felt extremely violated, that our constitutional rights to worship freely were now officially stripped from us. And so we thought it'd be a good idea to organize outdoor church worship services. What's the harm in that was our thought process during that time. But this was, of course, when the implementation of the outdoor gathering size had decreased to 5, I believe it was. Outrageous to think that only you're only allowed to gather with 5 people outdoors. But yes, it was during that time. So we organized. The first one was on May 5th, correctly. It was just at a public park. We made sure we stayed off. Like there's a big stage in the city of Winkler where we conducted this, but we stayed off public property except for the fact of the actual grounds that we were at. We stayed off the stage. We just kind of set up our own little setup and had somebody come out to bring a message, sang some praise and worship songs. All the meanwhile, we had our chief of police, not in uniform, off duty, with his personal vehicle. He'd park close to the stage and monitor basically our every move and counting how many people attended, and therefore got in trouble for it sometime later.
So can I ask, like, how many people would have come out to this event?
If my memory is correct, I think it was between 70 and 100 people. We did this 2 consecutive Sundays in a row, so both times I think it was probably pretty average, between 50 and 100 people, somewhere in there.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that I understand. So basically you've got 70 to 100 people in an outside park. Am I right about that?
Correct.
And they're singing hymns.
Mm-hmm.
And they're listening to, somebody give a message.
Correct.
So basically, they're listening to preaching.
Yes.
And the chief of police, who's known, because this is a small town, is there in his private car photographing who's there.
I understand your question. Like, are you asking? Oh, so you're asking whether he was in his private car taking photographs? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. In fact, that was the reason why he was there. He documented the event. Therefore, I guess justifying them later on finding all three of the organizers for these two events. We were all ticketed for each event. Ticket amounts were they were for not complying with public health orders, and they were for $1,296 each. I received two of them.
Right. So for your participation in outside singing hymns and listening to a sermon, basically over $1,000 in fines.
Correct.
And this is in the town of Winkler, Manitoba.
Yeah, it's actually a small city. It's considered a city, but yeah, in the city of Winkler. Yeah, it was very saddening to witness this time, and especially when it came to church-related things. I mean, you think, we live in a country where we should have the right to worship, and it was, yeah, hardly put it into meaning what those times are like. And again, when you guys play these clips in between of our public health officers and premier, announcing these measures, it's sure those raw feelings come back, and yeah, it's still hard to believe that we went through that time.
So can I ask you how it affected both you and your family and not to be able to attend church? Because my understanding is because of the fines, you guys only did the outdoor church twice.
Correct. Yeah, they made it pretty clear that, anytime going forward, we were going to organize anything like this, that, more tickets could be issued. So, and again, memory doesn't serve me well enough to know exactly if that was one of the only reasons why we stopped. Because at this point, I myself was in the same shoes as Patrick that just testified. You get to a point where you see how unlawful, within the sense of law, all of this was at this point. And where do you just finally, draw that line and say,
Good afternoon. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Karen Epstein-Gilboa.
And can you please spell that?
Karen is Keren, sometimes Karen, Epstein-Gilboa.
Very good. And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony here this afternoon?
Yes, I do.
Very good. Now, I understand that you're here today to describe various childhood traumas that were suffered largely as a result of COVID or COVID measures. Just to start with, can you give us a little bit of your background? Can you briefly describe that for us, please?
Well, I graduated with an undergrad degree in health-related area more than 40 years ago. My master's is in counseling and I forgot my master's. I'm sorry. Counseling and applied psychology, and my doctorate's in developmental psychology.
Very good. So you're here today to speak to us as an independent scholar, is that right?
Yes, I'm an independent scholar.
Very good. Now, I know that you have a presentation that's ready to go, and my intention is just to let you carry on with that. I will interrupt if I have any questions, but we're in your capable hands for the moment, so please start.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So I'm going to be presenting insights from behavioral science. My agenda. My question in 2020 was, what is the reason that existing and long-standing research practices related to social determinants of health were discarded, and now I would say during the past 3 years. So I'm going to provide insights from behavioral science, a little bit on systems models, and individual, and that's when I'm going to be talking about children as well, infants and children, a little bit on bioethics, and then I'm going to be presenting about the psychological model used to circulate systemic messages, which is often called the nudge model.
Dr. Epstein-Gilboa, if I can interrupt you for one moment, the commissioners have just brought it to my attention that I didn't swear you in. Did I swear you in or did I not?
Okay, sorry.
I apologize.
Do I start again? Or?
So, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely. Yes,
okay.
I do.
Very good. Now that we have that out of the way, I will let you continue. My apologies.
I just continue from where? Okay. So, we're going to go insights from behavioral sciences. Systems model. Okay. A systems model is used in family therapy to explain organizations, to explain child development, and essentially states that interaction occurs between multiple different systems and affects development at multiple levels, affects function and development, which means everything that's going on now, everything that goes on in general, is affected by multi-levels of interaction. So, there's the individual. The individual interacts with the family, with the health system. This is at the micro level, so with the healthcare center, with the school. That's the media at the next level. All those systems, by the way, interact with one another and the individual influences the systems, and the systems affect the individual. There's the media at the higher level. There's different systems, health system, educational system, the legal system, politics. And all of these are affected by our beliefs, a belief system. So our beliefs can be affected at the individual level and go up all these levels. And by the same token, the belief system will then go down, be in all the different systems along the way, and then affect the individual. And I based this model here on Bronfenbrenner's model, and Bronfenbrenner didn't originally have the chronosystem in. Later he added it, and the chronosystem means we can look at history, means events over time, which means to me that we can assess events by also looking at the events in history. So that's a systems model. Please bear that in mind as I now go to the different levels. And I'm going to look at the individual by using developmental models regarding social and emotional development. So, what is human development? It's a change over time in multiple body systems, meaning that all the different systems also affect one another. And we have developmental tasks and sensitive periods. This means that specific events have to take place at a time when the organism, meaning the child or the adult, is ready. And if we miss it, there might be problems. Resilience. Resilience implies that one can bounce back, and one's ability to bounce back is dependent on a balance between protective and risk factors. So there's diverse interconnected domains of development. The domains are associated with specific areas in the brain, and there's specific neurons, and there's interactions between the neurons, and that's how development occurs, and that's how these functions take place. And I'm going to look specifically at social and emotional development, because social has a lot of meaning for what we've been going through in the past 3 years. Let's look first at emotional development. So emotions are feelings, affect, mood. Emotions take place from birth and become more complex. Yes, little tiny newborns have feelings. There's emotional regulation. That's also a process. So we understand we have feelings. We understand what we feel. We define the feelings. We share the emotions with another person. That's how all of this process takes place. And we understand eventually that others also feel, and we're able to emote properly in the context. Emotions affects all domains, including the capacity to learn. So in other words, a child who's very anxious, feels stressed, feels sad, might have problems learning. Social interaction, therefore, plays an important role in emotional development. What's also very important is that emotions are associated with specific neurotransmitters or hormones. And what's really interesting is these emotions either enhance or reduce immune function. So we would want people during a time where there's pathogens to engage in actions that are going to enhance their immune function, not stress that reduces immune function. So, social well-being, those are the emotions and all the neurotransmitters and the hormones. Social well-being is also central to overall well-being. If you know Maslow's hierarchy of needs, there are needs such as physiological needs, water, food, air, essential, think about it, essential. Security means job security, for example, that's the next level. Love and connection means social needs, means social connection, not distancing, and so on. These are the three lower needs, means that they are very basic to human function. And we start off with symbiosis with mother, meaning, of course, pregnancy. That's the primary relationship. You can have a primary relationship, of course, with an adoptive parent and with the partner, and the father or the other partner. We have individual capacities and needs. Individual capacities and needs vary over the lifespan. There are critical periods, such as infancy, adolescence, and older age, when social interaction is extremely important. Social interaction, then, is a protective factor. It's a determinant of health. As I said, we feel good, you have enhanced immune function. Loneliness, sadness are risk factors. So, as you can see, these are some of the researchers who looked at social isolation and loneliness. And by the way, to the panel, I have sent, I think it's a 40-page list of references for everything I'm presenting today. So this is the research on social isolation, loneliness, which is a risk factor for multiple pathology. Now, I knew that in 2020, and I would think that most people who are in similar professions to the ones that I have would also know that, because this is a known fact for many years. It's a known fact because it's based on research. So stress increases the HPA axis. So one of the reasons that these researchers, as well as others, believe that people of older age are more at risk for cardiovascular risks, cancers, reduced immune function, and other diseases and death are due to stress due to loneliness, being separated from significant people. As I said, all of this was known before 2020. And here's some evidence, if you don't believe me. The evidence is that we changed the hospital system. Initially, we didn't have visitors all day long. Until 2020, people could bring their families in. And it's not because the nurses and the physicians loved the families so much. It was because they knew, because the research stated, because they engaged in critical thinking, they knew that bringing the family in makes people healthy or prevents illness. Just to show you how important social emotional function is, I'm going to show you social emotional development in infancy and early childhood. And we're going to talk about sensitive interaction, proximity behaviors, and neurobiology. These are some of the researchers. You can see, you probably can only see little black dots. These are only some of the researchers in this area, which means there was loads of research on the importance of maternal-infant proximity, smell, touch, everything that I'm going to talk about before 2020. And if you could see these references better, you'd see that some are even, well, Melanie Klein, she didn't know about neurobiology, but she did research And she wrote about her theory, object relations, in the 1920s, starting in the 1920s. I'm going to focus specifically on infancy and early childhood, for one reason, because it is my area of specialty, but also because we barely have spoken about infants and young children during the past 3 years. The first 45 months of life are the most rapid stage of brain development, so it's a very critical period. And during that time, like other periods of development, the child, the infant, is sensitive to specific stimuli. Factors that affect development, of course, are intrinsic, so genes and temperament. But there's also extrinsic factors, and they work together. Nature and nurture work together, and that's environment and parent and epigenetics, changes to the gene expression based on the environment. The most important factor is attuned, sensitive relationships with the primary caregiver, also in other models called holding, containment. And this is the capacity of the parent or caregiver to notice, interpret, and match responses to the infant's cues. And cues are conveyed through interactional components: visual, to see each other; hearing well; tactile, olfactory; and just being close and listening and smelling and touching. Sensory, it's very sensory. Face-to-face interaction is vital at the beginning of life. So here's what happens. The first task is we need to make connections between the synapses, and when there are connections between the synapses, we then have optimal development. Synapses, the connections between the nerves, cause the messages to flow. The messages to flow, together with myelin, that makes the messages flow quicker, mean that this person, this little person, this growing person, can engage in multiple tasks. The brain controls the tasks that we engage in. Trauma, for example, will cause overabundant synapses in the amygdala, meaning this happens for adults as well, but this is at the time of the development when the brain is structured. So a traumatic or an anxious, depressive situation will change and alter the human's brain. The brain is plastic and can change. However, there's specific tasks that are more difficult to change, such as lack of early interaction, appropriate interaction in early life. Factors that protect interaction are calm and confident parents, a positive birthing experience, sense of being supported. They need support. They need to be with people, and smelling and seeing and touching. All of these are very important to the infant. An uninterrupted interaction, uninterrupted breastfeeding, the ability to engage in synchronous, mutual, and intersubjective interaction. Intersubjective means shared emotional interactions. But look at this side. If a parent is anxious or worried, if they have birth trauma, if they have to birth alone without their support system, if they believe that the birth experience was terrible, if they have birth trauma, they have lack of support, limited touching, face cover, distancing from infancy, from the infant, then this puts people at risk. It's a risk factor. Not all mothers are going to have difficulty with those risk factors. It's multiple risk factors that occur at the same time. So, I spoke about that, but I'll just go over. It's proximity, behaviors, tactile interaction, cue-based breastfeeding. And here's really interesting. This is Shore's work. Shore, I'm sorry I didn't put it here, but it is in the reference list. Shore found that when mothers and infants are looking at one another, their brains fire at the same time in the prefrontal cortex. In other words, when mothers and babies are engaging in facial interactions, both brains develop. The sense of being heard, engaging with the primary caregiver, these all lead to adequate synaptic connection and pruning. Pruning means getting rid of the cells, the area that we don't need, right? So instead of connection, we take out, like in the garden. Affects actions that are perceived as traumatic or anxiety-provoking may affect memory, especially implicit memory. That's the memory, like a feeling memory. So here's what we need. I see your face, and here you see a father and a son, and I said there, I'm not sure what you're feeling. Because we have to learn. How do we learn what others are feeling if we don't see their faces? So healthy interaction versus blocked, answering cues, joint attention means we both look at the same thing at the same time. Intersubjectivity, we share emotions, sense of self. All this leads to a sense of self, emotional regulation, social capacities, cognitive development, and learning. And what we don't want is a hidden face, limited interaction and connection. The interactional components are stifled. So if you don't believe me, then again, bringing in some research. Touch, loving, seeing, and feeling are essential for healthy growth. And by the way, touch causes the secretion of oxytocin. Oxytocin is a hormone that makes us feel good. It does a lot of other things as well. And it causes people to attach to one another, to feel good about one another. For example, a father does not have to breastfeed a child in order to make the connection. They can just take off their shirt, and there will be a connection forming due to oxytocin. But, on the other hand, maternal deprivation leads to anaphylactic depression, which is depression in infants. They look totally muted. Loss is detrimental for life. The still face experiment that I won't be able to show you here, that I had hoped to show you, I will explain in a moment, is another more evidence about the importance of the face-to-face interaction. And the loss-sensitive period, I spoke before about neuroplasticity, but there's specific tasks that the brain cannot correct, and one is lost interaction. And Nelson, Fox, and Zena did research on that. They looked at children adopted from Romanian orphanages. And even those children were adopted to wonderful, caring families, there were specific tasks that they could not, they had problems with, and because that part of the brain was not developed at the right time. And a very important part of the interaction is the parent's feeling, and parental anxiety and depression lead to muted affect, lack of stimulation, maybe hyperarousal and anxiety in the child, which impair learning, trauma. No, these are only some of the researchers in that area. What is the still face experiment? If you're watching now, and you can press that YouTube link, you can watch this experiment. This experiment has been replicated multiple times. In this experiment, the mother or the father sit opposite the child in a normal way, and all of a sudden the experimenter tells the parent to stop using expressions, to stand like this, opposite the child, opposite the infant. They're about 18 months. And the baby who's used to interaction gets very, very upset, and you can see how they're trying to bring the parent in, and they're unable to because the experiment is that kind of a face. The child who has a secure attachment will immediately return and be okay. They're resilient, even though they just went through that momentary trauma. But it's very upsetting to see that. I always used to warn students before I showed that video because it is upsetting. Now think of this. What happens to our infants and some of our young children during the past 3 years who didn't see faces for hours? So watch that experiment if you can, and you'll see what I mean. Now, what happens to the mother? The mother needs to be very sensitive. So let's look at the mother during pregnancy. Look at all this stress that she's had. Threat. You might have to birth at home because some parents over the world For example, one of my references here, I believe it was the Jewish general in Montreal, where they didn't allow birth partners to come in. Now, here in Ontario, where I live, mothers could only bring one person. So you had to choose between your doula, who knew how to support birth and was a woman and knew how maybe gave birth, and the father who loves the child or the other partner, but who might not have given birth. So mothers had that difficult, and I know from experience many mothers struggled with that. And they hear, danger, 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 inject, inject, inject. You're going to harm your baby. You're going to get a virus. You could die. Because mothers who are pregnant are more likely to die from COVID-19. The virus is going to harm your unborn baby. Strangers, covered, that's who you're supporting. Lots of risks. Fear, you can harm your baby can harm you. Imagine that. No support, separation. That's what our mothers went through and how they started this. So, I'm just going to go quickly through these. This is one, if you are pregnant, recently pregnant, you're more likely to get sick. The reference, sorry, do you need to see the reference? Or no, okay. This is one some people might remember that the Almonte, if I'm saying that right, General Hospital asked all moms to have an epidural when they arrive, just in case they need a cesarean. Imagine that. What does that tell you about birth? Birth is dangerous. You're already nervous. Birth is dangerous. You might need a cesarean. Get the epidural. Who cares about natural birth? And Blakely's, work on the hormones that during the birthing process and so on. Birth alone, and this is a petition by some Canadian mothers who were afraid they were going to have to birth alone, and they asked not to. And this you won't believe, but some mothers, some parents, first of all, some fathers could only FaceTime with their mothers during birth. This is, I wish I had time to read you all these quotes, but I don't. But this was on CTV, and they were talking about parents who were FaceTiming with their newborns who were in the NICU. Imagine that. Now compare that to what I just told you very briefly about what young humans require. Imagine you're in your mom's uterus, you come out, and hello? There's no mother there, but she's on FaceTime. I just have to read you this one quote. We were asked if we would like to FaceTime to see our daughter, and it's been amazing, said 28-year-old Mayred McKenna, who recently gave birth to her daughter Harper at 26 weeks. But I'm also struggling so much not seeing her. That's not just a struggle. That's essential for human growth and development. This is from a professional journal, just to show you some of the messages to breastfeeding mothers. So if everybody notices, look carefully at the picture. Notice there's no faces. And notice the messages. Faceless, no interaction, hygienic. Use a mask during breastfeeding. This is a mother with COVID-19. Yes, but before this, we had mothers with strep and staph and all sorts of things, and we didn't tell them to wear a mask. And we just told them, nurse a lot because your antibodies will go through, right? Isn't that we, the public, were told? Anyhow, so this is a mom with COVID-19. Use a mask, wash hands and clean, passive immunity and breast milk. Will they even say it? And here's a mom breastfeeding with a mask on. Yes, this really did happen. Might still be happening. And this is from Health Canada. Advises keep the baby in a distance and hide your face. Once a baby is born, they can get COVID-19 from other people. So it's important to limit their contact with others. To protect yourself and your baby, you should continue to follow recommended individual public health measures such as wearing a mask, improving ventilation, maximizing physical distance from others, cleaning your hands. We recommend breastfeeding when possible. It has many health benefits. Although in the breastfeeding world, they started talking about risks of not, but that's okay, and offers the most protection against infection and illness throughout infancy and childhood. Breast milk isn't known to transmit COVID-19, yet we're scaring them. And then, of course, about the mRNA COVID vaccine, have antibodies. Apparently, mothers have in their breast milk. These are the messages to the new mom. And if you've ever worked with new moms, you know, and if you've ever been a new mom, you know that the transition to parenting is difficult. So we have a disrupted family and support system. Families aren't supposed to visit. Grandmothers aren't supposed to come over. I'm a grandmother. That would be terrible. Visitors after your baby is born, and this is visitors should be limited to reduce the risk of possible exposure to COVID-19. This can be very difficult, but it's important to keep your baby safe. These are the messages. These are some of the findings so far. I don't know if the research, how great the research is or not, but they're saying that obstructed interaction seems to affect development, and they're looking specifically at apparent decline in cognitive performance in children and so on. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but these are references, and we can check them out. We should. In other words, we have we are at risk for failed developmental milestones, disrupted social emotional interaction, and risk for reduced capacity for emotional and behavioral regulation. So, I'm just going to talk very briefly about older children, I should say. The main thing to remember is that there are specific developmental tasks for each level, each age group. Children develop at different rates, but throughout the years. And these developmental tasks were forgotten during this time, or they were not, the people who worked with children did not display that they remembered or that they took enough steps to protect children at the time. There was a wonderful bulletin put out by the Hospital for Sick Children in June 2020. It was about the return to school. It was great. It noticed everything about development. It was based on sound, critical thinking, and research and development, and it was canceled a month later. They put out a different brochure. So children, the main point there is children need scaffolding and support, which means you can't just put something on the computer online and expect a child to learn. They need someone to support them. And Time In, this is a book by the most wonderful late Professor Otto Weininger, and he talked about how timing out children is very detrimental to their well-being. It says to the child, you're so bad, even I don't want to be with you. And so timing out, I'm not talking about isolating. Timing out is very difficult for children, so we should bear that in mind. Concrete to abstract thinking. So let me find here. The fearful idea killed grandmothers. So one teacher told me that one day she saw a child at the end of the school day who was hiding and didn't want to go home and sat crying. She said to her, why are you crying? And she said, because my grandparents are coming to get me and I'm afraid I'm going to kill them. And that's a true story. So at the concrete stage, children also, when they see a rule, for example, a rule is a rule. So if you don't wear a mask and it's a rule, you're bad. Things like these kind of ideas. A risk measure that goes with time, the opposite of time in, is self-isolation. And I have some examples here of Public Health Ontario, or this was Public Health Ontario, where they advise people how to self-isolate, how a child has to self-isolate. Imagine, a child has to self-isolate, we're punishing that child, and some children did not understand why. And some parents might not have been able to contain properly because they were trying to follow the rules. And for some children, that might be traumatic. So some things for child, wear a mask. Now, if you have children, you know that it's not so easy for a child to wear a mask, keep it clean, not touch it, and so on, might not be comfortable. They advise children over the age of 2, even children coming for therapy, to wear masks at the age of 2. Try getting a snowsuit on. So how can you get a mask on? Anyhow, so self-isolation for children really did happen. The proof is here. This is from Peel Health. I think they're called Peel Health, not Peel Public Health. What to do if your child is dismissed from school or childcare? The child must self-isolate, which means stay in a separate room. These are real. And for those of you who are watching this 20 years from now, this really happened. So there's that one again. Okay. Yeah, imagine this. If a child must leave their room, they should wear a mask and stay 2 meters apart from others, and so on. Okay, so I'm not going to go over all the tasks just for time. Can anybody tell me time?
You have roughly 20 minutes remaining.
Oh, okay.
But we'd also like to save some time, or some time for the questioners. Yes.
I don't know where you Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I'm just going to...
Actually, are there any questions from the commissioners at this point? Okay, we'll save them for the end.
Okay,
Please
so
continue.
I'm not going to go over all of the different stages. Just let you know that, as I said before, developmental tasks were not taken into account, and an appropriate risk-benefit analysis of the condition and child development did not take place, to the best of my knowledge. And why? Why? So I've tried to figure out why, and I looked at bioethics. I love bioethics. It's something that I actually read about and I'm interested in. And here are a few researchers, if you are interested in looking at researchers just to understand more about bioethics. Beauchamp and Childress is very easy to understand if people just want to start reading about this. And bioethics are there because there's a power balance between people who are healthcare providers and the people they serve. And by the way, I use the word person. I don't use the word patient. You can if you wish. Sometimes client. And I just heard lately the word participant, one that I really like because it's very respectful. And the principles that all healthcare professions follow, albeit in different ways in accordance with their scope of practice, are autonomy, beneficence, justice, and non-malfeasance. And this applies to direct interaction, of course, between the healthcare provider and the person, and also public health. Public health, it's interesting because public health don't, unless they're public health nurse or physician, they don't serve individuals only, they look at the population. So I looked at different research on this issue, how do we deal with this, and apparently they should still be engaging in a benefit analysis that takes into account these 4 principles. This quote I took from the book Doctors from Hell, Horrific Accounts of Nazi Experiments on Humans. This is Abrams in the book by Spitz, 2005. And they state, need to care for the population need. This is not a quote, I'm paraphrasing. Still need to look after the population need and good citizenship. But it's a slippery slope when physicians, and I'm saying physicians here because the book was written by a physician, the person who wrote this was a physician, when the physician, and I'll add their healthcare provider, begins to exclude or uses professional skills against people. And Parasides and Fairchild wrote, there has been, during the past 3 years, a lack of adequate involvement of ethicists. This is a quote, might have to embed ethicists in public health teams. Apparently, there weren't enough involved at this time. Remember again, I started with the system. So when we have failed ethics, that's related to chaos at all levels of the system. Risk for harm at all levels. I'm going to focus mainly on autonomy because autonomy is part of all of the other principles. And autonomy talks about regard for the person. The person is worthy, and this part is very important, able to make decisions about their health. And the healthcare provider must respect the person's goals. They must gear the treatment towards the person's goals. We have dignity, privacy, confidentiality, informed decision-making. Informed decision-making, a lot of people talk about informed consent. You can't talk about informed consent without knowing and talking about autonomy. Informed consent does not stand alone. Autonomy upholds the health system. So let's look at respect for humans as worthy beings and compare it to compliance, trust and authority, follow without question. Dignity. Dignity means it's compassion, respect. One does not only ensure that the person is covered physically, but we also think about their needs and things that are important to them. And dignity also implies birthing, thinking about the needs of birthing and sick, dying people who need people near them, and the families who are left behind. That's dignity. Privacy and confidentiality. Dr. Layton talked a lot about what the regulatory colleges are doing, including demanding files of private citizens. They are also, so here are two cases. Dr. Layton referred to the case where of the clients or the people who tried to stop their private files from being viewed by the CPSO and so far have not been successful. And of course, there's also Dr. Mary O'Connor, who was threatened with prison for not showing her files, for not providing her files. So now informed consent or informed decision-making, informed choice. One, actual informed decision-making means we use clear, tangible. Tangible means you don't show people to wash their hands like this, that's the wheels on the bus. You show how to wash hands. And it's my understanding that healthcare providers learn how to wash their hands. They also learn how to wear masks. And we were not taught that. So, and it's valid, reliable, current, but it's also different views, second opinions. We listen to the person, we engage in respectful discourse, respect. And respect for the person as a worthy being, able to make decisions. Let's compare that to censoring, prevented, and here's the really important one that Dr. Layton also talked about, prevented healthcare professionals from viewing diverse viewpoints. Sanctions, you should know that that all healthcare providers from all professions have been reported, investigated, some not just about informed consent, but about things that would never be considered in regular times, and yet the investigation goes on. And tomorrow, for example, there's 2 tribunals going on, one for a nurse and one for a physician, tomorrow. Public can view it. So, and the public can't discuss what we really think. There's only one view. I'll show you, you saw the letter from the College of Physicians and Surgeons. Actually, the nurses were the first people to get their letter, and it says nurses are expected to adhere to standards of practice in carrying out their professional responsibilities. Nurses have a professional responsibility not to publicly communicate. And now look at these terms: anti-vaccination, anti-masking, and anti-distancing. Statements, you'll see later on why the word anti is a bit problematic. And doing so may result in investigation by the CNO and disciplinary proceedings when warranted. And there's a statement about the physicians. Physicians, as Dr. Layton said, also received a lot of information on how to talk to patients, people. And one model that they were told about was to use motivational interviewing. Motivational interviewing is actually a very respectful model. It comes from Rogerian, client-centered therapy. But if you read the material, if you go to PROCT, let's see if I have, that's a letter where the physicians were told to engage with what Dr. Layton was talking about, how to speak to they would say patients, I would say to their people. You can look this up, PROCT. All of this is online. There it is. And it really, in short, tells physicians how to speak to clients. And I'll just give you one sentence. Starting the conversation with a presumptive statement, talking tip. I will get, and I've already gotten the COVID vaccine, and I'm happy to help you get it too, so you can protect yourself and your loved ones. And it is my understanding that healthcare providers don't immediately disclose. Disclosure is fine if it can help the person, but that is not the way that one would probably start a person-centered conversation. And there's more points. You can look that up if you're interested, and I think we should all be interested. And you might notice this is also from the PROCT, and they're saying, what do you think of the COVID-19 vaccine? And it tells the physician how to speak. And you might notice, if you were my students, I'd ask you, what do you notice here? Do you notice they don't have faces? Yep. Okay. And, what do you think about that? How warm and fuzzy is this interaction when everybody's covered out and we don't really know what they're thinking because you can't see their face? So I want to remind everybody that telling healthcare providers not to speak with one another, not to speak their view, is not the way things work. Yes, there are arguments. Yes, people disagreed, but they were allowed to speak. Otherwise, we might still be spraying DDT on people. And as Dr. Layton, it's interesting, we both use the same example. Stomach ulcers, the treatment has changed. Imagine if we couldn't speak about it. Mothers are no longer put to sleep in birth with twilight sleep, and they weren't birthing alone from the 1960s. Reverence for artificial feeding, destroyed breastfeeding. It was actually the healthcare professionals who destroyed breastfeeding and put mothers to sleep at the beginning of the last century. And allergies were perceived as mental health. There you can see a quote. And my father was actually one of the first allergists and immunologists, my late father, I should say. And I know from my own experience how he was always told that allergies, it's all in your head. And we know now that allergies, that whole field is very well developed and accepted. So, just very quickly, the other principles, beneficence means we do good, and we advance the health status. So I saw some of your the witnesses who spoke talking about not being able to go to parks and so on. Nobody told them about nutrition. Well, that's a violation of beneficence. Justice means health equity, and that means everybody can use the services. So think about all these people who couldn't use computers. So how did they even get to speak to someone about health? And non-maleficence means do no harm. I think many people here have spoken about the harm, but an important way that we do no harm is, or healthcare professionals do no harm, is by engaging in a risk-benefit analysis. And that was my first question, by the way, in 2020, was, but where's the risk-benefit analysis? Research in humans, I'm not going to go over, we all know that, but one of the main ideas there is that it's voluntary. It's the same as autonomy. And what I found very, very interesting, and you might find it interesting as well, is that the main theme is autonomy, respect for human beings, their goals and capacities to make personal decisions. So notice the similarity. The code for research on humans is different than codes is different than bioethics. They're different. What is not in the ethical code is trust. Trust can also mean it's wonderful if you can develop a trusting and mutually respectful relationship with a client. But it's not always there, and that's not our goal, to get us, the people, to trust them. That's not what it's about, because that kind of trust is compliance, infantilization, like trust versus mistrust in infancy. Adults are not infants. But there's also transference. Transference means that the practitioner might seem to be someone else to the client. So you're not going to have trust there, and that's okay. Or if the physician is the person who tells the client you have cancer, that client might be very angry at the physician. And what, you're going to stop treating them? No. Trust also must be earned. So our goal is not trust. It's not trust. That's not what it is. And what also is not in the ethical codes? Follow orders.
Now, I'm sorry, Dr. Epstein-Gilboa. I know that you have much more information. This has been very interesting, but we only have a couple of minutes left. And
God, I didn't do the nudge. I have to get to nudge.
You know what?
I'll just get to nudge.
Sorry, we just don't have time.
But that's so important. I really have to speak about the nudge. I'll do it fast. I won't show the pictures.
You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. If you wonder, it's not my psychosis, everybody. There's a real program. It's called Nudge. It's behavioral insights. You can read about it. The government told us about it. What is the Nudge program? Go to Impact Canada. What is the Nudge program? It is all over the world. It is a program based on behavioral science. Impact Canada is the group in Canada who work on it. They did things like they used language, sounds quiet to induce fear, jubilance, because it's not just fear. Everybody talks about fear, fear, fear. No, it wasn't just fear. They also used euphoria, images, people standing in line, circles. The same messages all over the world. Stay home, stay safe. Foot in the door, that means, hear you, there's a virus, but we only start with a little thing. Boil the frog, we slowly increase the restrictions. Priming. Oh no, this is what to do if a child has a heart attack. That means we begin to realize that heart attacks are normal. That's priming. Information without information. You'll see the graph there. There's no numbers. There's another one, no numbers. Pressures, threat, and sanctions. But that's not really part of the original nudge program, but it's there now. Stay home, false equivalence. Stay home, stay safe, which doesn't mean safe. They used messenger effect, which is specific people that we supposedly value, and listen to them. Emotion, please note again, they didn't only use fear, also euphoria and hope, and it's really important that we know this, so we're mindful. So emotion, we do not always know, okay, wait. Okay, that's an example, and social interaction, and this is a quote from the Impact Canada, emphasizing collective action, altruism, moral responsibility, emphasizing that self-isolating physical distancing are altruistic. In other words, that whole term, social responsibility, that's part of the nudge program. There was a continuum. Let me just show the continuum. Normalize and idealize distancing so that eventually we will also be prejudiced and segregate. Stay home, physical distancing, conform, breathing barrier, small groups, cohorts, and discrimination. And these are just quick. People standing in line, lines were used. I'm almost done. These are just quickly going through these pictures. Line up, circle, we're in this together when we're not really. No faces, and I showed that throughout. There's no faces. By the way, the facial coverings were actually used to part of the nudge program to make sure fear stayed there, that we're reminded, stay safe, be kind, be COVID, and so on. You remember this one? For the future generations, they really did tell us to have intimacy with the mask on. And that's about it. I'll leave it with segregation.
Thank you very much. I apologize that we had to rush through the end here, but just so the commissioners are aware, we will be entering your slides as an exhibit, so they can have some time to review that at their leisure, so to speak.
I just want to make sure that I didn't put any here.
No.
Okay.
Very good. Now, I believe we're out of time for questions. Is that correct? Oh, okay. We have time for short questions, if any.
I don't have a question. I just have a quick comment to add to your presentation. I think between Dr. Layton's presentation and yours, I'm probably traumatized here. But I just want to add that there were parents having newborn babies, then the babies were taken away from them in Ontario hospitals until the mother's COVID test came back. And I can think of one example where that baby was taken away for 36 hours until the COVID test was returned. And I'm just thinking, I wonder what happened to that baby in that 36 hours because they weren't with mom. So your examples are very real. And I think it should be a wake-up call for all of us to think about exactly what that messaging that was sent out by so-called health authorities has done. And the other side of this is we've heard testimony as we travel across the country that talks about the generation that we've lost, and that's our children. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have no further questions, and Dr. Karen Epstein-Gilboa, I would just very much like to thank you for your testimony here today.
Thank you, and thank you for doing this inquiry. It's very important.
Thank you.
So our next witness is attending virtually, Mr. David Freehead. David, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you, and I probably pronounced your last name incorrectly. And I know you're known with your online commentary as Viva Frei. Is that right? Or
yeah,
Viva Free?
My last name is Freiheit. It's verbatim freedom in German, so it's a good name to have.
So, David, can you state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Yep, David Andrew Freiheit, D-A-V-I-D, Andrew Freiheit, F-R-E-I-H-E-I-T, F like Fred, T like Tango.
And David, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God, yes.
Now, you have a very interesting background. So you were a lawyer, you used to practice in litigation, but you've gone on to other things. You've become quite a celebrity as an online commentator. I've heard of you from individual after individual after individual, and I actually got to know your brother a little bit on some Zoom calls to see if I could get him to be volunteer counsel for the NCI. So I'm very pleased to meet you, and you're being called primarily to talk about your experience with the trucker convoy, because we're in Ottawa, and that was an experience that was really significant to people living in Ottawa. And so I'm wanting you to share kind of, because you weren't living in Ottawa at the time, how you got involved and what your experience was.
Well, I'll let everyone out there know I didn't always look like this. I didn't always have the grimace wrinkle of a world gone mad on my forehead. I used to be a clean-shaven young lawyer, and some people might have seen me online from like old videos, like the squirrel stealing a GoPro. But yeah, you know, when the world went crazy, I had already started doing online legal analysis, sort of like explaining lawsuits, breaking things down. Then the world fell off a cliff in 2020, and if I may start with, I'll share screen for 1 second. I'll just start with.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't make a PowerPoint presentation, but I've got my backups here. And you know, for what I'm about to talk about, it's worth starting off with a quote from Benito Mussolini. This is not the exact quote, but it's close enough. You know, the definition of fascism is the marriage of corporation and state. And what I have lived through, and what we have all lived through over the last, starting March 2020. It's been fascism not in the juvenile sense of throwing the word around. It's been fascism in the actual Benito Mussolini sense, where I've witnessed the government working in tandem with corporations, working in tandem with the media, not to inform, not to control information, but to purvey and propagate disinformation.
And can I just actually slow you down, because actually fascism's a term that is used very loosely now, and it's used actually to deflect and to make people that aren't fascists at all be not heard from. Like, it's almost like the term anti-vax or climate denier now. So I'm just, my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is so the word corporatism just simply refers to where the state interests and the corporate interests have largely become one, and the two are working together. And I guess Mussolini is very famous when people would be talking about corporatism, saying, no, you should call that fascism. And so you brought that definition up. And so fascism, just so when people understand who are watching your testimony today, when they see the word fascism, they need to understand that actually just describes a state of affairs where the state interests and the corporate interests are intertwined and working together. Is that right?
Well, that's my understanding of the actual historical definition, not the way it's used this day. Like, you know, everyone's a fascist if you don't believe in, and not to, you know, get too distracted. If you don't believe in certain things, you're a fascist. It's thrown around today, but it actually has a meaning, and it's a meaning that I've come to understand the importance of, which is corporation and government working in tandem because they have shared interests. And I've now witnessed firsthand in my evolution how this happens. I was young enough to remember people saying defund the CBC, you know, pre-2016, and I had no idea what that meant, why it was being said, and now I understand, because we've lived through this together. We lived through the shutdown of the world. We lived through, literally, it's come out now, and I'll bring up some articles if the world needs to see the homework. A world in which the government decided the pandemic was a good time to test propaganda techniques on the citizens that they were currently, you know, locking down, shutting down, subjecting to unconstitutional and unconscionable restrictions. And what way to do that? Well, it helps when you have the media in your hand. And so, how did all this happen? You know, I had my YouTube channel. I was doing legal analysis, trying to keep my opinion out of it. You know, thinking you can make everybody happy by not sharing your own personal opinion. And little did I know that at some point silence became violence. And then the world shut down, and I started, I didn't want the channel. I didn't want my entire life to turn into COVID stuff. But lo and behold, there was nothing left. We were shut in our homes for years. I mean, literally for years. I was in Quebec where we had 5.5 months of curfew in 2021. And then because it worked so well and it was such a good idea, we had another 1.5 months of curfew in 2022, despite Arruda, the chief medical officer of Quebec, saying you don't use curfews to fight a virus. And so all of this culminated in the trucker protest, which was, for a great many people, not the light at the end of the tunnel, but the only ray of sunshine that they had seen in years. And I mean, that's where my awakening comes into this, and my experience in Ottawa, which was life-altering and trajectory-altering, where I'm doing my daily stuff, complaining about the lockdowns in Quebec, the tyrannical government, doing my Viva, walking on the streets. And it started off with people in my chat saying, Viva, why aren't you covering the convoy? And I'm sitting there saying, what convoy? Because I now understand the same MO, the same modus operandi that happens every time is first, a media that is reliant or adherent or subservient to the government. Well, their system is the same. Ignore something until you can't ignore it. Minimize it once you can't ignore it. Demonize it once you can't successfully minimize it. And that's exactly what happened with legacy media in Canada.
So can I get you to slow that down, because I think you're saying something really important, and we have quite a large audience, and the demographics actually mimics vaccine injury, which is quite interesting. So there will be people watching your testimony that will never have heard what you just said. So I'm just wondering if you can say it again, but kind of slow it down and parse that out, because it's somewhat important, and then carry on with explaining kind of how you found out what was really going on.
I was doing my best to slow things down. I've been told I talk fast. Step by step. It's the MO of the media. When they have an interest and they want to propagate a narrative, ignore. Ignore until the point that you can't ignore it anymore, and then you either minimize or distract. Minimize or distract to the point where you can no longer do that because it's gained sufficient momentum, and then you have to move into the demonize and lambaste. And you can see this over and over again for populist movements, political candidates. It's the classic MO. So I was doing my daily, rants on the street because I was allowed out of my house because I had a dog after 8 o'clock. The joys of COVID. And so people are telling me, Viva, why aren't you talking about the convoy? And this is a month or two before the convoy, maybe a month before, and I'm saying, I haven't even heard of this because the CBC and the state-subsidized, state-funded legacy media wasn't talking about it. Then I start going on CBC to see what's going on, and then, after the ignoring, we had the distraction. CBC starts reporting about an alleged convoy in British Columbia, going from one British Columbia town to another, but they're protesting road conditions, nothing to see here, move on. Then I noticed the CBC at one point updated that article and said, oh, that convoy's not the one that's headed to Ottawa, and that's when the CBC understood that this convoy going to Ottawa was too big to ignore, too big to distract or misrepresent. And so what did they have to do? Step right up to item 3, demonize and lambaste. And for the viewers watching, for everybody watching, if they don't truly understand, CBC Radio-Canada subsidized to the tune of $1.2 billion a year under the federal law. It is true that the federal law was enacted prior to Trudeau. In theory, it's whatever federal government's in power at that time that subsidizes them. But when you see the indirect, distorted interests of the media, to placate or favor one government that doesn't want to defund them and to demonize the other, you'll notice that the CBC, once upon a time, sued the Conservative Party of Canada for copyright infringement for using some of their material for a campaign ad, but never sued the Liberal government similarly, using our taxpayer dollars to sue a political party, one of the two big federal political parties. Understanding this now, the CBC could no longer ignore this convoy that was coming from all corners of Canada. And so once they can't ignore, once they can't misrepresent, they then have to move into demonizing, and that's when they start demonizing the truckers as extremists, anti-science, anti-vaxxers, yada, yada. At this point, none of us really understood how big it was ever going to get. And they're doing their best to try to ignore the young children and the people with their flags of hope on overpasses across the country.
And I'll stop you there, because
Please.
People that are watching internationally, they won't understand. So when the truckers started moving from different parts of the country and driving towards Ottawa, the citizens would literally line up along the road, and every overpass covered in flags and placards, and they couldn't buy a meal and they couldn't pay for their diesel. Like, it was all, people were supporting them along the way, and that was part of the experience that Canadians had. Because we have people watching internationally, I just felt the need to jump in and fill that in.
Please, don't worry. And they were doing it everywhere. I mean, they did it in Montreal. They would stand on overpasses. You had these wonderful, images of hope and people standing behind the truckers who would ultimately become an international movement, which obviously upset Justin Trudeau even more. But so the media has to demonize them. And so they start calling them all sorts of names at first. But at this time also, nobody understood what this protest was going to turn into. And you had truckers driving across the country, not knowing how they were going to pay for fuel, or not knowing, just enough is enough. We're going to the capital. People also should appreciate Ottawa is not a random town. It's the capital of Canada. It's where protest occurs when protest needs to occur. And so all this is happening, and I'm starting to pay attention to it, starting to understand this is, turning into something special. And then, as luck would have it, or bad luck would have it, although I think it all ended up well, I was in Florida for a Project Veritas event, back before Project Veritas turned into what it is today. But then people are saying, Viva, what are you doing at a Project Veritas event? Get your butt to Ottawa. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'll get back to Canada and I'll go. And in the meantime, I'm starting to see what the CBC and other legacy media are reporting from Ottawa. I'm seeing reports of Nazi flags. I'm seeing reports of Confederate flags. I'm seeing reports of defacing the Terry Fox Memorial, people urinating or desecrating the war memorial that's in downtown Ottawa. But I'm simultaneously literally getting tweets, messages, video clips from people on the street saying, this is all a big fat lie. And I'm sitting there, it's like I'm seeing not one screen, two films. I'm seeing, someone's telling me that they're seeing blue when it's red. And so it's like, okay, well, I'm going to get to Ottawa the Monday I get back, which is after it started on the Friday. And I had never done this before. I did live stream or talk about subjects, but I've never done like a walking around real-time live stream. I said, look, I'm going to drive down to Ottawa. I see what the CBC is saying. I'm going to drive down and I'm going to live stream. And if there are Nazi flags there, the world's going to see it for good or for bad, for right or for wrong. If there's Confederate flags and violence and mayhem, the world's going to see it in real time as I see it. And I get down there, I drive down from Montreal. I drove down there and back every day except for one night when I tried to stay in a hotel. But that was when I think the government either bought up all the hotel rooms or forced them to cancel reservations, because they canceled my reservation. I get down there, and you understand then. It's like eyes wide open for the first time ever. I understood we're being lied to. Not just lied to, because it's one thing if you know someone's lying to you. It's a more insidious type of lie when they try to make you think that it's reality. And it worked on so many people. I get down there the Monday after, when we had been reading news about Nazi flags, desecrating the War Memorial, desecrating the Terry Fox Memorial. And at this point, let me bring up one of my footnotes here, because the article about the desecration of the Terry Fox Memorial, this is CBC, and this is how they reported it. And it's so subtly insidious. Anger over defacement of Terry Fox statue, a sign of his, quote, unique legacy, says mayor of Icon's hometown. When I talk about the fake news, and it's going to, people are going to immediately think of, the Trumpian term. This is government subsidized propaganda. And you'll notice through all of these CBC articles that I'm going to bring up, the tactic. They make a statement, but then they quote someone else, says mayor of Icon's hometown. So they're not making the statement, but they're saying the statement, referring to another government official who makes the statement. It's misleading and it's utterly dishonest. And so you read the headline, for anybody who gets past it, you might see this picture. of the defacement of Terry Fox. Now, words have meanings. As I'm a lawyer, my father always said, words are the tools of your trade. Defacement typically means something semi-permanent, more permanent than a cap, even if one were inclined to think that a cap is defacing a statue. They don't show you the bottom of the statue, at least yet. And so anybody who gets this far and says, oh my goodness, well, even I thought this at the time. There must be something going on the bottom of that statue, spray paint, dirt, something along those lines. You get down to it, once you scroll down far enough, and this is the defacing of the Terry Fox Memorial that they were complaining about. Now, again, they didn't make the statement. They're just quoting the mayor of Terry Fox's hometown. Why is this so gleaming insidious? That's defacement. And when you want to talk about a media that has a vested interest to demonize one group while lionizing another, this is a tweet from Sheila Gunn Reid from back in the day. Let's see if I can find this. Can we see that now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I can't, it's tucked down here somewhere behind all this. You have a tweet from Sheila Gunn Reid which compares, historical defacement of the Terry Fox, alleged defacement from the convoy with what is otherwise just celebration. And it's the same media that's doing this in that they'll take two images which are by and large the same and demonize one based on ideology while lionizing another based on ideology. And who does it benefit? Well, it benefits the government, and it benefits Justin Trudeau in effectively shaping, and I should say, not just Justin Trudeau, but Doug Ford, all of the provincial leaders. It helps them mislead an entire population as to what's actually going on for anybody who gets past the headline, which is already a very small percentage, and even then, it's buried in there. And they do this so that they can promote a narrative that favors the government, a government which subsidizes them, and then people see this and think that they're informed. I knew people in Ottawa, not to identify anybody who doesn't want to be part of this. I've known people who live in Ottawa who thought what was going on was what was being depicted in the CBC. None of them stepped foot in downtown, and they all believed that they knew what was going on and that the truckers were Nazis, that they were desecrating statues, urinating on them. I went down there with my camera, and I ran around, literally everywhere. And I go past the memorial. It's clean. It's shoveled. There might have been what looked like coffee on the side of it, but by that point, the lie has traveled around the world, and the truth, as they say, is still putting on its pants. And I did this I did it for 13 or 14 days. Just drive in, see what's going on, talk to people. Talk to people and hear them in the same way that they're talking now and sharing their stories with the world now, because our elected officials refused. They didn't even have the courage or the dignity to come down and talk with any of the protesters. People who just wanted to be heard and share their story after 2 years of what can only be described as unconscionable, inhumane abuse. They didn't have the courage to step down and talk to them. And I just went around hearing people's stories, see what was going on firsthand. And it wasn't to misrepresent. It was just to show without a filter what was going on. And that without a filter led to CTV News, W5, attempting to, make me look bad, as if to say, this guy goes around with a camera with no filter and just, he's very popular. What's going on? Why are people watching this? Without understanding that that's exactly what the people want, is just the truth of what was going on. And I went down there and I saw it with my own eyes. When the CBC was talking about kids, hold on, I'll bring this one up as well. Kids being among the crowd, making it hard for police to do their numbers. Here, I think this is it right here. Yes, this looks like it. Look at this. CBC. Notice the tactic. They make a statement. Large number of children among protesters hampering response. Police say. Oh, well, we'll just unquestionably and unquestioningly repeat what the police say so that we can then continue with demonizing. And not just demonizing, by the way, because there were actually, I was there, seeing people in tears because the implicit threat was that the government was going to come in and take children away. This is not just demonizing and calling people Nazis or whatever. This is saying these parents are putting their children at risk, using them as human shields. But CBC says it again. Large number of children among protesters hampering response. Police say. CBC's not saying it. They're just repeating it for and on behalf of the government, to the benefit of the government. And And then, I mean, and look at this. If anyone thought, is this the right one here? Yeah, this is it. Ottawa Police. This is what the CBC is just repeating the Ottawa Police, repeating it and not condemning it. When the Ottawa Police come in and say protesters have put children between police operations and the unlawful protest site. They deemed a constitutional right unlawful just like that willy-nilly, but set that aside. The children will be brought to a place of safety. To me, that is a very, very sinister threat of government-sanctioned kidnapping, but it didn't actually get there, but not for lack of trying from the CBC media. And so I'm down there. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Sorry, go for it.
Well, I'm just wondering, describe what you saw. Like, so you're telling us about all this demonizing, and you're telling us you were down there. So what did you see?
I said I wasn't going to cry because I think it's weird when people cry. And I cry when I get upset, but I also cry when I get really, really frustrated. What I saw there was one of the few times where I was on the verge of tears because of how magnificent it was. It was noisy. There's no doubt about it. There were horns, and the horns, there was a beauty in the horns. But it was nothing but the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. For those of us who had spent 2 years under psychological, economic, financial, spiritual abuse. You know, the previous witness talking about how Peel Region was talking about locking kids up for as young as 5 years if they just came across someone who's... we had lived through that. I saw people smiling, hugging, and I'm never one to hug. I'm a bit of a germaphobe even before all this. I was started hugging. You saw people smiling. You saw people wearing masks, mingling among the crowd, but the media was saying that, the truckers were demonizing people who were wearing masks. Another grotesque lie, because a lot of people, known to everybody there, were wearing masks so they wouldn't get identified and fired from their jobs for partaking, or even being at the protest site. I saw kids playing hockey. There was the jacuzzi towards the end of it, the hot tub. Kids playing hockey, dancing, smiling. There was a section by Wellington and the main intersection there, right in front of that hotel, the fancy hotel.
Elgin?
I called it the dance. It was, say it again?
Elgin?
Elgin Street is it, yes, absolutely. There was this section I called it the dance revolution, because they had trucks, they were playing dance music, people were dancing. I'm not saying this because I don't look at people and immediately see race, religion, identity, sexual orientation. I'm saying this because for a group that was called misogynist, there were women all over the place. For a group that was called racist, I interviewed Iraqis. There were black, I don't know if they're Canadians, there were people of all races there. They were called anti-trans. I interviewed a trans person who was at the protest. Ari was their name. I interviewed this person, and we had a good time, and Ari said that the only time that they felt any form of hatred was when they crossed the line from the counter-protesters to the protesters, when the counter-protesters realized, oh, this is no longer an ally, Ari is an enemy. I interviewed people from all over the world. I interviewed Big Bear, a native man. I mean, and I'm listening to the media say that this group of trucker protesters was anti-black, racist, anti-Semitic, misogynist. It was hogwash from day one. And I learned that after day one. And Trista Sook, day one. I meet a beautiful young woman who's walking around with a guitar. I had no idea who she was. She says, I want to sing you a song. And this was at the far end of the protest. And I was nervous for her because I was worried it was going to be like an America's Got Talent bad audition. She started singing, and she sang Amazing Grace, and it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. And this was what the protest was. And then for 2.5 weeks, you had the CBC running around with that lone picture of a swastika on a flag. No one ever knew who that person was. But, very fortunately, there was a professional photographer right near him, so he could get that shot, diffuse it to the media, who would then run it around and say, we're just reporting. There are people, for anybody who doesn't know, that one scene on day one when someone was there with a swastika flag, the media ran with that, politicians ran with that, Mark Mendicino ran with that, Justin Trudeau, Jagmeet Singh, they all ran with it. The media helped them, and they had their disinformation laundering campaign perfectly set up. It's unclear what that person was even doing, because there are some people who suggest the person was there with the Nazi flag to suggest that Justin Trudeau's regime was behaving like previous Hitlerian regimes. Others are saying he was a plant. Who knows? Bottom line, that flag existed on one person for one moment, never came back, and after that it was nothing but love, peace, and a sense of joy that Canadians had not felt and the world had not felt in 2 years. Now, sorry, I heard you wanted to say something.
Well, no, I was just, and you answered my question, because we've all seen that image, because the mainstream media just kept repeating that image. So, you know, it's now a famous image in Canada, and it's burned into our minds, regardless of whether we bought into the government narrative or not. And so I was just going to ask you, because you were literally walking around live streaming day after day, if you ever saw a Nazi or Confederate flag at the trucking protest.
I never saw one, and it wasn't like I didn't edit anything. I went for 5.5 hours sometimes every day, and I saw what I saw. And it's not just that I saw what I saw. I asked cops. I asked the police. I said, have you guys seen any vandalism? Have you seen any violence? They said, no, it's cleaner and it's safer now than it's ever been. And I should add this. I'm very familiar with the city of Ottawa. I never felt comfortable in the city of Ottawa. I might be a bit neurotic and nervous in general, but nobody liked downtown Ottawa at night because it's not a place where you would go walk at night. And no judgment, there might be reasons why the government has sort of failed the homeless population and the addicts of Ottawa, but it's not a place where you would walk around. The Rideau area, it's not a place where you'd walk around at night. I had never seen the downtown core of Ottawa cleaner, safer. The homeless people were being fed. And so when you read these bogus, rubbish stories coming out that the truckers went and harassed a homeless shelter and demanded food, they were literally cooking food on the streets and feeding the homeless people. And it was so in your face and so shocking what I saw. And I went to ask the cops, have you guys seen anything? At one point, one of the policemen said to me, yeah, actually, there's a broken window across the street. I was like, oh, where? And then he giggles. He's like, I'm not joking. That had nothing to do with the protest. You could not understand what it wasn't unless you had been there. But they did a good job doing what they're doing in terms of making people think they understood what was going on. And it has its impact. And I always say, the toxicity is a trickle down and a trickle up. Let me play a clip. I interviewed a counter-protester. I'm just going to play one section of this interview. Let me see if I can bring it up here. It is this. And I'm not bringing this up to mock the person. I have no idea who the person was. Ironically enough, wearing masks, and nobody cared. But listen to what the protester said. I thought this rang interesting. Get vaccinated. Listen. Occupation. Where she says, without facing the consequences, she goes on to say, get vaccinated or there'll be consequences. Where did we hear that terminology being used? I had to go back and double check.
So this is a counter-protester. This is, just so it's clear for everyone watching, this isn't anyone involved at the trucker convoy, but they were counter-protesters, and you went and interviewed this counter-protester.
I interviewed a couple. I wasn't there to pick fights or start fights, but I went to interview this counter-protester. The one thing people should remark from that interview is that you could hear it. And this was barely 4 blocks down from the core of the protest. So when she went on later to say that it's torture, the noise. We were conducting an outdoor interview on my iPhone, and you could barely hear the horns from up the street. But get vaccinated or there will be consequences. And I said, where did I hear that terminology? This was February 2022. Well, lo and behold, this was the exact terminology Justin Trudeau had used in August 2021. I had to double check the dates to see which one came first. And you see how this all works. It comes from the top down, recycled and regurgitated by the media that doesn't hold the government's feet to the fire. I've been saying now that the Canadian media has gone from being the government watchdog to being the government lapdog. And so you get the government, you get Justin Trudeau, the highest person in political power in Canada. If you don't get vaccinated, there will be consequences. You don't get a media grilling him for this Nuremberg-level violation of everything that history has taught us. And then it trickles down, recycled, and then lo and behold, you get your citizens regurgitating and repeating what would otherwise be atrocity speak in different ages. But I interviewed this protester. You could hear the interview. They were claiming it's an occupation. She said, the horns, it's torture. It's a violation of international law. And I asked her if she knew about the Nuremberg Code, and lo and behold, CBC wasn't exactly teaching people about the Nuremberg Code. But that's what happened. Is I walked around, I talked to people, and I heard their stories. I interviewed a woman whose 2 sons died of overdose during the pandemic, and you can't listen to something like that and not have your heart hurt beyond any way that you can ever repair. But Jagmeet Singh, who goes down on Parliament Hill to protest with the federal workers, didn't step down. They like to use the word step up. That's the propagandist term. But, people step up. The government wouldn't even take a foot down into the protest to listen to these people. A woman who lost both of her sons to overdose during the pandemic, and she was telling me how they were good. They got their lives back on track, and then everything shut down. They lost their jobs, and they relapsed and died. No, the government doesn't have the courage to talk to her. The media doesn't have the courage to talk to her. You get the CBC down there, and this I saw also. The most interesting is it was not just seeing the distortion of reality, but seeing how they do it. And so you get the CBC and others. I don't want to only pick on them, but they really deserve it. Looking for the drunkest people to interview. Then interview the drunk people, and then say, look at this representative of the crowd down here. It's a bunch of bums drunk, and they're just looking for excuses to do this. They look for the exceptions to make the rule, and they don't actually talk to the people themselves. And it was revelatory. But let me bring this one up. This is just something that the world needs to see. Speaking to what the CBC does in terms of reporting. This was an actual article. We're talking about state-funded media that is there to parrot and condition the population to accept unconscionable government measures. Why? Because they're subsidized by them, directly and or indirectly. This was an article, CBC, the pleasure and peril of snitching on your neighbors during a pandemic. And their only problem with it, by the way, experts say reporting on neighbors offers a sense of control, but adversely affects minorities. And you can see how this is Canadian media, fully subsidized by government taxpayer dollars. And what they're out there doing is parroting, persuasion, planting the seeds, preconditioning people to accept the unacceptable, and normalizing it.
It's interesting that reporter obviously hadn't learned what we learned in Manitoba, because when the Commission has been traveling to different provinces, we've had one of our video people assemble news clips of the government speaking during the pandemic. And in Manitoba, they didn't call them snitches, they called them ambassadors. It was really Orwellian. It was upsetting to watch, and what the government was saying. They're basically encouraging people to snitch as if we were in, East Germany, and there was a Stasi. So
it's the Orwellian newspeak of like the previous witness was saying, we're closer together by being further apart. It's ignorance is strength, war is peace. What is it? War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. I forget the exact order, but it is it's nothing less than Orwellian newspeak. But I just to show some receipts as well, this was the CBC, and notice the tactic again. It's the third time we've noticed it. Protest convoy had, quote, worst display of Nazi propaganda in this country, anti-hate advocate says. So the CBC is not saying it. They're just repeating what someone else says without holding their feet to the fire, without challenging it. And it's the worst display of Nazi propaganda in this country. This is, I like to say, confession through projection on my channel, accuse your enemies of doing what you're doing. This is the worst display of propaganda imaginable. You have the CBC not saying it, just repeating someone else who the anti-hate network has its own problems in terms of reputation, but just repeating it. The worst display of Nazi propaganda the country's ever seen. And I went down there, didn't see one Nazi flag, and it wasn't for lack of trying. Didn't see one Nazi, didn't see anything but the most beautiful thing, the most beautiful unification I had ever seen. And as I'm down there, I should say, it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen until Justin Trudeau deployed the stormtroopers after having invoked the Emergencies Act. I didn't see a lick of violence until the cops came in, the police, I should say the police. The RCMP, Sudbury Police, OPP, who were the other ones? Sûreté de Québec from Quebec. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen until the government said, we have been embarrassed enough, and then called in the police. And I was down there the Friday and the Saturday when they broke it up, and they came in at the direction of Justin Trudeau, like literal stormtroopers, in flank, one step at a time, knocking people, what do they call it, the shove and grab, knocking people over, arresting them. I was there the day that they had assaulted, violently arrested Chris Deering, I think it's Afghanistan war veteran, if it's not Iraq, a war veteran who his body had been literally destroyed in battle, where his other mates did not survive. Violently arrested, cuffed, had his hands behind his back for 2 hours. Then they drove them outside of the city and dumped them off like trash and let them make their way back. I was there the Friday and the Saturday, and they had snipers on roofs, drones in the sky. They were detonating concussive grenades. I was like 5 feet from a concussive grenade as it detonated, as they're clearing the streets one after the other, because Justin Trudeau, who promotes protest in India, promotes the rights of the citizens to protest in China, it wasn't even a question of negotiating. We now know from the commission that they had effectively negotiated some form of an agreement whereby the trucks would leave, but Justin Trudeau was so desperate to turn this into a quasi-January 6th.
And let me just stop you, and I do want you to continue, but I just want the people that are watching your testimony to understand. So what you're communicating is so the Emergency Act was being invoked, so people understood that the troops were coming, so to speak, and the truckers had arranged to negotiate and had communicated, we will leave. So that it wasn't necessary for the police to come in, and we've actually had I think 2 witnesses that were involved in those communications that we will leave. So I think it's important for people to understand, especially those that watched the troops come in, and there's still the videos online, that was completely unnecessary, that basically the truckers had agreed to leave and disembark and vacate the capital.
I'm sort of taking for granted and wrongly that everybody knows exactly what I'm thinking. Yes, because the protest goes on for near 3 weeks and peaceful, but it wasn't ending. The Windsor Bridge blockade, which everyone knows because that was blockaded the border between America and Canada, Ontario and Michigan, that had already been resolved via court order. But Justin Trudeau was hell-bent on invoking the Emergencies Act, which is it used to be the War Measures Act, which is the invocation of last resort for when there's a national emergency for which existing laws are inadequate to remedy. And so Trudeau was hell-bent on doing this, and we now know this from the commission, which revealed that they were discussing it, and even though a negotiation had been reached between the truckers and the city to at least clear up certain areas, that settlement was basically set aside so they could invoke the Emergencies Act, which was after the Windsor Bridge blockade, if you want to call it that, had already been resolved via court order. And so Justin Trudeau, I don't care what the Commissioner Rouleau concluded, it was the most egregious, unjustified, unconstitutional overreach to invoke the Emergencies Act for an issue of national security, national crisis that cannot be resolved by existing laws as relates to a protest in a 4-block red zone in pinpoint, geographically limited to Ottawa. If nobody knows what an overreach that was, I've broken it down quite a bit on my channel. He invoked the Emergencies Act, and then the police start coming in, and everybody knew it was like it was going to end badly or more badly. And the police came in flanks. You had multiple police. You had some with no identification badges coming in on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, setting up fences, which people thought were for kettling, which is like, crowding people in so they can get arrested. You had heavily militarized police, armored vehicles, police people in no badges. You didn't know who they were, just numbers. You don't know where they came from. And then all hell breaks loose of violence on the Friday and the Saturday when they decide it's over. And I said during this event, if this event does not end in reshaping and revolutionizing where the world is headed, it'll be the biggest black pill following the biggest white pill that I've ever had. And the day that this protest was violently ended, violently suppressed, it was one of the darkest moments for me after having seen the last 3 weeks of peace, love, beauty, nationalism in the best possible way. Canadians proud to be Canadians again. And the amount of people who said it to me while I was down there, I've never been prouder to be Canadian. I've been depressed and sad for the last 2 years. I've driven 13 hours from Nova Scotia. I've driven 12 hours from Northern Ontario. I've driven from Vancouver. And the people were happy to be among other people. They were proud to be Canadians yet again. And then it was suppressed. And the way it was suppressed also further illustrated the government-subsidized propaganda to downplay and deflect from the egregious, over-the-top violence. There was an image accidentally caught by the CBC, I think, of the police beating the ever-loving Mercy, just kneeing a human being as though they were a sack of potatoes that they were trying to turn into mashed potatoes for dinner. And it was accidentally caught live. They never spoke of it again. And the media is covering this, talking about violence that could possibly warrant this action when there never was. At one point during the protest, the police cordoned off the cenotaph, the war memorial, to protect it, to suggest that the protesters, who were military veterans, in large part,
many wearing medals at the time and telling the police that they were not going to be violent.
Wearing their medals when Chris Deering was violently assaulted. He lost one of his medals in the snow when they shoved him to the ground, when they kneed him and assaulted him. They were wearing their medals. They were, and I learned this by being there and asking them, because CBC sure as hell was not reporting on this. They had set up 24/7 video surveillance of the war memorial. They were shoveling the snow every time I was there, salting it because the city was no longer salting. They had a drummer in front of the war memorial, doing the military drums. And then the police come in and section it off as if to suggest that it was out of control and that people were desecrating it or vandalizing it. And the military veterans that I was talking to, I've never served. I don't have this experience. I don't have this, reflex of my soul. They were outraged. They said, this monument is a monument for me to go pay tribute, honor to my fallen brethren, and now I can't go step on it because the government is doing this as a sick ploy to make us look bad.
Yeah,
did the media ever talk about how it was the military? It was oh my God, Spinney. I mean, I interviewed these guys shoveling the snow, salting the watching over the war memorial.
I need to focus us, and somebody just flashed that we have 5 minutes left, and I want to give the commissioners an opportunity to ask you questions, because you've brought us a very, very important perspective, and the fact that you actually went there to deliberately see what was happening and contrast it with government narrative is of vital importance. So I'm just going to ask the commissioners if they have some questions, and they do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Freiheit. We had previous witnesses who were at the protest in Ottawa, as you were, and you were talking about how the CBC only presented certain pictures, and so did the rest of the mainstream media. But that area, Elgin and Wellington, in and around and in front of the Parliament buildings, is probably the most surveilled, videotaped place in the whole country. Have you seen or have you asked for, or has anybody to your knowledge demanded that the Government of Canada release some of that surveillance tape so we can see, using the government's own video cameras, what happened?
I would say I haven't done it. There's no need to do it because with all of the live streamers there who captured all of this in real time, there's no room for doubt. And thank you for reminding me of another fake news story that the media ran with, but only corrected once it was well too late. The arson, the alleged arson that the truckers were, had attempted to carry out on an apartment building. It had nothing to do with the protest, nothing to do with the protesters. And hey, by the time they go to correct that story or attenuate it, it doesn't matter. It's already left its impact. And when I was talking to the counter-protesters, they were just repeating the same things. They didn't, they were just repeating the same things. People getting assaulted for wearing masks, the harassment of it was nonsense. But you don't even need to ask the government for these videos. Everything was documented in real time. And the only issue really became, I would say, like algorithmic suppression or soft censorship on social media, where that video of the police kneeing the I think it was a veteran, in the torso as they're arresting him, and that systematically gets demonetized on YouTube, which affects its visibility to others. But it was all captured. The only violence that occurred, in my experience, and that I've seen, was at the hands of the government that came in to end this peaceful protest in the most non-peaceful way imaginable.
Well, my only point with, and I agree with you, it was documented by many, many people, including yourself, but my only point in getting the government videotape is it would be nice to hear from the voices of the government themselves showing their own cameras, what their own cameras shown. It would be difficult for people to say that the government edited or selectively videotaped when they have hundreds and hundreds of cameras. It reminds me a little bit of the Tucker Carlson thing earlier this year with their January 6th fiasco. It would be hard for the government to deny their own camera feeds, I think.
Absolutely. Well, also, some of those camera feeds might show stuff that the government doesn't want you to see, like there was a video of the police while arresting someone appearing to butt them repeatedly with the firing end of a gun. I'm reflexively a back the blue type person, but what I saw on the days when the protest was crushed violently was just following orders type conduct, which will leave a lingering bad taste in my mouth.
Thank you.
And there be no further questions. David, what a pleasure it has been to have you share this, your personal testimony with us on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry. I sincerely thank you for coming and testifying today.
Thank you for having me. I wanted to do this during the commission, but I think too many people wanted to do that as well. But thank you for having me, and I hope everyone really appreciates. It's attributed to Denzel Washington, but I think it's more Mark Twain. If you read the news, if you don't read the news, you're uninformed, and if you read the news, you're misinformed. You have to know the tricks in order to understand how to digest what's being fed to you and make more people wake up to what is actually going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Anita. We're on right now. Can I please get you to state and spell your name for the record, please?
Anita Krishna, A-N-I-T-A, last name is K-R-I-S-H-N-A.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Now, I understand that you're here today to tell us about your termination from Global News from your position as a control room director. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Before we get into that, I would just like you to tell us a little bit more about yourself. Can you please describe your education?
I have a bachelor's degree in radio and television that I got from Ryerson University. And yeah, taken other college courses, but I have a bachelor's in radio and television from there.
And how long have you been working in journalism and broadcasting?
25 years. Long time.
Can you please tell us about your work and duties as a control room director?
Okay, at Global News, I was a technician. I was a control room director. So what that means is when you're watching your newscast on TV at home, we are making the TV happen. So that's part of my job. So it's the producers line up a show, and we all work out of a rundown. The software that we use there was called ENPS. And so they build the show, and what we do is we run all the elements in the show technically. So we roll the opening, the big dramatic music that says tonight on Global News, right? And then we do all the camera moves and decide what the look is, whatever the top story is. Let's say it's about a mudslide blocking traffic on a highway or something, then I'd put in pictures of the mudslide, things like that. If we're going to reporters live on the scene, I make sure that's technically all good to go. So my job is preparing the technical execution and executing a show, but I work in a newsroom. So I work alongside all the all the producers and stuff. So even though I'm in my own world kind of lining up, kind of technically figuring out the elements I'm going to use for the show, I'm listening to what's going on in the newsroom. And I've done that type of work for 20 years or so.
And how long have you been working for Global specifically?
Since 1997, that's when I started there. And then I worked there for a few years, and there was a period of time right around 2001 and 02 that I started working at other stations. So I was just freelancing around different stations in Vancouver. So I worked for CTV and I worked for City TV and worked for Global and Shaw kind of all at the same time. So I did that, and then I got married, and then we moved to New Zealand, and then we came back here in 2007, and then I started working again. I picked up a little bit of work at CTV, and then I went back to Global. So, yeah.
And you were working for Global in this position when the COVID-19 pandemic arrived in 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, I was a director of newscasts when COVID-19 happened. Yeah.
So what did you observe about the virus and how it was reported in those early days?
Oh, well, I mean, obviously in 2019, it seemed to be a thing that just was happening over there in a different country. Here we go, it's another SARS type of thing. And, we're just waiting, nobody was really freaking out too much about it then. It's really when it hit big was March, 2020. And I remember I was working at Global National. I was directing that show March 11th. And oh boy, that's when the hysteria really, really hit hard, I would say.
Can you give us an example of this hysteria, as you've called it?
Well, the funny thing is that, okay, working on Global National, some of the headlines that we were running that day on the 11th is we had reported that the coronavirus, the WHO declares the coronavirus a global pandemic. Then this is just in our headlines, right? And then we ran a little clip of Trudeau saying, we're going to give Canadians everything they need, don't worry. And then we ran another clip saying, Patty Hayju. And then before we got into that, we said, are Canadian hospitals equipped to deal with, are Canadian hospitals going to be able to cope? And then we went to this clip of Patty saying, about 30 to 70% of the population could get it. And then we ended it by saying, social distancing, what you need to know about keeping your distance and flattening the curve. And so that was in 1 minute, we had outlined all those things all those things that panic, fear, just trying to scare everybody. when nothing, I could see that nothing was really happening yet, like nothing had happened. Like at that point, I'm not sure if there were, who had it? I didn't see anybody in my community that had it. I didn't know anybody that had it, yet all these measures, these crazy measures and these fear tactics were coming fast and furious. And it was also right around that time that all the sports had canceled, like the MLB, the NBA put their season on hold. The NCAA canceled all their championships. It just seemed to be like, whoa, like how did all these corporations or institutions, how did they all come to do this? Bang, 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 like shut down, shut down, shut down, when we hadn't seen anything happen yet. So my gut instinct was just telling me that this was like a massive overreaction. But, you know, the horse had sort of left the gate already. Everybody was sort of just in on this. And nobody seemed to like question the hysteria. Because at the same time, we're also telling people children could get it. Children could test positive. If you've traveled outside the country, make sure you isolate. Nobody, you know, non-essential travel. And all our clips of running, like people like Bonnie Henry saying, this is going to get worse. Well, I didn't even see anything happen yet. So I just thought it was a massive overreaction, but everybody was just sort of going along with it.
And from your perspective, how did that reporting change over time, over the next several months that that came to pass?
Like sometimes, yeah, like I guess like sometimes an event happens and then you see the reaction. Now people can argue whether you see controlled events happening in news and then you see the controlled newscast. Sometimes that does happen, right? But for this situation, it was like nothing happens and then you see this kind of overreaction. Okay, so fair enough. So maybe at the time people were just being prudent and being cautious. And as time wore on, it just seemed to be that there were things that we were not reporting. So you could easily find these things on the internet or find these things in other sources. But for some reason, our own newscasts were neglecting to tell people that perhaps the origins, like where this came from, was not the wet market. We actually like just made people believe that it came from a wet market and never addressed this laboratory, the Wuhan lab, which was a big concern of mine, because if you don't know where this thing came from, how it came to be, how can you propose to know what it is and propose to stop it? So the fact that, yeah.
No, I was just going to ask, when you observed this, what was your reaction to the news being covered in this way?
Well, I just thought, how can we neglect this? How can we neglect to tell people this? How can we lead people to believe something which is not 100% accurate? And we were leading people to believe things about several things that didn't seem to be accurate, and yet we were not reporting this other side to so many pieces of this story.
Did you raise your concerns with your colleagues or with your supervisors and superiors?
Yes, yes.
And what was their response?
I did, yeah.
Sorry, what was their response?
I was raising concerns left, right, and center about absolutely everything. So let's see here. I had a meeting, I mean, like as soon as you raised an issue, let's say you would talk about the Wuhan lab. At one time I said I thought this was a synthetic virus in the newsroom. That did not go over well. People just ended up getting mad at you. Other things that I raised was why we were not telling people about medications that could possibly help you, right? All of a sudden everybody had these very strong opinions on hydroxychloroquine. And, you know, they had already formed their opinions. But my opinion is, if it's something that could possibly help you, do you not have the right to try it? So my cousin ended up getting COVID, and she takes hydroxychloroquine because she takes it anyway because she's ill with something else. So she got COVID and described how awful it was for her, but that she got better in about 8 days. And she thinks she got better because she was taking hydroxychloroquine. She said, I think that made a difference, you know? So I told this to an anchor at work. I said, hey, my cousin took this and she thinks she got better. And he just said, oh, she thinks she got better, eh? Oh, she thinks she does. She thinks she got better. Like, he got mad about it. But why would you get mad? Wouldn't your answer be, hey, that's awesome. You know, I'm glad that worked for her. Maybe we should look into it. Maybe this is something we should do a story on. And I'll tell you something else. I brought up ivermectin to one of the assignment editors there too, because there is so much negativity going on in the newsroom and so much judgment of people that were questioning the vaccine and stuff at the time. That you knew what you couldn't really even speak about, but you couldn't really even speak about drugs. So one time in the newsroom, I brought this up because somebody called up to say some story about how unvaccinated people were taking up beds in the children's hospital. Like, look at these unvaccinated people, and this one guy was just sort of saying, oh, what a bunch of idiots these people are and stuff like that. And then somewhere in this conversation, I had brought up early treatment. And I said to him, what about ivermectin? And he said, that's debunked. He said that whole drug is debunked.
Sorry,
and
just to be clear, this was a colleague in the newsroom or in your work environment, correct?
Like a senior colleague. And the reason that this is important is because this man helps shape the newscasts. This man helps, he decides what goes on our newscasts, particularly the big ones, the 5 o'clock and the 6 o'clock. And he's calling people, I mean, a lot of people, they were calling people names like COVIDiots and stuff like that. But then when I bring up a drug, he says, that drug is debunked. And I said, what? What do you mean the whole drug is debunked? You know, that whole, what are you talking about? I said, did you not see that big study in India? And he said, that's debunked. That's all he could say was that is debunked. But to my mind, at that time in Uttar Pradesh, there was like 241 million people, and they barely had any COVID because they had been using ivermectin. So that is a story. That is something that we should at least be looking into. And even if you don't believe that medication works, you still should be talking to doctors, talking to somebody who might have taken it and gotten better, and you should be showing that side of the story. Then you can show the other sides of someone saying, no, it doesn't work. But you have to show both. And the problem is with him not saying that this isn't even a thing. And right after he said that, my boss sent me an email saying, Anita, you need to stop talking about COVID. So I wasn't even allowed to talk about this. But the dangerous part of it is these are people shaping your newscast. And by them not telling you that there are medications that are not horse medications, you know, that you are doing a disservice to the public. And people have the right to try it because they might get better if they try it. But if you hide that information, I mean, that is misinformation. That is 100% misinformation coming from Global News in Burnaby.
Now,
I can attest to that.
You've touched a little bit on the vaccines already, but as we're all aware at this point, they were rolled out in early 2021. Can you describe the coverage that you saw regarding vaccines and vaccinations specifically?
The coverage? Sorry, one other thing I wanted to say about that is we also ran stories making Joe Rogan look like an idiot for taking ivermectin. That was done on purpose, and that is wrong. That is wrong, and it just led people to believe that. But vaccine, well, yeah, I mean, the vaccine was like a religion, you know, like all we did was constantly run stories of, okay, look at this person in the hospital, this person who made a bad choice and didn't get the vaccine. Oh, they ended up in the hospital. It's like all our stories were slanted to that. Everything we were saying was pandemic of the unvaccinated. If you're unvaccinated, you'll be holding everybody back. And that we now know isn't true. Yeah.
I apologize for interrupting. Yeah. In your experience, have you seen any other event reported in this manner?
I've never seen an event in my life where you cannot go to someone to talk about it, like a senior producer, like a news director, and express your concern. They would be open to your concerns. You know, they would be, if you had a news tip to give someone, they would at least take it on board. They wouldn't say, no, stop talking. I don't know how many times there I was told to stop talking about something. So there's an absolute reluctance to provide accurate information and to cover things that you should be doing that could help you. All there was what I would say is propaganda that didn't speak up for people. Like we do things like on the 5 o'clock news where we would just say, and sadly, another business has shut down due to COVID. And we were not actually holding anyone to account saying, is what we're doing fair? You know, when people are using plexiglass and sitting outside, and that, you know, you can go up to the counter and order, but you can't have a waitress come to you, or you got a mask, you know, all the things that didn't make any sense. We were just shoving it in your face like it was something you needed to accept, rather than questioning, is this really making sense for a business owner, for this person's livelihood? You know, we never stood up for the people. We just, as far as I'm concerned, shoved propaganda in your face.
Thank you. Now, as an employee, I understand that Global did institute a vaccine mandate at some point. Can you describe the circumstances that led up to that and describe what the mandate required from you?
Well, they just pressured a lot of people to get vaccinated, and they'd make you fill out forms, and they'd always want to know your vaccine status. And a lot of people were quite upset about that because we were trying to say, you know, hey, we have a right to privacy. And the people who believed in the vaccine just willingly just went with it like as if they're in the good club. And the people who were reluctant and hesitant, oh, well, you're in the bad club, you know. And so I didn't really even fill out the forms. And it should be noted that I didn't even get fired for not taking the jab. It was just, I got fired for speaking up, and
we're coming up to that
things.
right away.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
On that point,
yeah.
on that point, I understand there were a few things that led up to your termination, but in particular, on I believe it was December 12th of 2021, you attended a rally or a protest that was held in North Vancouver. Can you explain what prompted you to attend this rally?
Like working at Global was like working in a twilight zone during the pandemic, that everything that you thought would have ever made sense for choice, for freedom, for your health just went out the window. And at this point, we had been, you know, I was very concerned because we were running stories telling pregnant women to take this jab. And I personally had run those stories on some of the shows I was working on where we had some doctor telling pregnant women to take it. And in my lifetime, I don't think you would ever tell a pregnant woman to take anything experimental, because I'm old enough to remember thalidomide. I just think that, like, for pregnant women, you have to be so careful. You can't even eat certain cheeses and things like that. Why would we be telling women to take this vaccine that never even has been tested on women? How dare we even do that? Then as time went on, I was feeling actually sick about that, but as time went on, then you started to hear miscarriages. There was these reports in Scotland and Waterloo, and it was very hard to get to a sense of, like, was this really happening? And of course, our newsroom isn't even following up on any of this. Then I heard about this rally with this doctor, Dr. Mel Boucher, and he had done some stuff, and he had some videos online talking about it. And I really wanted to know, were people becoming harmed by this, and are people losing their babies? So I just went to this rally, which, by the way, Global News should have been at, because if you're part of the community, you should be covering this stuff, and they did not.
Okay.
They don't care.
Did you attend the rally on behalf of Global or as an employee, or identify yourself as such?
No, I did not. I went just out of my own curiosity as a private citizen. as a private citizen, and I knew no one there. But when I got there, I recognized a cameraman that used to work at Global.
Okay.
But I went as a private, curious citizen looking for answers.
Now, I understand that you ended up speaking at this rally. Is that correct?
I did.
Can you describe the circumstances that led to you giving this speech? Was it planned or unplanned? Explain to us what happened.
Unplanned. It was just unplanned. I went up to a lady that I saw. She was a nurse, and I'd seen her like online in one of these videos because I'd been watching videos of Daniel Nagase and Mel Bruchet, and I saw this nurse, and I just went up and said hi, and I said, I'm really interested in what's going on here, yada, yada. I said, I can't really stay too long because I had to go back to work. And then she asked me where I worked. And then I said, I actually work at Global. And she was like, what? And she just grabbed me, like didn't want to let me go. She's like, we cannot get anybody from the news to talk to us. And I said, I'm not here as I'm not a reporter. I've always said that, I'm not a reporter. I'm just here because I'm just curious. Then I just ended up speaking because I just thought, well, what the heck,
Now, I understand that your speech is recorded and available online if anyone wants to look at it. We have not got it here today. But more to the point, I understand that the speech was recorded. Is that correct? And obviously
it was
if it's online, yes.
Yeah, so many camera phones, and then somebody sent it to Global, and then I ended up getting in trouble I ended up getting suspended after that for violating journalistic principles, and they still have not been able to tell me how I violated those principles. They have violated their own principles by not reporting on community events.
So
they have violated their own principles by not showing up to the National Citizens hearing when it occurred in Langley, not even sending a camera or a reporter, not even doing a voiceover on something like this. Who is violating journalistic principles? I can only say they are by preventing this information to get out to people.
So when you were suspended, can you describe the circumstances of that suspension and the terms of your suspension? How long was it? Was it with or without pay?
This one was 3 days with pay, just because they had claimed I'd violated the journalistic principles, of which they still have not told me what principle I had violated. Like, show me. They could never show me. I said, what article in this JPP did I violate? They weren't able to ever even tell me that. Yeah. So that first one was a 3-day suspension.
Okay. And I see that I missed something, so I just want to go back and clarify that. When you gave this speech, I understand that someone introduced you, and how did they introduce you?
Oh, they said I was a global TV director. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So you didn't make this assertion yourself. It was offered by someone else who was also speaking at the rally. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. Correct.
Following the suspension, what was your relationship like with your supervisors and your colleagues at work?
Well, I guess in secret, there are a lot of people that supported me because a lot of people felt the same way. They felt scared. They felt nervous. They didn't want to take it. They felt completely violated and threatened and bullied by management at Global, which they turned into bullies instead of managers. My relationship became strained with the people who disagreed with me, who thought that I was becoming radicalized. So lifelong friends, we just ended up just completely disagreeing. Like a very good friend of mine, like my little cousin, he's 24 now, he took a Pfizer jab, he ended up paralyzed in the hospital. I was still working at Global at the time. And this happened right after his Pfizer shot. He got Guillain-Barré syndrome. And I said to people at work, this is what happened to my cousin. And they just said, this is one of my good friends who's an editor there. He just said, well, what pre-existing condition did he have? It doesn't matter. You don't end up not being able to walk for nothing. He wasn't skydiving. Nothing happened. He took a jab. He can't walk. Now we've heard many stories of things like that. So there's just an absolute refusal to believe. There are some reporters there that do, and people that work there, they know what's going on, but they're not going to say anything because you're really not going to want to lose your job. Yeah. I should say, though, I actually I was so concerned with maybe children getting hurt. I told my operations manager when he was telling me to be quiet, I said, I'm really worried about children and pregnant women. They're the most vulnerable. But prior to all this, the news director, I encourage anyone to contact the news director at that station if you have any questions as to the news that's being presented to you. And I said to him, I'm really worried about, like, there is very perverse incentives behind this vaccine. Like, are you not worried that how do you think they came up with this so quickly? How is this even possible, right? And he just said, all the scientists in the world got together, and when everybody gets together, then they can make this happen, which is completely nonsensical answer. And then at the end of it, he just told me that I needed to get vaccinated.
Okay. Now, I understand that you were in fact terminated. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what date were you terminated?
January 18th, I believe.
So roughly, and just for clarity, that was about not quite a month after the rally, is that right?
I'm sorry, it was January 6th. Yeah,
Okay.
January 6th.
So a few weeks really after the rally, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, right around Christmas time.
Can you describe what led to your termination or the reason that was given?
I think they gave me they told me something in my termination letter, one of which was that I had violated a social media journalistic principle policy. I don't even know how. They've never even shown me what clause I've actually violated of that. And I had said that, I said, can someone ask the provincial health officer why the casinos, liquor stores, and strip clubs are open and the gyms and the churches are closed? Which is a valid question, but they fired me because on my Twitter profile it just said Anita, Global BC Director. So I guess they felt I was putting them in
sorry,
some sort of disrepute by asking that question. It's a valid question.
Sorry, just for clarity, can you repeat the tweet that you had posted and which you were ultimately terminated for?
I said, can someone please ask the provincial health officer why the casinos, liquor stores, and strip clubs are open and the gyms and churches are closed?
And that was it. That was the last tweet. Okay. And I understand that you were terminated with cause. Is that correct?
So they say.
Right.
That's what it says on my... actually, it doesn't even say that on my termination letter. So if anyone knows a good lawyer, please reach out to me. But it doesn't even say that on my termination letter. But they will say it was with cause.
Okay. Were you eligible to apply for EI or any other benefits?
No.
Okay. I actually don't have any other questions. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Okay. I believe that's everything. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I would like to thank you very much for your testimony here today. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Our next witness is Mr. William Bigger. William, could you give us your full name and spell it for us, and then I'll do an oath with you.
William Bigger, WILLIAM BIGGER.
Okay. And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what you're going to do today, I guess, is just outline the problems that you had as COVID developed in your community. You live in St. Catharines, Ontario, correct?
Yes.
And you've lived there for quite a while.
My whole life.
Okay. In 2020, you were 18 years old. Tell us what you were doing in 2020, just as the COVID problems were developing.
Yes. So as you said, I was 18 at the time, freshly out of high school, and was a very active member in my church, as a kids administration leader with younger kids. Also was a competitive swimmer for our local Special Olympics swim team. I competed with them since I was very young. I was born with autism, so I always swim with them as a form of physical therapy, and was pursuing a job out of high school just at a local sports venue.
And you had a job at that time?
I did, yes, at the time. I had held that after high school, and then once everything shut down, all of our events were canceled, so I lost that job. Our church is closed, so I lost my leading opportunities, and couldn't swim anymore.
Okay. So by August of 2020, you were out of work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. By the end of 2020, you did get another job, correct?
Yes, I did. After being off work due to lockdowns for several months, I was able to find work in our city as a new sub-restaurant was opening up.
Okay. And your family sort of was having problems as well during this this period of COVID, correct?
Yes, unfortunately. Both my parents both work in what were considered high-risk sectors, the hospital and a firefighter. And it just became a very challenging for them.
Okay. Were both of your parents working at the time?
Yes. During the whole time, they were still able to work with challenges with all the PPE and all that in their jobs.
Yeah. And there was concern about your father's job, which would have caused some serious problems, correct?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
It was just very emotional.
So you managed to get a job in a submarine shop in 2021. By April, did you still have that job? What was happening?
Yes, I did have that job for 9 to 10 months in total. Through those 9 to 10 months, it was very challenging. We they had all the social distancing and masks in place. At that time, there was talks about the vaccine as it rolled out, but nothing in place in terms of mandates. But it was just a challenging work environment because having to be careful of where you stood and wearing the mask was difficult for me. Just be able to understand and communicate with people and read their facial expressions.
And things, you did get a job at Costco at some point, correct?
Yes, I did. At the beginning of 2021, around in March, I was able to get another job there. Just out of my previous job, I was had a fear that if I stayed there any longer, I would eventually have lost it due to vaccines. So I was trying to pursue work, and then I was able to find work.
Okay. And you never did get the so-called vaccine, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. And was there a reason for that?
As a family, we decided that it was best to not participate. When I was very young, I had a bad response to my year 1 boosters, which I was after in the hospital for a short period of time. And so I just let my parents consult with family doctors and experts that they were in contact with to decide the best course of action, so they decided to avoid taking them.
Okay. I think I'll stop there and ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you. Anyone? Any last items you want to tell the commissioners, William?
I just really want people to know that if they're watching this, that their stories can be heard and that they're not alone. This past few years have been challenging for everyone, and I just want it all to be over.
Okay, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I want to thank you for coming and telling us your evidence. Thank you again.
I just have a quick question about you worked with youth. Do you know what happened with the youth when everything shut down? Did they feel the same way you did?
Can you repeat the question?
When you said that you worked with youth prior to the lockdowns, do you have any understanding of what happened with them in terms of lockdown? Do they feel the same way you do, or do you have anything to add about the youth?
Over the past little while, I've been slowly reconnecting with that group of that I have served in my church, and although I have not maybe asked what their experience have been, I've been really wanting to, just over the past couple of years of how it's affected them as even younger than I am, especially those that are younger and were still in school, and how that would affect them. I haven't really gotten a chance to ask, but I would really love to.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Any other last questions for Mr. Okay. I want to thank you on behalf of the Commission of Inquiry for your testimony. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So our next witness is going to be attending virtually, Captain Scott Routley. Scott, can you hear us?
I sure can. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh. Let me see what I can do here. Okay. Can you see me now?
We can see you now. So, Scott, I'd like to start by asking you to state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Okay, my name is Scott Routley, Scottroutly.
And Captain Routley, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God. All glory to God.
So, my understanding is that leaving aside your other military service, you served 15 years as a military pilot, and then you served an additional 15 years in civil aviation.
Yeah, that's correct, sir, yes.
And you ended your career prematurely because of COVID, but at the time you were a chief pilot for an airline.
That's correct.
And I appreciate we don't want to name the airline, but most people listening to your testimony are not going to understand what a chief pilot is. Can you briefly explain what a chief pilot is?
Yeah, the chief pilot, he's a middle manager. He's in charge of the whole pilot group. In my case, I had roughly about 100 pilots in my charge. He's appointed, not only hired by the airline, but also appointed by Transport Canada because of the regulatory requirements. Each airline in Canada, in the industry, basically has a few accountable executives that Transport Canada considers their go-to people. That would be the chief executive officer of an airline. That would be the operations officer or director of flight operations. That would be the director of maintenance. And that would be the chief pilot. The reason for that is because of the Canadian aviation regulations, the requirements and regulations and rules that need to be adhered to. So they then screen individuals for this role. So the airline cannot just hire a chief pilot, they also have to be screened and approved by Transport Canada. So of course I had to go and do meetings and do knowledge tests. I had to have a certain amount of expertise.
Okay, and I'm just gonna shorten this because, but what I want people to appreciate is so in that role that you had, not only are you responsible to the airline for taking care of the flight crews, but you're also responsible to Transport Canada for taking care of the flight crews.
Absolutely, yes.
So you have a responsibility to two different parties, and
that's correct.
And literally what would be described as the fiduciary duty to the pilots to take care of them.
That's right. So, of course, all the training standards, these are all part of the Canadian aviation regulations as mandated by Transport Canada. So it's my duty and my role to ensure that all the training, all the standards, proficiency checks, evaluation, standard operating procedures, operation manuals, aircraft operations.
And I'm just going to truncate because I'm watching a timer go down and we're at 11 minutes and 28 seconds. And I think people understand that it's a highly, there's a lot of responsibility, but I just wanted to get, because of what follows in your testimony, that people understand you're also responsible to Transport Canada.
Absolutely.
So COVID hits, you're a chief pilot. Can you share with us your experience and kind of the steps that you ended up taking to try and protect the pilots under your charge?
Yeah, so we all know what happened, of course, in 2020, and we were subject to all the same measures, the lockdowns that were happening throughout the country. Now, because we were considered as essential workers, we continued to operate, and we were operating up in the North Country and around Ontario for the most part. And so throughout that time period, it really didn't affect us very much. We just continued on with our operations. Now, for the passengers and whatnot, protocols started coming out, the social distancing, the masks, testing, and all these different requirements. So the airline, they tried to follow the best they could for Health Canada, as everybody was trying to do in all aspects of the industries. In our particular case, this continued on, and until pretty much as the vaccine rollouts started to happen in late 2020, early 2021, I could see the writing. I've been doing a lot of research, critical thinking, my background, and already starting to look outside the mainstream media into other avenues to see all about these so-called vaccines that were being rolled out for obvious reasons. The medical requirements for pilots, it's a 50-50 split in our licensing. We hold a license for our type rating on the aircraft itself that we fly. We have to do training every 6 months to maintain our type rating. But more importantly, or just as important on the other side, is our medical requirements, which without the two in our aviation booklet, you can pass a check ride for your aircraft type rating, but if you fail your medical, then you do not fly, and vice versa. So in some cases, the pilots consider, depending on age and healthiness, they consider that the passing the medical is the highest priority, because obviously they're really knowledgeable, highly skilled individuals. We're probably the most regulated industry out there for obvious reasons. We fly in the air. We can't pull over when anything happens. Critical thinking, decision making, and emergency procedures. So all of a sudden, the vaccine started to get rolled out. I had my suspicions. I started seeing it happening with the lockdown.
Can I just ask you beforehand, because you were responsible actually for a large number of flight crew people,
Correct.
And you guys would have had to have been doing the testing before the vaccine rolls out. Were you finding that pilots were off work because they were actually sick?
No, as a matter of fact, it was just like any other year. And, we're getting into the low vitamin D season, better known as the flu season. And so there was the odd sickness, but nothing abnormal from previous years. But what was happening was when through family members and through all this COVID testing, we started, getting into these issues where pilots are calling in and they're saying, well, they phoned Health Canada, and my wife, has tested positive, although she's not sick. And everybody they just started making things up really at the top of their head in this region. So basically, well, then you better ground those people for, 48 hours. And then it was 7 days and then 14 days. So the pilots themselves were not getting sick, but they're being grounded because of Health Canada protocols that they're in the same household as apparently somebody who tested positive, although not sick.
Right, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to pull that out. So you weren't having pilots going down with COVID, but
No.
they were getting grounded because of the testing protocols.
That's right.
Okay. Sorry to have interrupted. Now, there was one other thing. Is my understanding is because you guys had to go for your 6-month sim training, and you had related to me something that you observed in the hotel. And that I want you to describe that just because it's come up in some other testimony at the Ottawa hearings. So can you share with us, please, what you observed when you're staying in Toronto for the sim trainings?
Yeah, so finally, there was a lot of exemptions, unfortunately, with medicals and training. So there was a little bit of a lapse. We finally were able to, just after the second lockdown, we were finally able to start going to Toronto and continue with our simulator training, which we do every 6 months. And we got rolled into Toronto. And of course, now, the country's been locked down for the last 3 months at that period of time. And we had a hard time finding hotel rooms. And I'm thinking to myself, how could this be? Long story short, we get to the hotel and we're being told that 6 of the 7 floors are quarantined from international travelers coming into Canada through the COVID protocol. And we're going to stay on the 7th floor. Now, you walk into the lobby, and I mean, half of it has a glass, of course, opened at the top, as we've seen in stores and whatnot. And so we had one use of one side of the elevators, and the other side was for all these so-called passengers coming in. And so I didn't really think a whole lot of it the first day, where it was late, we got in. The next day, before I had to do sim training, I just thought, I'm going to go down to the lobby and see what's going on here. This seems a little crazy for my kind of thinking. And so I just sat in the lobby to see who was coming in and out on the other side. Anyway, I was starting to see busloads of people come in, and nobody could speak English. They were coming in with not a suitcase that you would pack for a week vacation or 2-week vacation. They were coming in with carts full of baggage that you would bring if you were staying for a lifetime. And food was being provided to them. It was all kept separate. We couldn't communicate with them on the other side. I did ask the person at the front desk, and the cone of silence came down, and I was pushed back, and they didn't have any answers for me. So I watched this the one day, went out and did my sim training. The next day, I thought I better go down and watch it again for a few hours before my next day of training. And sure enough, the same thing happened. Now, what was happening too, though, was the next morning is that they were actually getting loaded up in buses, disappearing, and then more buses would show up, and they were being offloaded into the entryway, given rooms, given food, and then they would disappear into the hotel in the so-called quarantined areas of the hotel. So I thought that very suspicious from my background, and of course, what my critical thinking that I was watching happen for the last year and a half at that point.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. It's just it had come up about the number of immigrants coming in, almost like the population is being replaced. So
yeah, my thoughts were too, Sean, absolutely.
Okay. So back to the airline. Can you tell us the story of what happened? So you were kind of telling us that things were getting phased in, and then the mandates came in, and so I'm wanting you to share with us kind of what you thought, what you did, and what happened. And I'll tell you, we got about 8 minutes left. So,
sorry, the red flags started coming up. Obviously, when there was rumors with these vaccine rollouts that it could possibly affect everybody. Right away, I had done a lot of research. Started listening, off media sites where Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Teresa Long from the United States Army, flight surgeon, Paul Alexander, all these experts you've already had, you've had them as witnesses. All these people are already speaking out now. It's been a year and a half in, and we already know at this point that these experimental jabs are dangerous, a lot of adverse effects happening with them. They're also not stopping COVID, not stopping transmission. So what are they there for? Well, from an aviation point of view, and certainly for the health and welfare of my pilots, I raised the flag, and so I got a meeting together, and I said, look, if these things are going to start to happen, we need to have a close look at this. This is against all rules, protocol. We have 30 years, from my experience anyway, in aviation, where safety has just been the paramount ideal that we strive for all the time, with all the training and everything else we do in the safety management system for actual flying airplanes and whatnot, our medical categories and fitness of the pilots, including fatigue. We have to stress this point and find out what is going on here. There's no way that we can give this to pilots that are flying an experimental drug until we get further information. Here's the information I have. Now, at one of the meetings, the first thing I got, I stressed to the Airline Pilots Association union members, because we did belong to ELPA, and they said, oh yeah, no, we know about these incapacitations, and they're all false narrative. And I said, well, I don't think so. It's been reported by actual pilots on the flight line in the United States and elsewhere. And anyway, they said, well, Health Canada has said that, no, they're safe and effective, therefore, the union's all in. I went to management. I said, look, regardless of what's going to hopefully not come down the pike, but there are rumors, that we need to be careful of this because we are responsible for this. These are our people. We cannot, put these unknown drugs. You can't even give blood as a pilot and fly for 48 hours. You can't go scuba diving. You can't take, prescription drugs unless a civil aviation medical examiner approves it, right? This is how serious and regulated our medicals are. And so anyway, that was at that point. Shortly thereafterwards, then the rumor came down that Transport Canada was in fact going to enforce mandates for all the federally regulated airlines, trains, or anything in transportation. That's when I really raised the flags. I put together data packages, which we already had at this point. And I once again had another meeting. Once again, I was pushed back. I went to the senior management. I explained to them that this is absolutely, we cannot do this. I explained Nuremberg Code. I explained all the laws of Canada, Charter of Rights, that, this, and just the medical safety side of it, we cannot do this, not only for our own people, but for the traveling public, the safety for them. And I was pushed back. I eventually ended up writing a letter. They had a mandate came out that if we're not all double vaxxed by 15 November of 2021, that we would be fired or suspended. Now, I'm the chief pilot. I'm the man that's in charge of all the pilots for their health and welfare for Transport Canada. I reached out to Transport Canada. I said, what's going on here? We cannot allow this to happen. This is insanity. And I don't blame any of the lower level people. They're just following direction from above, unfortunately, blindly. And they said, well, this is going to go through. And so anyway, I put up my fight against it. I said, what about exemptions for people? I've got the first third of the pilot group, like everybody else in Canada, just ran right out in fear. About the middle third, they heard, well, I'm not going to be able to travel, so I'm going to go take it. What the heck? It's just another flu shot. And I warned everybody it's not. And of course, there was the other third of the pilots that were extremely nervous and said, look, we do not want to take these shots. What can we do? It's going to affect us possibly for the rest of our life if we lose our medical because of the shots. Now we've lost our career. And I totally agreed. So I went with Transport Canada, said there's nothing we can do. Now they did roll out exemptions, but of course it was all a big farce. It was all pre-planned that nobody would get one. And in fact, the people that did apply got refused. I didn't even bother as a man of God, as Jesus as my Lord and Savior. Christian, I'm not going to allow somebody in Ottawa to decide my faith, so I didn't even apply. So at the end, I did not get jabbed. In the end, I was the only one. They all, through fear and coercion, scared of losing their careers and their jobs, their paychecks. Unfortunately, the rest of them submitted. And it's extremely unfortunate because I know they're all flying around right now, wondering, with all the reports of myocarditis, it's insanity. It's criminal that these people should be out there.
No, I just want to slow you down. My understanding is you were terminated because you wouldn't get vaccinated, or you were.
I put on the infamous suspended without pay for 8 months or whatever, until they, through the pressure of thank God, the trucker convoy. The only reason you see that the mandates were suspended, everybody needs to understand, the mandates are still in place. They were just suspended. I know everybody's having the summer of love, but they were merely suspended. And the reason they're only suspended is because I'm sure that they're going to bring them back in again. But so after that, then I was terminated.
Right. Now, do you know, following the vaccination, were there any changes to the medical requirements for pilots?
Well, during the whole time there, at least the first year through 2020 and into 2021, they basically had exemptions for medical, so they suspended the medical requirements.
So just wait. So 2020 into 2021. So once they roll out the vaccines in 2021, there's a medical. There's basically an exemption from having to get the medicals.
That's correct. Yes.
Now the medicals were mandatory every 6 months, were they not?
That's correct. 6 months to a year, depending on your age or if you have any underlying issues. And that's always been the case with Cat 1 medicals. As I say, that's 50% of our license, right? And of course, we have to go to civil aviation medical examiners. We don't just go to normal doctors. We have to be approved civil aviation inspectors who actually give us physicals. And the older you get, you have to get ECGs, your urine tests, eye tests, all these different things, right? X-rays if required, depending. Now, they stopped all this because of COVID, but then even after the vaccine rollouts, which I found quite insane, is that knowing everything that's going on, they've now increased these medical requirements, the exemptions, basically to telecom. So you can phone into the civil aviation inspector and tell them, yeah, I'm feeling good, doc. It's all good. Okay, good to go.
So let me just be clear. So you used to have to go in and actually see a doctor and get tested.
Of course, yes.
And now, and you would normally have to get an ECG. I mean, these were really strict and complete tests. Am I right? But they included ECGs.
Yeah. Now it's for initial testing for the younger pilots. You're not required to get ECGs until you're a little bit older. Once you hit the age of 40 years old, then you have to get an annual ECG.
Okay.
Now,
but that's been exempted, hasn't it?
Sorry?
That's been changed, hasn't it? Isn't there an exemption now from needing to get ECGs for a couple of years?
That's correct. Yeah. So now they've so even with all the knowledge, even more so now than we had prior to the rollout, they've now extended it even again for another couple of years to 2025. Now within that, there's about a 3-year period, but every 2 years you will have to go in to do a physical. But the point is a lot can happen in 2 years when you used to go every 6 months to a year.
Right. So I want to make sure that no one's misunderstanding you. So, in this most regulated industry, because obviously we don't want pilots having heart attacks or strokes or anything while they're up in the air, flying us places.
That's right.
There were strict requirements for them to go in person for medicals, but here we hit a global pandemic where in theory the pilots are at more risk of being sick, and they actually relax the medical requirements, including mandatory ECGs.
That's correct.
And that's after they roll out experimental vaccines. So pilots are now being tested less than they were before.
That's correct. Yeah. Of course, the logical common sense would be, no, you'd be tested more now just to confirm if there's any issues.
Okay. Now we've run out of time, so I'm going to ask you one last question, and then I'm going to turn you over to commissioners for questions. And my last question is: are you concerned about airline safety?
Yes, I am. There's already been reports. I think you've already talked to Greg Hill with Free to Fly. There's also Josh Yoder down in the States, Freedom for Flyers, and two great organizations. I belong to one of them, and these gents are getting calls all the time from the flight line. Now, pilots by nature, they do not want to. They don't want to lose their medical, because that means you lose your license, which means you just lost your career. They put a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of expense to this, highly dedicated profession, and but they were forced and coerced into this, and so now they're out there, they're phoning in, they don't know what to do. The reason you're seeing a lot of, you'll hear from Transport Canada rep here, and the airline issues that we had at the airports. These were airlines that they couldn't find crews to fly. They were calling in sick for whatever reason, and they're just short crews. That's why flights were getting canceled. They were trying to, they had their own narrative they were trying to use at the time. But the real reality is they were short crews on the line due to sickness. And let's face it, they also, fired 40% of their pilots throughout the country, like nurses, like firemen, like police, right? So you're wondering why you have a shortage. Well, that's because you fired 40% of them, right? And these are just, we're talking highly experienced individuals, right? You cannot replace these individuals.
Right, but we're short on time, and I was asking you if you were concerned about airline safety.
No.
And you are. So I'll turn you over to the commissioners to see if they have any questions for you. And the commissioners do not have questions for you. So, Scott, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, sincerely thank you for attending and sharing this information with us. Your testimony is appreciated.
Well, my pleasure. I would just like to say thank you for you and your team for all the good work you're doing for this very noble cause, for the future of this country. It's extremely important where we go from here. And, I just remember in the face of evil, not to do anything is, to be a part of the evil. So I hope Canadians can grow some courage here and stand up for this country. And you know what? Put our faith in God, the living God of the Bible. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you.
Hello, Lauria. Could you give us your full name and spell it for us, and then I'll do an oath with you?
My name is Laurier Mantle, Laurier Mantil.
And do you promise that the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have been a letter carrier with a federally regulated corporation, and you've done that for some time. Mm-hmm. So maybe let's pick up the story in 2021, and you can tell us what happened.
Yeah, so in 2021, November to be specific, my employer imposed a vaccine mandate. And at the time, at the end of November 2021, I was about 6 weeks pregnant.
Okay. So there was a vaccine mandate came in. Mm-hmm. Everyone had to get it, no exceptions. Okay.
Yeah, it was a blanket policy, so everyone had to get it. Okay. There was no, they weren't offering any rapid testing. It was No job, no job.
Okay. But you had a specific reason for not getting it, correct?
Yeah, I was pregnant, and
Okay. So you were pregnant for about a month at that point.
yeah, about 6 weeks.
Okay. And you weren't going to tell anybody, but at a certain point you ended up having to do that just because of the mandates, correct? So your privacy got violated. But also, were you concerned about your baby?
Yeah, absolutely. At the time, there was no evidence of safety. My employer did not provide any sort of handouts about any evidence of safety or why, further to why we should be taking these to keep our jobs. So I was really, really concerned. I was just trying to be really diligent and kind of decide my next steps because I was facing the loss of my employment, my job that I love, and I just wanted to be at work. I was an essential worker, and I had worked the whole pandemic. And for my pregnancy, I felt for my mental health and for my physical health being pregnant, for me, the best thing was to stay at work and keep working and getting the exercise that I was getting. So I was really, really concerned, yeah.
And at some point, did you apply for an exemption?
I did. We had to attest our vaccine status and by a certain date, and if we hadn't attested, we would be kicked out and on an unpaid leave for, we didn't know how long, if it was going to end up in a termination. So I did attest at the very last minute because I just wanted to stay at work, and so I tried to apply for an exemption at that time, yeah.
And what happened with that?
So I applied for under a human rights exemption, not a medical exemption, and I didn't really hear back from them right away. I was just allowed to be at work and keep working, but every day I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if when I showed up to work if I was going to be booted out like my other coworkers already had been at that time. So here I was waiting for them to get back to me about my exemption, waiting, and time went on, months went on. And I never heard from them. And the only time I heard from them was at the very end of towards the end of my pregnancy. They contacted me and said that this seems to be a medical case. Do you want to change your exemption to medical? So I had gone this whole time. I guess I had an unofficial exemption, but I didn't hear from them. And they tried to get me to change over to medical, and I refused. And I went off on mat leave a couple months later.
Okay. So you continued to work, but some of your cohorts ended up being put on leave without pay, correct?
Yeah, all my fellow employees that did not want to attest or did not get the job were put on leave without pay for 7 months. They were out without an income.
Yeah. So you kind of lucked out on that one and didn't suffer 7 months without pay like some of your other cohorts.
I was the only one in my post office that was unvaccinated working.
Okay. So what other negatives did you suffer?
Just the utter despair of not knowing where my career was going. I'm 7 years into my career, which is fairly new in my position. So I was just trying to figure things out. My partner and I had just bought a house. This is our first baby, so there's a lot of things going on. I was having difficulty sleeping at night, difficulty even going into work because I felt so alone. Like all my other coworkers were not there, and I was the only one that was allowed to be there. So it was very difficult.
So again, you couldn't go to movie theaters, you couldn't go to gatherings, you couldn't go to restaurants, all of that.
No.
All that stuff.
I was denied entry to a movie theater, a local one actually, for not wearing a mask while I was pregnant.
And given that you were pregnant, was there any issues with respect to your partner assisting you during that time?
Yeah, like my partner was my rock. I wouldn't have got through this without him. At one point, he even said that he would get it if I had to get it. But I thought, you know what, there's too many red flags. I had worked outside the whole pandemic. I worked mostly alone. walking on an average 20 kilometers a day. I was very healthy, and I said, no, I'm not getting this, and if I'm going to lose everything, I'm going to have to fight for it. So that's why I applied for the exemption and tried to get around it.
Okay. And did you have to wear a mask during this period of time?
Yeah, we had to wear a mask, and if I didn't, you'd be suspended.
Okay. And
inside. Outside, I didn't wear it when I was outside delivering.
did you feel you were allowed informed consent when you made your decision, or did they pressure you to proceed?
Well, I thought it was my job, or so there was coercion there, and no, I didn't have informed consent because at the time there was no evidence that it was safe for the fetus. That's what I was concerned about. Okay. They were saying it was okay for pregnant women, go ahead and get it, but I never saw anything about the fetus specifically, so that's what I was really concerned about.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell us about your situation at that time?
No, I just want to say I'm a very private person, so it was very hard. It took courage to come and come here today, but I really wanted to do this for all the other pregnant women during this time that may have had a similar story to mine. Also, all the babies that are not here, all my coworkers that took 7 months without pay, and obviously, my baby and my partner, because I wouldn't be here without them. So,
okay. Are there any questions of the commissioners? No.
Real quick, did all of your coworkers that went without pay for 7 months, did they come back?
Yeah, they were asked to come back after 7 months. They were allowed to come back.
And did you suffer anything from anybody who remained at the post office that would have known that you were not vaxxed? Did anybody say anything?
They said it was going to be a private matter. People wouldn't know, but everyone knew. I had a few comments, but everyone knew everyone's status pretty much in there. So there was no privacy of people's decisions. Everyone who wasn't there, you knew that they weren't complying with the mandate. And there was nothing in our collective agreement about this either.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I want to thank you very much for coming and telling us your story.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Gatien. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
First name Maurice, M-A-U-R-I-C-E. Last name Gatien, G-A-T-I-E-N.
And sir, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth this afternoon?
I do.
Very good. Now, Mr. Gatien, I'm hoping that you can provide us with some background about yourself and how you came to be a witness at this hearing. I understand that you were called to the Bar of Ontario in 1971, which is lawyers speak for saying that you are in fact a lawyer. Can you tell us a bit about your background and what's happened more recently that might be of interest to this hearing?
Yes, I graduated in 1969 from the downtown location of Osgoode Hall, since moved to York University, and it was a real privilege to be at their downtown location. I still return from time to time when I'm in Toronto to the Great Library, and I'm always amazed at the contrast between the stacks of books, and they have high-speed internet, so I can work and I can access the knowledge that's on those shelves faster than I could if I were to stand up and go fetch the book. So it's been an amazing evolution in the state of the law. After I graduated, I returned to my hometown of Cornwall, practiced for approximately 10 years, and during that time was involved in real estate primarily and contracts, and negotiated 2 large transactions in my last year there, which I really left me with a lot of satisfaction. One was the purchase of the utility, Cornwall Electric, and the other was the assembly for a large shopping center. And I decided I would look in other directions and lived for the next 22 years, from 1980 to 2002, in various big cities, Atlanta, Montreal, Toronto, and my last year, 2001 and 2, I lived in New York City, and I spent a lot of time in Houston as well. So it gave me a perspective of having a footprint in both large markets and small ones. When I came back to Cornwall in 2002, built a substantial practice, and ultimately ended up representing people who needed representation with regard to the vaccines. And ultimately, on September 29th, 2022, I was suspended by the Law Society of Upper Canada, well, actually, Law Society of Ontario now. And I found myself in January of 2023 addressing a group of the people that I had represented at a potluck dinner at a barn in Dunvegan. And it was heartwarming to be addressing these people who had shown tremendous courage. Some of them had been vaccine injured, some of them had lost their jobs. And I told them about 3 situations that were interesting from my perspective. One was sort of a legend story of a farmer in North Glengarry by the name of Odette Saint-Onge, who had been run over by a truck, he and his 2 cows, Isabelle and Annabelle, and he went to court to sue the large trucking company. And in court, the lawyer for the big Toronto law firm, head of litigation, asked him, "Did you not, Mr. Saint-Onge, say to the police officer at the scene of the accident, 'I'm fine, see, I'm fine'?" And the farmer started to explain, and he said, "Well, I was taking my 2 cows across the road," and the lawyer interrupted him again and said, "No, Mr. Saint-Onge, didn't you say at the scene of the accident to the police officer, 'I'm fine, see, I'm fine'?" And the farmer again started with his story, and the judge interrupted and said, "I'd like to hear this man's story. I'd like to know what happened." So the farmer explained that he was going across the road with his 2 cows, Isabelle and Annabelle, and the truck ran a red light, or not a red light, but a stop sign, and smacked into them and knocked one of them, him into the one ditch, and the 2 cows into the other ditch. And the farmer explained, "I was lying in the ditch, I was hurt, my ribs were cracked, I could hardly breathe, and I could hear my 2 cows, they were moaning and groaning and in great pain. And the police came along, and he could see the cows in great discomfort. He took his gun out, he walked over to Isabelle, and he shot her right between the eyes. And then he walked over to Annabelle and also shot her right between the eyes. And he came over to me and he said, "And you, sir, how are you?" And he said, "See, I'm fine, I'm fine." So we can see where there's a form of intimidation that can take place. You don't have to shoot everybody, you just have to, or fire everybody. When 1 or 2 people or animals or whatever it happens to be, when something happens to them, we get a signal. And when I was experiencing my discussions, I had Zoom calls continuously throughout the preceding year or two with people from different walks of life, and it was pretty clear that there was a lot of intimidation. One of the people I also met in my various travels and different business ventures, I met Pierre Trudeau in the late 1980s. He had left politics at that point. He had successfully brought the Charter and the Canadian Constitution back to Canada. And when one of my staff found out that Pierre Trudeau was going to be coming to a reception that we were hosting, Trudeau was his hero. He asked me if I could arrange for him to just shake his hand. And I said, sure, I'll ask when he arrives, which I did. And Mr. Trudeau very gracefully excused himself from the group of VIPs with whom he was chatting and spent 10, 15 minutes with this employee, and I could just see the glow on this person's face and how emotional they were about it. And afterwards, I thanked Pierre for taking the time, and he said, well, he showed respect for me, and I was going to show respect for him. Now, we transport that to 2022, in February of last year in Ottawa, and we saw that the son, Justin Trudeau, perhaps didn't have the same respect for the small individuals, the average people, wouldn't even walk across the street in Wellington Street in Ottawa to talk to anybody. I walked there from Cornwall, which in the middle of winter, to address the convoy, and he didn't even walk across the street. So when we look at intimidation, part of what brought me into this is I received a phone call in May of 2021, and at that point, one of my clients who owned a gym had been charged, and he asked me if I would also speak to a woman who had also been charged with him for attending a public rally. And what had happened is that she had simply sung "O Canada," the national anthem. When the person who was supposed to sing it couldn't make it, the speaker asked the crowd if someone would speak up or step up and sing the national anthem, and she did. And when I heard about this, I'm thinking, how can I not also step up and help her? So the fines and then she was charged under the Reopening Ontario Act, which is really a lockdown act, misnamed as the Reopening Ontario Act, pursuant to which she was subject to a $100,000 fine and up to a year in jail. So this hung over her head. We finally were able to get the Crown to agree to stand down from these charges in September of the following year. So this hung over her head for 15, 16 months, and it was not actually ultimately dismissed until December. So a year, well over a year and a half, to have this hanging over her head, and also my client's head. He also was charged, and these charges are still pending against some of the people, including Randy Hillier, who was one of the speakers that day. So to sort of come to terms with a situation where people are showing tremendous courage, I as a lawyer felt that I had to do at least as much, not as much as they were doing, because they were putting their livelihoods on the line, and they were experiencing a lot of bullying and intimidation. I also, because I was dealing with this particular matter, my name sort of got passed around. There weren't a lot of lawyers who were stepping forward, and I would spend 1 or 2 evenings a week on Zoom calls speaking with EMTs, teachers, firefighters, police, nurses from Brockville, from Hawkesbury, from Ottawa, from Cornwall, all coming back with the same stories of intimidation, bullying, HR departments releasing their names to indicate who was vaccinated and who wasn't within their institution or where their place of work. So there are a lot of threats and intimidation, and I formed a company to raise some money for women's shelters and to create goodwill towards these people because they didn't know how to do it themselves. And they asked me to be the director of the company because they themselves were running into all kinds of intimidation. Within 24 hours, my home address was doxed online. I live in a small hamlet of 350 people, and shortly thereafter, within about 48 hours, somebody came banging on the door at 2 in the morning. And then the harassment and intimidation continued. My car was stolen out of my driveway. I was assaulted at my office. And probably the scariest thing was one evening in October this past year, my engine completely failed. I was on the 401 ramp, and somebody had put a contaminant in my fuel tank. And it was a very, very scary moment. So going back to February, I walked to Ottawa in the freezing cold to bring attention to the intimidation of lawyers. And I was joined on my walk. It was really inspiring by 3 individuals because I had to do it over 3 days. It's quite a distance. All 3 were former members of the Canadian Armed Forces. 2 of them were police, and 1 was a firefighter, all suspended for not being prepared to take the vaccine. And each of the 3 had served at least 10 years in the Canadian Armed Forces, in different stages overseas, involved in black ops and things of that nature, and all 3 made the same comment to me, which was, it wasn't over. There would be more. And there was, as I experienced.
Mr. Gatien, I hate to interrupt you, but you rather glossed over how far a walk is. It is exactly from your home to Ottawa. Can you tell us?
110 kilometers.
That's right.
Right. And at the time, I was 74 years old. So it was quite arduous. But I was joined along the way by people from all different walks. One was a doctor who, he's got very bad knees. He was only able to walk about 100 meters, but I really appreciated it. And I also received more hugs. Lawyers don't get a lot of hugs. So it was pretty emotional for me.
Very good. Can you tell us, in the immediate period around the time of the convoy in February, what else was happening to you before and after that?
Well, the one thing I noticed is there was a complete radio silence from the Law Society, also from the point of view of the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario. No messaging about civility, no messaging about being nice to each other. We could disagree about things, maybe everybody could have a different perspective, but the attitude of civility was not being cultivated. It wasn't being cultivated by the federal government, as we saw with some of the interviews from our Prime Minister about people being racist or misogynist. I never heard those topics come up, and I spent hundreds of hours with people, and those topics never came up. It was about health. It was about the pressure at work. It was about family. It was certainly not about misogyny or racism. I never saw it. I did see one situation when I came to Ottawa, not when I walked up here, but another time I came on a Saturday, and somebody had a Confederate flag. They were the only person wearing a full face mask. People were very, very civil to this individual, basically saying, please leave, you don't fit here with that messaging, please leave. And there was no bullying of him, it was just a gentle, please leave. He got edged to the side of the crowd where there was a TV camera to capture this messaging, which was really out of keeping with the whole tenor of the convoy protest. And I was here 4 times, and each time I can say that The atmosphere was joyous and positive, and the people were wonderful.
Very good. Thank you. Now, I understand you have a PowerPoint presentation for us. Would you like to take this opportunity to set that up?
Well, I think it's supposed to be...
Very good.
So one of the things I'd like to talk about is the bold lie technique. When I was working in Montreal managing office towers and shopping centers, one project was an office tower that had defaulted on its mortgage, and one of my staff went around with the lender. It was a New York-based lender. It was their largest defaulting mortgage in North America, so it was a very significant file. And when they got to the building and went around to different office suites, there were signs on some of the office suites. They'd open the door. There was no furniture. There was no equipment. There was nothing. And in other suites, there would be someone there, but they would look at the rent roll and say, "Well, those are not the terms of my lease." And what was evident was it was either a combination of ghost tenants or leases that were just not the same. And yet this person, the bank, a very sophisticated bank, had lent at the time $86 million, so it was a significant amount of money, but it was an example of a bold lie. And my next door neighbor at the time, we're living in Montreal, was a TV producer, and he wanted to do a TV program about a forensic accountant who went around discovering fraud. And he asked me to help him with this. So I ended up, even though I was a small-town lawyer and I'm now managing large real estate projects, I ended up becoming quite knowledgeable about fraud. And the most interesting fraud that we came across was after the First World War in Paris. This fellow had contrived a scheme whereby he had gotten a printer to produce very fancy letterhead from the Ministère d'Approvisionnement, Ministry of Supply and Services, which he had sent to the 5 largest contractors in Paris, basically saying, "I've got a very confidential project. I cannot meet you at the ministry offices. I have set up a suite at the Hotel Crillon, which is a very fancy hotel in Paris, and your designated time," and each of the contractors had a different time slot. "Please come and we can discuss this confidential project." And of course, all 5 bit, and all 5 showed up, and the pitch was the following. And he said, once you know what I've got to discuss with you, you'll realize how you must keep this very secret. The government is looking under every manhole cover. We need money. We've come out of the First World War owing a lot of money, and we want to disassemble the Eiffel Tower and sell the scrap steel. So, however, I can probably steer this contract to you if you can come back a week from today, no obligation, with an envelope full of, I forget the amount, 100,000 francs, 200,000 francs, whatever the amount was. And of course, they bit, and this guy absconded with the money, and everybody laughed. But no one wanted to fess up or prosecute this individual because it was extremely embarrassing and very clever. But it showed the originality and the planning that goes into the bold lie. And that was the phrase that this TV producer and I came up with, not just the lie, not the big lie, but the bold lie. And we saw the bold lie with Bernie Madoff, I just looked at the amounts today. It was about $65 billion US that he was able to pull out of investors, and they only got back maybe about 20 of that. The rest just disappeared into a massive Ponzi scheme. The 2008 mortgage funding fraud, which took place, it had gone on for a couple of years in the United States. Now, as a lawyer, we know that a document called a mortgage is something secured on real estate. But if the mortgage is for $500,000 and the house is worth $400,000, you can still call it a mortgage, but now it's become a hybrid. It's now a partly unsecured loan. And what the banks did at the time is they bundled hundreds of millions of dollars of these types of instruments and sold them to unsophisticated investors, and sometimes also very sophisticated investors. And when this finally imploded in 2008, as it would, people lost many dollars, huge amounts. Several films have been made of this and books, and everybody could see it coming except the investors, because they were buying in to the bold lie of they were buying something safe called a mortgage and a mortgage fund. And since that time, we've seen these things repeated. There's been Bre-X, Nortel, FTX. They're all the same model where it's a bold lie, you're going to make a lot of money. And we wonder, the TV producer and I tried to analyze things as to why the bold lie works, and we came to the conclusion it works for two primary reasons. One is most people have a sense of morality. Most people would not exploit the other person and to their detriment. The other aspect is practical, which is most of us also don't want to face the consequences of going to jail. We are concerned for ourselves, our families.